but we already have an Overlord in Lyrical.
Yeah, exactly.
With Fortia.
Oh,
so I was like,
love Fortia.
I was like, will this really be that good? But then turns out it's like you got a good Blitz order, which like a
Yep.
lot of decks pray to get a good Blitz order.
Yep.
And on top of that, you're also getting like high power, like good defensive tools, like cycling.
Yeah.
You can play Yuika in the deck too to like
Yep, and
recycle a
Yuika's
lot of your
insane.
effects. So it's really, really good.
I think that deck, the early game, you like really like have a low hand, but as the game gets longer and longer and you're constantly bottom decking cards, first of all, you can know your stack, and then second, like your bottom stack, and then second off, it just gets stronger and stronger, because once that deck goes online, like that's it. It's a double restanding Vanguard every single turn after that. Like you need to like constantly deal with that pressure, whereas like decks like Overlord, you know, they have to go into the old Overlord and then go into the new Overlord, so it's more like a turn 4 deck, but this deck just can go online instantly, and that's impressive.
Yeah, exactly. So Lyrical is really impressive. They've got a lot of new tools. And of course, set 7, I think everyone knows Youthberg is that guy.
Yep.
He is that guy. And I think a lot of people are expecting for Youthberg to show up quite a lot today.
Oh, yeah. It would be surprising if we don't have like 60% of the room just playing Youthberg. I'm not going to lie. I expect a lot of people to take it because it's a very consistent deck. It does exactly what you want to do. It's hard to like quote unquote like brick with it too, because you really have so many searching pieces, so many ways to look at top 3, top 5, top whatever, and you're constantly applying pressure. Though I will say, I think rewriting Vanguard is like not as impactful as restanding your Vanguard, but it's still just all you get the 5k front, you get to bottom deck stuff. Bottom decking is actually strangely very powerful in Overdrive.
Oh yeah.
You can just like, for example, if you're facing Zorga, they need their dragons, you bottom deck their dragon, they just lost their dragon, you know, and they lost pretty much half their win con. So
yeah,
just stuff like that's like really powerful. And in D where you can't search out as quickly, but getting bottom deck means that the cards at the very bottom, unless you shuffle or have a way to search it out, it's just stuck there now.
Exactly.
So.
Right. It's like, and some decks is like, you know, we had Mahar Nirvana kind of like going around a lot in the early season, like in BSF. And then it's like, and you lost your stack, and your Trickstar's on the bottom, and you don't really get to do anything.
Imagine. So I haven't seen that deck at all. It's very unpopular where I'm at. There's
really?
there's like one person that plays. Everyone's either on Overlord or they're driving Jiva, I think it's called, the one with the on-hit pressure. But no one's really been playing Mahar like at all. Like it's actually very unpopular. Like the minute Lyrical dropped, it's been like Leticia, Youthberg, and then you have me playing like Fortia.
Okay.
I believe in the Fortia. I believe in it. It's online every single turn. You can't miss with her.
Yeah, that's like a deck that I think when Deer Days came out got like a lot of attention because people were like, wait, this deck's actually pretty decent.
I was going ham.
Yeah, I saw you were posting videos and everything.
I made like 4 videos on just that one deck. It's just so good. I didn't realize how strong it was until I tried it, and I was like, wait a second, this goes online. The minute I ride, I get to restand. It's just so fast. Like you can blow people out like so quickly. Like I killed someone on like turn 2. I didn't even get to my grade 3. I just like rushed them down and just couldn't do anything about it.
Jesus, that is powerful. That is very powerful. And I think like I'm looking forward to seeing those kind of surprise picks. Like if anyone brings a decks like that, like Roroa, you know, stuff like that.
Roroa is really interesting because it's a token deck and it's actually extremely unpopular. And I recently tried it and I was like, you know, they recently got the new promo, the grade 3. You get to like search out your Erlindas. You get to actually do quite a bit of stuff. You can also abuse Inlet in there if you want to. I would say it's not the best deck for Inlet, but you can abuse it. And it's just great. You get like all this restanding going on. You have a little token attacking, and it's just great.
Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of people in Japan have taken it more like an aggro route.
Really?
So you're basically just like you're spamming out tokens, you're bashing field, you're bashing phase like from as early as possible. And some of the players that I know that had like a lot of success with the deck, they basically were just playing it like so aggressively or you win by turn 4 basically.
That makes sense.
So you're just pushing, and especially in like the current meta, some decks just can't really take that. So like for example, like Seraph Pure Light, the prison deck in general is like it's strong, but basically the whole hand they have is like pieces, right?
I agree.
It's like they don't want to play them except for like specific times. You know, some cards. Yeah, it's like some cards you want to be like playing to deck them out. Some cards you need to like get that turn 3/3 prison, and then like some cards you need for the Pure Light turn. So it's like they really struggle to guard a lot of these like more aggressive decks. So they're just like, and if they do, they start losing pieces. So then their like late game plan kind of like falls apart.
Yeah.
So like some decks just can't handle aggro at all.
Yeah. That's how usually if I face like Seraph, I'm usually thinking about the fact that every card in their hand is a combo piece unless it's a trigger.
Yeah.
So I usually like to just try and blast them out as fast as possible because they usually can't guard. So you're very right about that. And grade 4 decks, if you're holding grade 4s, it's not really shield. So
Yeah, as an Eva main, I'm always happy whenever I run into Pure Light, because I'm like, oh, you imprisoned from hand, here's an obfuscate.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, I'm going to now call this by effect. It gains a crit, by the way.
Oh, I did that. I was playing PBO, and I just kept imprisoning my Drilling Angels. I just kept, like, constantly top three, top three, top three. I kept like, refilling my soul. Oh, it was a great time.
It feels good. It feels very good. So, you know, just like by all the various decks that we've been playing, talking about, it's like, you can really tell this is going to be a very diverse meta today. I expect a lot of Youthberg. I expect a lot of Letitia as well.
And Ava.
Ava, Youthberg, Letitia. Like, Ava didn't really talk about, but, you know, it's good. It's my favorite deck for a reason. Yeah. You see so much more of the entirety of your deck compared to other decks, right? It's like, you know, restanding and twin driving twice in a turn obviously is really good. Like, Overlord does it all the time. Letitia does it as well. But Ava has, like, the thing where it's like she doesn't attack with the Vanguard twice, but you see so many more cards in the deck where it's like you can play really greedy, play 1-ofs, 2-ofs that you're just going to see because you thin out the entirety of the deck by the time the game's over, right? You've seen most of your deck, and then towards like turn 6, you look at like, use Eva's skill to like, you know, search for an obfuscate to call it, and it just like triggers and the one obfuscate. It's like,
yeah, exactly. I think one thing I noticed while testing it is that top 3, top 4 that you do with her skill is like super massive because the opponent doesn't know what you're looking at, but you know what you're looking at, and constantly grabbing what you want is great. It reminds me of a card in V actually. There's a card called Syria. Just card like a top 3, grab 1, put 2 at the bottom. And it gives me like that feel of like that Syria feel where I'm like, I know what's down there, but you don't. And then you shuffle it with the upgrades, and you're like, I put triggers down there. I'm gonna check some of them.
It feels really good. Like Eva, I'm glad that the deck picked up a lot. I think it's been really fun in Japan right now in the set 8 meta. It's considered the second best deck.
I recently watched your video on that, and I instantly bought my promos because I've had the deck this entire time, but I didn't buy the promos. And I was kind of holding a little bit because I was like, you know what, I'll give it like one more set before I officially start playing it. And I watched your video, and I was like, all right, we got that new grade 3, we got the new upgrade, we got all this new stuff. I have to play it now.
Yep, it is really, really good, and I think it's like, it's crazy because we saw a lot of people that like when the deck first started popping up in like the set 6 meta, people were like, okay, yeah, this deck's good, but it's like it doesn't beat the best, right? And then set 7, honestly, set 7 was a bit of a struggle time for it because Youth was doing kind of like the same thing but a bit faster. And so like you had to adapt the list a little bit, or like basically change the game plan from like deck thinning to win to just deck thinning enough that you can sustain and deck them out, right? Because Youth was just like really, really popular. So, but it looks like we actually do have our first round ready. The first round of the World Championship here. The first Worlds in 3 years. It's going to be Jalen Anthony Alcazar versus Polinus Richard Halim. Let's see what kind of decks they're going to be playing. It's going to be a very exciting time, and I'm ready to get into the game here.
What do you expect to see?
I mean, I said Youthberg, and on the left side, I think I might be right.
You actually might be right. I just want one game where I see Greed on.
Ooh, honestly, there's some really good Greed on mains in today's tournament.
Exactly.
So I'm expecting a lot.
I want the Greed on.
All right, so looks like both players are just mulliganing, getting set up for the first round here. So we're gonna see Jalen looks to be on the Youthberg side, in my opinion, and then we're gonna have Polinus on the right. We haven't quite been able to peek at their hand. It looks, I see a Sequana. We might be seeing a Youthberg mirror match, actually.
Sequana. Oh, that's an interesting start, actually.
Yeah.
So opening up good, well, it's going to matter. Oh, looks like we are standing up the Vanguard, and it looks like it might be a Youthberg mirror. What do you expect out of this? Like, what do you think as a Youthberg player when you're placing Youthberg mirrors? Because you know you're going to see it. What would you want to do to kind of outpace your opponent?
So essentially, it's coming down to like what the turn 2 is going to be, because you can definitely like be just like damage denying, so that if they use like, you know, a early Cardfight or a Schneisel or something, then you're basically in the situation where you get to just deny their Tempest turn for the person going first.
I agree.
So
I think it also depends if you're running the counter charger. I can't remember. I think your name is like Imputation Angel or something like that. And I think that can make a big difference.
Yes.
In like the mirror matches, being able to counter charge and then still be able to go into your Tempest turns on top of your Schneisel turns and your Cardfight turns.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we're going to see here the Grade 1 Youth using its effect to just check out the top 3 at either a Youthberg or a just call out a card. And it looks like he's actually going to go for the Cardfight here. and activate it off of the top here. So
Yep.
let's take a look at how things are going to go down.
I think, so something that's really good is that this turn 2 play is solid. I think the Grey 2, it can grab a lot of things, like that Grey 2 right there, because you can just go into multiple different like setups. You can go grab Grey 1s if you want. You can kind of set up better, and then grab your pieces, and then have more pressure that way. And you can also rush if you need to.
Yeah. So it's the only issue I see with this play is that by calling out a front row and using that CB and going first, what opponents can do now is basically just swing rear pass.
Yep, and deny. They can deny, but if you're, like I said, if you're running the Angel Girl, you don't have a problem anymore. You get to give 5 key to your Vanguard, counter charge, and still get all your effects to go off.
Yep, exactly. So we're going to see Paulins going to the Grey 2 Youth here. Soul Blasting 1, checking top 3 for target. Well, we see some pretty good cards. We're going to get a Gust off the top.
Gust, yep.
All right. So.
Oh, we have.
Yeah, swing at the rear.
Yep, that's the move. But interesting enough, they just left it on the board. I guess they're just going to try and intercept with it for the shield value there and just kind of call it a day.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You're going to just kind of set up that the 10K shield there on the side. And we're going to see the Youth Park come on out here on the side of Jalen. But your Tempest turn is basically doing nothing. So we're going to check top 3 here for a Youth. We're definitely not going to have that crit to hand, I think.
I think here you can still like kind of play it out and just kind of, how do I put it? You can still go into your combo pieces and just go back down if you want, but it is kind of awkward here because see we have no rear guards. We're just going in, swinging, and do you go into Gust at this point? Like what do you do?
Yeah, so I think here basically you're gonna wanna you can go into the Youth just to cycle. So it looks like he's gonna go into the Tempest for no effect and just use Sequana to get the drive check just to push a bit of damage because if you're already going for this game plan of like, all right, like I got damage tonight, but I've been pushing the aggro a little bit more, then in this case you might want to just go for that. So
yeah,
we're gonna see the one drive.
I think Persona turns are huge, personally.
Ooh. The crit on the rear swing, but we're gonna see the Youth come on down back into the Skyfall arms.
Yep.
And now it's time for Paulinus to show us his Tempest turn. Although he might just go for Gust because there's no targets for Tempest to bot deck.
Yeah, exactly. We're having a interesting rear guard situation here. I usually see Youthberg full of rear guards, but here we're kind of just chilling.
Yeah, I mean, the mirror match is like your stuff's going to go back to bottom, right?
True.
So you got to be a little bit careful. Ooh, I like the Gust coming down here.
Wow, that's actually really nice. Putting in the pressure here. So one thing that's interesting, you can say no guard.
Ooh, the front is big.
That is a front. That is actually big. I was going to say, if you hit a trigger, it makes it a lot easier to guard until Youthberg starts Persona riding, right? So you have a chance.
Yep.
Oh, wow. That was a Maple and a crit.
Yeah, the Maple's nice. There's a front that popped. So this is an 18K. So this is 2 to pass. And we're going to just see the Wayward there come on down. Wayward's going to be really big for later down the line when we're going to be using that like Youthberg skill to filter through the deck. You know, the filtering of the deck that Youthberg can do is really impressive.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to be the turn.
All right, so here's the Persona. So this is when you really want to start applying pressure. This is the turn where you want to start calling cards out because that 10K is really going to matter here. So let's see sort of like what we have. So here we have the discard coming in.
Check
and then
top
bring
3.
her back.
Ooh.
Oh, a Schneisel.
I was scared of the triple crit off the top.
Oh.
So luckily he managed to find the Schneisel here.
And then we have, this is Wayward coming out, right?
Yes.
Yep. Because she just comes out. If you discard her, you can Soul Blast and just bring her out really free. And then here we have Schneisel coming in, grabbing yet another Gust.
Off the top. All right.
A lot of people joke about whiffing Schneisel, but we're not seeing that here, which is amazing stuff.
Yep. So we're seeing like the players, like to me the most impressive thing, or like the, I guess, almost culture shock, is just how fast they're playing.
Yeah, they actually are playing really fast. I noticed that, especially like the first couple turns at the beginning, they were just kind of like boom, bam, boom,
boom,
bam.
boom. Yeah.
Which I actually like. I like when people like know what they're doing and it just kind of they know exactly what to do, what moves to make, just as long as you're not making mistakes. And that's a crit along with the Blitz order coming down right there.
Yep, no defensives on the side of Paulinus here. So that's going to be pretty big.
A double heal.
Ouch.
That's some good shield, but that is definitely not something you want to see like that. And not being able to bottom deck anything either, so you're just kind of going in.
You're getting shield value.
Yep. So here we are going with the Schneisel first, because Schneisel will get 5K over to the Vanguard, so we're seeing that kind of difference of like choosing where to swing first. Sometimes it's a little awkward to swing a Schneisel because you kind of want to swing with Vanguard first, maybe check another front. Looks like we're going to 5 damage here. Swinging in, this is, I believe, just 1 drive.
Yep, so the single drive Tempest going to be swinging in, has that extra power from the Schneisel that got pumped. And of course, we do know that on Jalen's side, the OT was drawn into.
Yep.
So the twin drive on the Gust, there's no chance of that happening.
You can say, you can do a no pass and not have the fear.
That's right. Ooh, another wayward.
Yeah,
wow.
really good stuff. And then we have one more swing coming through. I believe that's 21-31.
All right, we're gonna see the front plus a 10K from the Fride there. And I think we got a Persona, right?
And now we're doing the same thing on the other side. Another Persona. Yeah, getting the setup going. Let's see. You know, we're 3 damage. It's a little safe. You could probably take a Vanguard here and there. It's not that scary. I will say, after this turn, though, being at 5 is pretty risky.
Yeah, you want to be proccing those heals as soon as possible here.
Yeah.
Because, of course, you know, the deck filters like crazy, but sometimes you just draw into them. You don't find them off the top as well. So it's going to be awesome to see, you know, Youthberg come on down here. You know, filtered from the skill, filtered the Tempest off the Schneisel. And you have a lot of targets because now your opponent has like 3, 1, and 2 on board. So the chance of hitting something off the Tempest is actually pretty high.
Yeah, exactly. And the decks are getting thinner and thinner too. So because Youthberg is really fast in terms of how fast you go through your deck. You can actually deck out like insanely fast.
Yeah, especially in the mirror.
That's interesting. Okay.
Ooh, the Maple into damage here for Jalen. All right, going to go into the Gust. So going to try to discard a, just discard the Wayward there.
Yep. You want to apply pressure here because you want the goal here is to shred the hand as fast as possible because otherwise you won't be able to kill.
Yep, we saw PG come down.
No triggers. 2 back-to-back, no triggers like that.
All right, going to be swinging with the Gust here on the rear guard circle, trying to push in that 5th damage. Both players definitely pushing game very fast.
Yep.
And, you know, it's this feature match definitely feels like, you know, both players.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah. They're very experienced. Oh, we see the counter charge being
yeah,
played.
There she is. That's the girl I've been talking about. That's what you want to see in a mirror. That's the exact card you want to play if you really want to outpace a mirror match. You need it because, like we saw that early denial. If they had a chance to grab to that card, they could have went into a more aggressive turn.
3 triggers off the Youth.
Whew.
I think this is put back all 3.
To the bottom they
You
go.
put them in the order you want because you can technically not.
You can stack.
Yeah, like I think you do want to shuffle after this if you can, but as you can see in his hand is just a Wayward. So like, I think honestly, just put them to the bottom and just keep accelerating through the deck really fast so you hit those triggers towards the end.
I think he's thinking about it a little bit because, exactly, I was about to say that. The 5K matters.
Yeah.
So just for guarding, that matters here. And if I saw correctly, I don't think they had anything in their hand to really kind of help to put a booster there. And this will make the guarding really awkward here. So actually, I think that was a really good move.
There's a Sequana. We actually didn't have a Sequana in hand earlier.
Yep,
Finds the Tempest off the top. Going to be able to go into it. Check top 2. Grade 1, grade 3. Wayward.
I like that perfect guard there, too. That's just, you're going to need that into, like, double Vanguard swings.
Yep.
So here we go. Again, going to Schneisel, applying the 5K over to Tempest.
Ooh, the guard value is looking pretty low. We're going to see the 6 damage come through.
Oh, that is it. That is round 1 completes. Our winner today, Paul, going in.
That's right. Ooh. So Jalen takes
5 damage so risky.
Yeah, I mean, this was basically, you know, just seeing the shield value in hand was definitely on the lower end there.
Yep.
But, you know, for Paulin, has definitely fought well. Yep. A very fast mirror as well. Like, these decks take a while normally.
Yeah, because they draw so much. You see so much of your deck, so you can survive a while. But going to 5 damage like that was really scary there. Like, you have to guard everything, and the numbers are, like, literally magic numbers. So it's almost impossible to guard through everything.
Exactly. So you love to see it. Really well played by both players. Here we have Jalen. Of course, got to sign the match slip.
Yep,
we have the judges and the staff, you know, making sure to be there. And so Jalen is from the States. I wonder which community they represent.
I don't know.
So yeah, they
could be from anywhere.
Yeah. So they're playing against Paulinus from Indonesia. So that's like the magic of the World Championship. You know, you play against people that you'd never meet otherwise.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So very big congratulations to Jalen. Getting that first round win, of course, is like a huge relief.
Good start. It's a good start. It makes you feel like, okay, I got my first win. Here I go round 2. You just got to keep going. Something that's really good to do is take it like in bite size, like just one round at a time. Like, I got to win this round. Okay, now going to the next one. I got to win this round. You know, just instead of taking it like as a whole like 7-round event, just, you know, eating a little bit at a time and just going through.
I found like playing myself in some of these events, I found most success at times when I really just like focused on each game as itself. Like, don't focus on the bigger picture. Don't think about like, okay, I'm going to do this in top 8 or whatever. Like, my goal is this and that. It's like, your goal is to win this game.
Yep, exactly.
It's not to win the entire event. It's not to get top 8. It's not to win the prize. It is to win the game that is in front of you And when you treat each game with the importance that it deserves, that's when I feel like you find most success.
I 100% agree. Recently, like competing myself, I did the same thing. Actually, someone gave me that advice too because I was kind of like stressing a little bit. I was like, oh no. And they were like, one game at a time. One game at a time. Just concentrate on the game in front of you. Don't worry about anything else. Don't even think about the rest. Just right here. And I did really well. I won undefeated in my Swiss round. So
it's good. Very good. I think
worked very well.
In a way, it's like it can be hard sometimes, right?
Yeah,
because like you always find yourself kind of relapsing into that way of like, oh, but top 8, but
yeah,
like,
exactly.
And especially when you're playing a team tournament, it's like you focus on your game, but then you're like, you peek at the side, it's like, oh no, my teammate lost. What am I gonna do now?
So just gotta keep going.
Yeah. You just gotta like, all right, focus on the game. Don't forget it. Like once at a tournament where one of my teammates actually made like a gameplay error and got game lost for it. And I was like, oh my god. Oh my god, I gotta save the team. This is do or die. So you really have to like not break concentration and keep staying focused.
Yep.
And for the players here as well, it's like I find myself sometimes like I'm generally speaking like a more slower paced player because in Japan where I'm mostly playing all the time, a lot of people are a lot more methodical. It's like you kind of like declare every single effect. You say like everything that like you really like walk your opponent through all the steps. Even if you've played, with them all the time, like you still kind of like just do it as like a courtesy. So people are generally like playing a bit slower. So sometimes when I travel overseas and I come to like, play with the English community and people like start playing so fast, I'm like, whoa, I get a bit like flustered. I get a bit like taken aback or like I lose concentration. But it's like the play is like so quick that it's like you kind of just like lose yourself in it. So I'm always like, all right, stay to your own pace. It's like don't get caught up in your opponent's tempo.
Yeah.
And like stay within your stay in your lane, right? Stay in your lane and keep it going in that sense as well, right?
No, I agree. Sometimes you don't want to like go too fast either, especially if you feel like you're kind of a player that needs to pace yourself as you're going.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that, it's always like trying to stay focused in that sense and like not break concentration and like just like not getting like swollen up by your opponent's or swallowed up by your opponent's zone.
Yeah, exactly. Because you have your own play style versus someone else. It's also unique. Everyone has their own play style, so you don't want to like break away from like how you want to play. But they both were playing like insanely fast. Honestly, it's Youthberg. If you've been testing it, you kind of already know sort of what to expect. I will say the deck doesn't have like too many different things you can do. You have like your Tempest, you have your Gust, and you have your rear guards, right? Like I feel like it's a little bit more linear. So because of that, you actually have more time to focus on what your opponent is doing, and because of that, it also makes it easier. Like if you've been testing the mirror matches, you kind of already know how the game's gonna go.
Yeah. And I think another thing is that essentially because of the fact that if you play the mirror, it's going to take a while if it goes long. Like, if neither player is able to close out, then you're in the situation where you're basically just like, all right, we're in time and we have to just like compare damage or sudden death or things like that. So at times like that, you're like respecting that. Like, you see the mirror is like, all right, we got to be quick. Because if we run out of time, this is not going to look pretty.
Exactly.
So I guess both players just like recognize that. It's like, all right, keep it snappy and know exactly what you want to do. And I think that's honestly like really good for both players to recognize in that sense. And apparently, we're finding out from the production side that we're actually going to have another game for round 1 here for the feature match.
So see another ongoing game going on, seeing how they perform. Be interesting.
Yeah, so it's always nice. We have the feature match and then the sub feature that we can go into. When things wrap up quickly.
Yep,
and
like
so
that game.
yeah. So I'm excited to see what else we're going to be seeing in terms of decks. Like, what is a deck that you want to see on stream today? Zorga?
I would love to see, because Zorga is just it's one of those decks where it can be built like 500 different ways.
Yeah.
So you never really know what to expect. And because of that, I think those matches are always really interesting to watch.
That's me with Eva and Set 8. It's like there's people building the deck in so many different ways, and nobody really knows what's the correct choice yet.
Really?
It's like some people don't play Combined Rusher. There's a card called like Robust, who's like
the
this.
grade 3, right?
Yeah, that searches orders and gets like 23k attacker. We have like some promos coming out that like some people are playing, some are not. Some people play like Wabiros or like Bubble Mine. It's like every week it feels like there's like a different list and a different way to go about it.
I've been testing myself, and I feel like I kind of found like It's not too far from your list. I feel like I kind of found like this makes sense. You know, like and I feel like pushing away from it would be weird too, because like the grade 3, the one that looks first as set order. I feel like that card's a little hard to use with the CB. So for me personally, I kind of went more towards the what does Ava do? Oh, she does that. I'm gonna make sure she does that every single turn.
Yeah.
Constantly getting orders out, constantly drawing, constantly countercharging, getting your motion going, a little bit of combo rusher, just a little touch here and there, have the power and everything.
Yep. So it looks like we have a little tournament update as well for everyone. So initially on the schedule we did have 7 rounds written, but due to tournament logistics and because we have like a certain number of players that are like qualified, right?
Yep.
But then some people can't make it. Some people have work, or they can't get time off, or they have like family stuff to do. For some people it's just hard to make the trip. So instead of 7 rounds of Swiss, we're going to be playing 6 rounds of Swiss instead, which I think makes sense in terms of like the amount of players that have showed up today as
like
well.
The numbers, and in terms of just like tiebreakers and undefeated situations, I think 6 rounds is actually perfect.
Yep, exactly. So we're gonna have a sub-feature match setting up here. We'll see who is gonna be and what decks are gonna be playing, but I'm pretty excited to get into it and see the action continue for round 1, and it's gonna be a really good time because, of course, these games mean so much to each player.
Of course.
And the tournament's starting up, and like just feeling the air here, like looking around the venue right now, it's like it's crazy. Like it's just packed to the brim. Like we see in front of us, we have like the actual tournament stage for the World Championship, and it's just like packed.
It looks like it's an awesome view. Honestly, it's a good view to like take a picture of. Like it just looks so good.
Like you really have to let this atmosphere sink in because this only happens once a year.
Exactly.
And, you can't take things for granted. We didn't have a World Championship since 2020. We didn't have one for 3 years. And it's like, we didn't know that. We thought we'd be back here every single year. So, like, make sure to, like, appreciate this atmosphere. Let it really sink in.
Yep.
And just, like, I really recommend those of you that are in the LA area to come on down. Like, if you can't make it for the morning, come through for, like, top cut. Because, like, top 8, semifinals, especially finals, is going to be crazy. People are screaming, yelling. There's people lifting each other and just going crazy. It is a whole energy of its own that you do not want to miss out on. So I really recommend you come through to the venue. There's side events. There's like little lotteries they're doing. Like if you go buy some stuff at the Bushiroad store that they have set up here at the venue, you get to roll like a little like roulette, and then you can win some extra prizes.
I'm gonna be over there. Like I'm gonna at some point I'll be over there. You wanna know why? I love mini games.
Yeah.
I need to spin something.
Did you see the booth?
No, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. I only saw the booths outside of the venue.
I was walking through it. They have some of like the Vanguard anniversary merch. So like they have those like the little acrylic like display frames with like the black like border around it. So they had like the D series ones. They still had Lukia Reverse.
Oh my gosh.
And stuff like that. So I was like, I didn't get to buy some of these. Like this is really exciting. So they have like a lot of like the characters as well. They have like Urara merch. They have like the older characters as well, like Ren and Kai, and they have like T-shirts. So I think you have like the Lyrical Monasterio one, right?
I do. It's such a soft material.
They have that today.
So I want to get a Storkea one today. Because they have like the blackout shirts, and they also have like the
Daybreak ones.
The Daybreak ones, and they also have the Nation ones. And the Nation ones by far are the best ones. I have all of them. I'm telling you, get a Nation shirt. It is so soft. I wear it. I don't care what's going on. I'm wearing it. Like I've been really enjoying it. It hasn't been for specific reasons. I just wear it because it's that comfortable.
They look like these like university college shirts, right?
They have that college effect, but that's
I go to Lyrical Monasterio.
Yeah, it makes it even more interesting because I've had people walk up to me and they're like reading the shirt, thinking it's like some kind of college sport, and I'm it's a card game. But they're what?
Oh my god! Yeah, so you can pick them up today and get some extra goodies. Like they're doing a bunch of cool stuff at the venue today. Like normally, I've casted a few of the World Championships so far, and like. Every year it's felt like it's the World Championship, right? Everyone is here, but it's just like the players that qualified, and it's like, it's meant for the players, really. Whereas this year it feels like a festival. It feels like it's like everyone's here, everyone's part of this exciting atmosphere. And this is going to be our second feature match for round 1. So we see Trung Nguyen from Germany, who's the winner of the German BCS, versus Johnny Johnson from Texas, where they came 3rd place.
Very exciting. I can't wait to see how this match goes here. Interesting to see players from Germany here as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of the European representation. So Germany is always a very cool BCS because the venue that they usually get is really, really cool, like very open, lots of space, like lots of like free fight space as well if you want to just like play on side. So it's going to be very cool to see it come through. And then we have Johnny here on camera as well.
I've actually seen Johnny before.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I faced him a couple times just through Springfest experiences and BCS. I've actually seen them in the past, so that's actually very exciting.
Awesome. So I'm excited to see what decks they're going to be bringing. So let's get into the game. Once the players are good to go.
There should be Gravidia on one of the sides. If I know Johnny pretty well. Yeah. It might be an Ava and Gravidia matchup here.
Yes, I've been waiting for this. All right. Ooh,
unless
this might be a Gravidia mirror match.
Oh, that
it
is
looks
a
to be the case.
Wow.
All right. Well, we're going to be seeing Tron go first.
So this is interesting here. So if you know the Gravidia mirror really well, counterblast is a really big deal depending on how you're running your counter chargers. But it's very massive because you have the order that lets you counterblast call a token, and then you have Gravidia skill that also lets you counterblast. And some people even run Combine Rusher now, which also is a counterblast. So counterblast is a big deal now. So you want to really play out this very pacefully. This is a very paceful match. It's actually a really hard, one of the hardest mirror matches in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be interesting in terms of damage.
Oh,
it's pure.
So it's pure. So actually, I love this so much. I've actually faced this exact person with my Flagberg deck, and I remember the pure, and it's insane because you can deck thin so much, and you can draw a little bit more on like turn 2 since you can still blast 3 and draw a card, and also the denial doesn't matter as much because you're just going in for the draws, trying to find your personas faster, and then you just kind of start going ballistic more on turn 3, and the deck then means more triggers.
Yeah. So it's very, very impressive. And we see, ooh, the Soul Charge of the Great 2, which isn't too bad.
It's going to go in the drop anyway.
Exactly.
So it's fine.
I think both players.
Burrito.
I think both players might be playing max rarity Gravidia too, from the looks of it.
Well, things I love to see. My deck is 3 max rarity.
Okay.
So we're going into the Rotis here. I believe their name is Rotis, but and we're running the on hit as well. So this is a grade 2 that says when it hits, you can put a meteor from I believe the drop over to the order zone, and it's just kind of like a little bit of extra pressure that you can apply. And also since we're on turn 2 here, Rose gives the extra 5k power. So we're guarding with the over
guard
trigger.
already.
Now that's interesting. That really says a lot about what kind of hand we got going on over there on that side. The 50k guard that early is actually that's a lot of guard.
Yep. All right, that's very impressive. Ooh, see Combine Rusher drawn off the top there on Johnny's side.
I love seeing the Combine Rusher here, actually, because Combine Rusher actually plays really well. Sometimes you just don't have rear guards, and I think Combine Rusher with that setup is actually really good here because since you don't have the token play, since you're going for the more pure, Combine Rusher helps even more here.
Yes, exactly. And call it off from the hand, so you don't have to
and we got
for
the Shield Girl as well. She gives a little extra shield and power. Going for the rear guard. Very smart. Rear guards there's less rear guards since you're running more orders, so you kind of want to apply that pressure there. And that is a heal going off, going back down to 1 damage.
All right. So we're going to just see a pass there. You don't want to be pushing too much counterblast, so you don't give your opponent both Gravidia and Combine Rusher as an option.
See, so again, going back to that whole, like, how many counterblasts do you want to give your opponent? It really matters because you can go through, like, 3 CB, like, really fast now, especially with the Combine Rusher being added onto the pool of Gravidia cards that you can use.
Yep, exactly. So we're going to see Gravidia come on down here, get ridden into to search for the 2 meteors.
Yep, so and you can pick a 1, you can pick a 2 if you want to draw some more, if you want to go for the more, like, aggro play. It looks like we're going for a little bit of both here. We're going to draw, and we're going to get the 2 out.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, like in Japan, it's almost like a social rule where like Gravidia players have a certain like script that they follow in terms of how many meteors they use on which turn. So like if you, depending on which you go first or second. So going first is generally speaking like 3 because you don't want to go for the 5 because you burn through your resources, especially if you don't have like Persona Rise in hand.
That's interesting.
Because like you're basically just pacing out with the idea of like how much you're planning to use in the game.
Sorry, another Combine Rusher.
Ooh, it's coming
We're
down.
both playing it. That's actually interesting you bring that up because from what I hear, at least on this side of things, it's a 5 meteor or nothing. Like you always want a 5 meteor.
Oh, but then like it's like I think it's because you know you're gonna run out of gas pretty fast.
Exactly.
Especially here where like the early turns you're not compressed at all. So you have drive checks like that where it's just like normal.
Nothing's going on. Yep.
All right.
I think it depends on your hand too.
Yep, exactly. So we actually saw Johnny take that. Went to 3 damage here, and of course, you know, is basically just kind of chilling at this point, having the CB, being able to use Combine Rusher pretty often. In the mirror, it's pretty huge because you can bring it back every time it gets just blown off the field.
Exactly. I think it's amazing to see this because, you know, we haven't seen Combine Rusher at all, like, because you know, we kind of had like the set 6 come out and then set 7, and now you can actually see Gravidia play the Combine Rusher tech like officially, and I think it's just so massive. That 10k, and on top of that, Combine Rusher gets 10k. Like it just gets bigger. It's a pretty big attacking rear guard, and again, like into with the deck where you don't have rear guards that often, being able to recycle the same card over and over again every turn is big.
Yeah, I would honestly say, like, set 6 definitely shines because of Youthberg, but for me, I would say the best card in the entirety of set 6 is Combine Rusher. I think it does so much for so many decks.
It
where
does.
Just like
it's
suddenly it gave resources to decks that didn't have them. It gave a looping rear guard.
Like,
yeah, it's like it has you have a looping rear guard in a deck that normally never had it.
Yep,
and
exactly.
It's just so powerful because of that simple fact.
Yep. No, I agree. I think, and most decks, especially in Brand Gate, have the accessibility to have like 2 orders in the order zone too. So you're not gonna whiff like that condition very often. And we have a Burrito also coming down. Burrito's another just insanely good card. You're so blast. You take a meteor from your drop and just put it in. You don't have to. You can like discard your meteors with your ride deck. Not have to worry about it so much. And then boom boom. Now you have like a whole setup going.
Yep. We're gonna see the Blitz Sentinel come on down here. Oh, in exchange for one to be drive checked.
Yep, and that's a Persona, which is really huge.
Yeah, I think Johnny already had one from an earlier turn where he drew it off the grade 1 mirror a bit earlier.
Oh,
grade 2 mirror goes to damage. Going to want to heal that out.
Yep.
So we're going to be both
and
players
Persona going damage. 2 cards that you don't want to see in your damage is the Grade 2 Meteor and the Persona like that. So that is definitely not what you want to see. Because in a mirror match, like, Personas really matter. Because you're deck ending like crazy. You do have to be careful of deck out, of course. But since you're deck ending so much, you kind of want to keep Persona. Like, you want to keep doing it. Also, your rear guards really don't hit for much if you don't have Persona.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have another Burrito coming in.
Yep, we're going to use it to put back a Meteor there.
Ew.
Ooh, it's going to be a single Meteor turn.
That is pretty rough. That is pretty rough. Like, it's not too much. And getting rid of the Burrito here in this case, since the Combine Rusher is going to come back anyway.
Oh, going to Sentinel, of course, at 3 damage. You don't want to risk getting a double crit for game. All right, going to ditch the crit there.
What we got going on here. So we have another on hit, and we have a crit.
That's good. You have the pressure.
Yeah, but sadly, Burrito does not get the extra critical on top of like that pressure. You're just swinging for 2 here. And you could honestly take it here. Knowing you have Persona, you can deny heals here. It might not even be a bad idea to go to 5.
It's just that you know that your opponent's going to try to lock you at 3 the entire game or 4. That if you want to just take it easy, you can. But if you go to 5, that means that for the rest of this game, Trung can just go like, okay, I can just keep single meteoring because like the crit doesn't matter.
That's true. However, another thing to keep in mind, you can double heal back down if you choose to 5 meteor, and I think that's huge, especially in a matchup where it's just constantly about the pacing. Healing is, in my opinion, like really big in Overdress.
Yes, 100%.
Heals matter a lot. Like a 5th heal in your deck.
Yeah. So we see Persona Ride. Going to be searching the 2 and the 1.
Whew.
So Neat in his Meteor Shower going to get that extra draw. So this is going to be probably a 2-2-1 for a 5 Meteor turn potentially because...
I think this might be a 5 Meteor turn.
I mean, look at Johnny's deck size. It looks relatively compressed already.
Yeah, I think they need to kind of start applying some pressure here. So I would go for the 5 Meteor, especially since we are aware that there's another Persona in hand. So you can honestly go in here, try to like get that hand as small as possible, and next turn you can even probably go for like a 3 Meteor play and be perfectly fine.
Yes, exactly. So we can see Combine Rusher swinging in with first. Okay, so we're going to be, there's no intercept available, so that rear's going to stick on the board no matter what.
Yep, exactly.
So let's just see here. So basically, if this damage gets taken, which Trung is going to do, this means that the heal option is off for Johnny. So maybe he's already drawn into a lot of his heals, and he's just like, they're not even there anymore.
Yep. No, I completely agree with you. It's very interesting here. The attack pattern was definitely not something I expected.
Yes, but it is valid depending on what the contents of the deck are.
Yeah.
So we see the Perfect Guard come out for Trung.
Yep. So here, something to really notice here, the meteor difference is
the crit.
Oh, and they're running that's one of the newer Festival Collection grade ones. You don't see that card being run very often, actually.
Yeah, that's right. All right, both OTs are out for both players have been guarded with. So now
do we see a Persona?
We don't think we do, but we do have a Meteor in hand.
Yep, we can play that.
And then we're going to use the Combine Rusher to bring it back out.
Yep. Such a great card. Like, we're really seeing the Combine Rusher shine like crazy here.
Yes.
Oh, there's your Ava starter. There it goes.
There it goes. All right, well, Trung sadly going to be a 1 Meteor turn again here.
Yup, it's going to be like that probably for the rest of the game.
Running out of gas. Not seeing those personas does hurt.
Yup, exactly. Well, luckily enough, seeing Burrito is actually pretty massive in my opinion. But you really need that persona to like really clutch out those plays.
Exactly.
But hand really matters here too, because Gravidia, you kind of need to find perfect guards like ASAP. If you don't have enough perfect guards, you have to keep burning them. Eventually, you have to start saying no guard.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see. We have the 1 meteor turn here, and I think Johnny's just like, all right, we're gonna PG and stay safe, but this gives the option for Trunk to just swing rear
exactly.
if the dries are checked, if the checks are dry. We see a heal. That's big.
There's the heal. That's big. That is big. Getting the grade 2 out just like that.
Yep. Getting that meteor into jump and a crit. Ooh. All right, this changes things. You don't really. You might want to actually push with the combine rusher here. Try to confirm a damage and then
apply pressure.
Yeah.
Once I have the 2, it's go to 4 and then apply for lethal with the other side.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be an interesting turn of events here as Trung heals down to 3 once again, and we're going to see heals be live for both players on this end. Ooh, and we see it's going to take the 2 damage here.
I would have taken it too, to be honest. I think that's the way. You need the counter blast. And next turn we have another persona coming, so you're going to use both counter blast here and try to close out the game.
Yes, exactly. So we see a swing to rear, get the combine rusher off of the board.
It'll be coming back very shortly. Here's the persona, another draw, 10k power to the front row. We're going to be searching for 2 more meters if we have any to even grab, which we don't, but it's okay. There is a burrito coming. We have one more burrito coming down soon.
I'm pretty sure there's a grade 2 in the drop zone as well in terms of the burrito skill.
Yep.
Being able to pull that up.
Yeah, but it's always something. At this point, you just kind of want to just. I believe that's a 4-card hand on the other side. So that's not that much, especially under a persona turn.
Well, let's see it.
Only 3 damage. So.
All right, center going to come down.
Shield. Interesting. Choosing not to go for the combine play here. Oh, wait, and we have the new card.
All the on hits, so you're going to be able to essentially just bring that back into the deck.
Yep.
It's going to be pretty good.
Exactly. I see here what the thought is. Trying to read the card. That card is so rare. You don't see that card at all.
Yeah?
It's such an underrated card. I remember it being pretty good. I think you cycle back some meteors or
yeah, it's on hit. You cycle back 2, and then if you or up to 2, and then if you did 2, you can retire to draw 1.
Ooh.
So
fancy.
It's a bit of cycle. It's a little bit of draw. It's it does a good little job.
Yep.
So and it's also just hit pressure. It just forces out your opponent to kind of like feel that pressure a little bit.
Yep.
Which is always going to be doing a lot of work.
Personally, like that card a little bit more than the grade 2 on hit. If I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah. I agree with that. So let's see here. They're checking the deck size. Is very important. It's like, all right, how compressed are you over there?
Yep.
Got to make sure we don't see any big fancy triggers just shooting off left and right. All right.
Okay, let's see. So this is honestly such a weird situation to be in. Oh, that's a crit. Crit to Van. Power to rear. Taking 2 damage here? We're taking 2. Just like that. Another persona. That was another persona that went to damage.
Oh my god, they're just flying left and right.
And now we're guarding the rear here.
And it should be a 1-card PG.
Yep. And there's the 1-card PG. And that's it.
Trung stays alive.
Another persona out of deck like that. This is pretty unlucky. You really need to see those personas. And it's unfortunate because the other side we've been seeing a persona after persona after persona.
Yeah.
So the aggression is really high here.
Yeah, and I guess it's interesting because we're seeing, a battle of 2 playstyles, like a battle of concepts here between like Pure and World.
Yep.
And right now, Pure is just kind of showing this, you're playing a bit more meteors, you're also seeing them a lot more.
Exactly.
Oh, he's going to make the 13k column.
Ooh, that's an interesting play here. It still hits, actually.
It's do or die this turn, so you kind of have to.
Yeah, you don't really have a choice. That crit isn't going to save you, and it's a 5k. It barely hits over, but, with the damage that we're at here, being at 5, anything matters.
Meteor into. That's unfortunate.
That's
5k
a
guard.
Very scary drive.
Johnny's got it. All right, the deck size is very limited. Buckburrito still had one in hand.
Wow.
Can Soul Blast one to find another meteor for the 1 meteor turn here just to get the power.
Just enough to just break through.
All right, Gravidia's going to swing here.
Popping the Boba Mine. Very good choice to pop here.
And we're going to see the draw come out into a crit for 2 damage. Heal.
A heal.
On 6.
That's pretty big. That's pretty good. Can we get another one out? To stay in the game, just barely.
We haven't seen too many.
We haven't.
Seen too many.
Oh, that's
the crit.
Oh, and that's game. Just
We're
like
gonna see GG's as Johnny takes it. Johnny Johnson, might as well call it JJ's
Yep.
over here, taking you with pure Gravidia over Trung. A very beautiful battle of concepts. Unfortunately for Trung's side, definitely was on the lower end of the roll.
Yep.
Because of just not finding those Persona rides. But for Johnny, you know, we saw Persona ride drawn into from very early on.
Yep.
And as long as, I feel like in this deck, as long as you have one, that's all you really need. Because you see that one, and then you have the draw power to just keep connecting. And you have that connective tissue to just, like, bring in more and more and more and more and have, like, a constant rotation of meteors and draw power and finding your pieces and combined rusher coming out. So, honestly, well played by both players.
Yeah, of course. I think, so that's actually why I prefer Pure. Because you're deck thinning so fast, you're going to see your personas faster. And I think that's massive. As someone like that's literally faced that to Johnny, that's a scary deck. Like, he's been playing Gravidia, I think, literally for a year straight. I don't think he's changed decks at all. And by the way, it was max priority back then too.
Wow,
like, this is Springfest. So it's very insane to see. But I think very well played, very well designed. I see the little changes since the last time I've seen the deck, and it's just insane. But I think that Pure Engine is just so nice because I'm telling you, those early draws get really far.
Yeah.
And that cycling. Sometimes you'd be surprised, but sometimes you just see 5 meteors in your top 7, and then you just go boop, 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 boop. All right.
Yeah.
And you can pace a little bit faster. I feel like World, you have to be so much more careful with your plays because you can make one wrong move and it'll cost you the whole game.
Yes, exactly. Like, this is the place where you make a misplay, you're going to get punished.
Yep.
And potentially in front of a lot of people.
Exactly.
So you got to watch how you play. And I think, honestly, every match we've seen so far on stream has been really impressive. Like, everyone's playing really well, high level of play, really cool decks. We're seeing, you know, 2 mirrors back to back, and it's like very different types of mirrors as well. You know, one of them is like the kind of more grindy decks. The other two are just trying to just like blast each other out of the game left and right.
Yep.
So very impressive showing from both players, and I think we've had a really cool round one. Being able to feature 2 games as well, I think we're very lucky to do that.
You guys got lucky.
As many players, we get to show as many players as possible, and I think, you know, I want to see as many more like kind of like different region showdowns as possible to, you know, make the most of the world stage that we only get to see once per year.
Exactly, because we had like Germany against Texas pretty much there.
Yeah,
that was pretty wild. But both brought Gravidia, and both brought very different Gravidia decks too. On top of that,
exactly right. You know, we have BRO where people can also show down, you know, like the intercontinental stage.
Much,
but you know, it's like in person live. This is the one time.
Yeah, you can only that one chance.
Yep, exactly. So it's been a very exciting time. I think round one has been really good to us. We've been able to see some really awesome plays, really awesome decks from all kinds of players from all kinds of regions. So we still have, of course, you know, all the way to round 6. We have plenty of awesome Cardfight Vanguard action throughout the day, but I think we are going to go for a short break as, you know, the players are, you know, getting ready to, you know, they're finishing up round 1. You know, most games are more or less wrapped up, and we're going to be going into round 2 relatively soon. But we're going to go for a short break. So if you need to restock your drinks, your snacks, you know, quickly get up and stretch a little bit, take this time to do that, because we'll be right back with round 2. So don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
Cardfight Vanguard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising, Bushiroad.
Welcome back, everyone, for round 2 of the standard stage here for the World Finals 2022. We are your casters, as usual, myself and Orange. How you doing after a little break?
Oh, it was a very nice break, but I'm also just super excited to see what we have in store. We went through Youthberg Mirrors, and we went through Gravidia Mirrors already. Round 1, already seeing some intense action, so I can't wait to see what we will be seeing in store for round 2. What would you like to see?
I mean, we got to see Youthberg Mirror. We got to see the Gravidia Mirror. You know, I was kind of baited. I saw the Eva starter. I was like,
yeah, you got excited.
It's like, ah, never mind. It's the good old. It's the trick in the book that everyone's used to. Play Eva starter to trick everyone, and then it's like, oh, I'm Morphist. Oh, I'm Gravidia. But I'd like to see some Eva. I think it's another deck that should be pretty popular. And, you know, we were talking about Lyrical earlier on as well.
Yeah.
I expect like a Michu or a Letitia somewhere along the line. Especially Letitia.
Yeah,
I feel like
exactly.
we're probably going to see it eventually. So looking forward to that. Maybe some Overlord, too. You finally got the Overlord promo in English as well.
Yes.
We haven't talked about that.
Very strong card.
So
Also, like, don't forget about the Deer Days promotion that we have going on as well for the sleeve art contest. Do not forget, you get to design a card, a sleeve for Deer Days, and you can enter. You have a month. We have the application form and all that stuff, so don't forget to check that out. The theme is spring, so feel free to get your artistic love out there. And, you know, any of us that are streaming, your art's going to be on stream now, so go ahead and, you know, apply.
Exactly. So with that, I think we're ready to get into round 2. So let's see what decks and what players we're going to be featuring in this second match. It's going to be Lee Yong-yik versus Paul. So this is going to be very exciting because this is actually the man, the myth, the legend, Joshua Lee, up on the left side. So this is a player that, of course, has a lot of success. He's going to be representing Singapore since he qualified there, but he's from Malaysia versus Paul Bredding from the States.
Wow. And looks like we have a Youthberg into a Lutetia match here, so we'll get to see two very strong decks competing into each other. One deck that has a Vanguard that also kind of quote-unquote restands. So we have another one that will restand the actual Vanguard itself with a lot of pressure and the Blitz order giving some early shield value. It's going to be a very interesting match here. I can't wait to see what we have going on here. Very excited.
Yeah, I think Lutetia in particular is a deck that I myself, run into tournaments here and there, but not like a crazy amount.
Really?
So I'm excited to see how it's going to be performing. It has like the Overlord playstyle plus the fact that it has like the very strong orders as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And you can search them.
And you can. My greatest part about the orders is that if you have like 4 and Soul, you just draw cards. Like so the way the game goes, you're just constantly drawing cards. And then there's a lot of power, a lot of beef. And here we have the new grade 2. This card on place. You can look at top 3, put a card into Soul, and if you see an order, kind of like what we're seeing right here, you can just put that into Soul, which is massive because you can start fueling your engine faster since you can only play 1 order per turn. So this is a really good way to start setting up. Here we have another order coming down, using the skill here to Soul Charge and then potentially call a card out.
Yep, exactly.
And we're calling a heal trigger because if you know how Yukia works, you can actually bounce your rear guards, and it could be any rear guards. So you can call triggers out and then bounce those triggers back to hand with the cost of a Soul.
Oh, and puts down the Yuika
and this
as
is,
well.
The pressure. We have an on-hit pressure going on here with the Vanguard, very big.
Yep, so that's going to be the Aura. A really important card because it's actually generic. Any deck can play her.
Yep.
And it's like, even if you don't play like an order-based deck, you can search out the Blitz Sentinel.
Exactly.
Which is really, really good. And in set 8, there's a Regulus piece, which a lot of decks are playing, which is the order that, if you don't have a Persona Ride after turn 3, you can just activate Persona Ride.
Yep.
We see the OT guarded with already.
Wow, another early guard. That 50k shield.
Yeah. And he's playing the generic OT. He's not playing the Keter one, actually.
Yeah, you are correct. That's really interesting. I think part of that is probably to apply pressure on the rear guards a little bit. And also, like, if you check that OT pretty late game, you can just, like, deck yourself out, and you can't really prevent that. So it's actually pretty interesting to run the Cray Elemental there instead.
Yep, exactly. So you get a bit more power, but don't risk decking out, especially in the mirror match where that could be pretty nasty.
Yep.
We see a damage check of a Youthberg Skyfall Arms on the side of Paul there, but we're going to see what he's going to go into. You can kind of fight back a little bit because going second, going first, you got to be a little bit careful when you call off the grade 1 Youth, because there, if you end up calling off something and, start, just getting a bit carried away and your opponent starts damage denying you, well then, we saw it in round 1, you lose your Temper's turn.
I just realized something. We haven't talked about that heal trigger. So that heal trigger is there potentially even for bottom decking.
Oh,
so
you're
I just thought about
right.
it. Of course, what are you going to do with that? It's a 5k, right? So why not call it out and force the bottom deck to happen? And then you're bottom decking heal triggers.
True.
So, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but it's just like process. I was like, why is that even there?
No,
it's just left there. And then I realized bottom decking. Why not bottom deck your triggers? Especially since you have a pretty high chance of checking zeros in your top 2.
That is true. That is true. So we're going to see Paul pick up the Tempest here off the top, off of the Schneisel. And also found a Maple off the Youth skill, which is
insane.
Going to be very useful because you can just intercept it away this turn, next turn, ride your grade 3, and it's back.
And with a deck that constantly rides grade 3s, Maple's going to keep coming back, essentially, because you're Persona riding pretty much every single turn since you can find them really fast.
Yeah, exactly. Filter through, find your cards, find your pieces really quick. We do see Joshua's hand, though. So Lee's hand is pretty low, as you said. The early game is, a bit of a struggle. But
it's something about how the deck is like you want to spit out board as soon as possible and just apply as much pressure as soon as possible and just go through all your engine as soon as possible. But as the game gets later, you actually start farming that hand back. So it's okay to, like, early on go pretty aggro.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, it looks like taking 2 damage there, going to 3 damage, hitting a trigger, and damaging that grade 2 and a 1. Wow, those are not the best cards to be damaging there. That grade 2 says you can, like, Soul Blast and get 10k to itself. It gets really massive in the situations where you don't see the other grade 2 that's on place. It gets a bunch of power and fills up your soul.
Yeah. So we're going to see the Letitia grade 3 come out here for Lee.
Yep.
So this is going to be pretty big, of course.
And we have 3 orders in the soul, so if we have 1 more in hand here, we can actually go for the full restand here happening. But we'll have to see what's going on. It looks like the digging is happening here. Oh, no, that's a Yukia. For a second I thought about it with the order.
Yeah, Yuika.
Yuika.
Getting in the soul already, building up nice and fast. And of course, got to start counting those curse plates. I think we have 3 orders, as you said, right?
Yeah, 3. And it looks like we do not have a 4th one, so we're not going for the double Vanguard restand here. But it's okay. 1 more turn, they'll probably get it there. Sometimes this early on, especially when you're going first, you usually won't see all 4 unless you're, like, super high roll into it. So 3 to 2 is usually a more normal number. But luckily enough, those girls on the side, the grade 2s, they're actually still pretty high. They get power on 2 and on 4 orders. So they're still hard to block.
Yeah, that's really good. And especially, like, he has the Vanguard booster there in the back. If that hits, you're going to be seeing the order anyway. So
exactly.
You're putting Paul in a situation where it's like, okay, you're kind of forced to take this attack, and we're going to see that. We're going to see the second damage come through here.
And then you have to guard this one here because it's really is pressure because, you can search out the Blitz order and then activate it and then get the draw, and then on top of it, you're getting the 4 in souls. So it's a lot of stuff that you're allowing your opponent to have if you let this attack hit here, right here.
Yeah, numbers-wise, a bit awkward. It's going to be like 24.
Yeah,
because it
that's
has
a
that
6K
extra.
in the back, I think.
So that's 35. That's already 2 to pass. Front
Ooh,
comes
that's
out
a
on the
front
first
trigger
check and a crit.
critical trigger, just like that.
All right, Joshua sees the drive checks.
There we go, going
that he
in.
wanted. Oh, heel's not going to activate.
That heel doesn't activate because of the early pressure we saw. Very painful. Wow, both players just going to 4 damage just like that. This is going to, our Youthberg player here is going to have to really try and break through that hand. The hand's not very large right now, but they're really got to break through. And having the Blitz order in hand, I think they picked up the Blitz there. Assuming they did, that'd be the smart play here. They'll be able to draw an extra card when they activate the Blitz.
Yep, exactly. So looking good for Lee here. Basically setting up the restand for next turn. It has the Blitz order.
Yep.
The search is out. So even if you have a small hand, you have a really good defensive option. Being able to just fight back essentially. So Letitia's wonderful tool. You have a 15k shield. And it cycles itself, right?
Yep,
You get the card draw, so
exactly.
It's absolutely excellent.
Just have to survive this like double Vanguard here with some rear guard pressure, and then you're good to go. So once you survive this, I think Lee might actually have the game here.
Yeah, like Letitia is a deck that a lot of players were preparing for this tournament. I actually talked to Lee prior to the tournament quite a bit.
Really?
And he was really debating on like what to bring. He's thinking about Magnolia because, of course, Inlet Unrestricted is really, really strong.
Yep.
And then, of course, you also have the ability to just, cycle so much and just a strong deck overall. But Letitia just felt like the right play because of like how much pressure you have, especially if you high roll a little bit.
Yeah, she's fast.
You see those 4 orders and you're just like ready to pop off.
Yeah, you can like finish the game off really fast. Whereas grade 4 decks, especially, they need to get to turn 4 to be able to actually play the game essentially. So when you're playing a deck like Leticia, you can just say, hey, yeah, the game's over. You didn't make it to grade 4, and yeah, I win. And I think that's why that weakness, especially, you have Overlord, you have Leticia, you have Michu. They're all pretty. Flagberg is another example. That deck turns online really fast as well. And you don't want to be playing a grade 4 deck under those types of decks right now.
Yes, exactly. So we're going to see Schneisel here, check top 5, and find a Persona Riot. That's definitely good for next turn. We see the beautiful FFR.
Yeah.
Youthberg Skyfall Arms on the Vanguard Circle as well. Looking very nice and snazzy.
Yeah, honestly, the recent FFR's art have been like really amazing. Very, very pretty cards.
I've also noticed in like set 7 they started to, or like set 8 as well. Like at first they just kind of had like the borders just like being there, but they're getting more and more like kind of artistic with the way that they show them. So for example, like there's in set 8 you have Archite, the new Branky red line.
So excited.
Her FFR, the border is only on the part where the monster is not on. So like where the monster is peeking out over her art, the border isn't there.
That's
so it's
pretty
like
cool.
The monster is like on top of the border. It looks really, really sick.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Actually, you brought up that deck. I can't wait to play it. I'm really excited.
Cool. It's really, really cool.
And here we hit a heal here.
Yep.
So thinking where to put the power. Yep. Okay. Let's putting the power on the maple here.
Yep. Gonna heal down to 3.
And healing, which is this is big. That heal is big. And then Oh, that was so that was an interesting grade 2 that we just saw there. That grade 2 says when you activate triggers, they activate 5k extra.
Yeah, so Reedy, she's actually grade 1, but she basically just Soul Blast 2 to increase your triggers by 5k, and it's not once per turn.
Exactly.
So if you play Youth, you build up a lot of soul.
Yes.
Because like all those revolt forms are just chucking back in. Ooh, the 0 and 1. He's gonna like, all right, I'm not putting the heal back.
Yep.
You do have to put something back.
Yes,
it's not optional.
mandatory.
So if your opponent gets that like the double trigger up the top with the Tempest, then you're having yourself a good time.
I think Lee played out very smart, forcing kind of that awkward situation to come up, to potentially just be like, oh, you get to put back my heal.
Yep.
But overall, just very interesting. Seeing that grade 1 tech that we were talking about earlier is actually a very insane card, especially, again, into mirrors. If you're going to see a mirror match and you're playing the grade 1 that increases your triggers, it also increases the stuff they have to guard with. That 5k actually really matters. And as you mentioned, since it stacks, it can become 10k. It just gets massive. And if you're checking triggers, that's it. You can close out games even quicker.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we don't see Sequana for the side of Paul.
The drive
it's a little bit
check.
unfortunate.
Yeah, it makes the pressure a little bit less. Only just a straight, beat down.
Yeah, but
so
still
here we have
pretty good. Ooh, the Persona right for Lee.
And we should have the 4 orders now active. So for those of you guys who may not know, with 4 orders active, you can restand your Vanguard on top of drawing extra cards, and usually the rear guards that TCA has to offer gain power as well. So they get pretty massive here.
Exactly. So it's gonna be big power.
Oh, wow. Here
gonna
we
get
go,
another
the cycler.
peek at the top 3. Let's see what
this
we have.
This card's so amazing. This card, honestly, is probably what's carrying Leticia. It's just such a strong card.
Yep. All right, so got to do the effect there. All right, and then, of course, it's nice that she also stacks on the bottom, so you kind of know where things are.
Exactly, and you're seeing, again, kind of similar to Ava, you're seeing more of your deck, so you kind of know what to expect sometimes.
Yeah. All right, well, for Paul, it's time to think how you're going to guard this turn because, of course, you're going to see a restanding Vanguard, and, you know, we've seen a few triggers here and there for Lee, but it's not been like a trigger fiesta.
Yeah, exactly.
So you got to be a little bit scared. You might want to guard this one and take the first Vanguard swing, see how it ends up, and then guard the second one. So it will be a bit easier to guard since it loses the drive at least.
I agree, and also it's also pretty scary. Sometimes you just never know. You know, you can go crit and put on Vanguard, and then now that's a 33, 38 swinging Vanguard with 3 damage. So it'd be pretty risky.
Gonna PG this swing, ditching the heal for it.
So it looks like... Oh, that is the over trigger. So this over trigger gives 10k to all rear guards until the end of the game. So these rear guards just got even bigger. They're already big, and they just got bigger.
Exactly. Looking real good. So, of course, Letitia, and we have the Persona Ride. We have the plus 5k from her own effect.
Ooh.
And then, of course, the plus 5k from the restand effect. And now it's time to get that restand with the OT live on it. I'm not sure where you put the power for the 100 million.
Honestly, I think Vanguard might be the play, but because the rear guards are already big.
Yeah.
Like, they're already pretty massive. They're going to be around 50.
Oh, the crit.
Oh,
2 damage. Pushing to 5. And there's still a drive check on the side here from the rear.
Yep, exactly. And that's a big number. That's a PG number at this point. So I think the 100 mil probably went to Vanguard to make it like a PG or die type of situation.
Yes.
And here, this is already probably like 70k. I'm not even joking.
Well,
like, that's a big girl.
All right, so we got. All right, we're basically dropping down 33, 48, 63, and then gets the. Oh,
yep.
I think we might have forgotten a drive check from the over trigger there. Oh no, not the drive check. I forgot. I'm confusing the OTs because we're playing against Keter.
Yeah,
and I'm like, where's the drive check?
No, it was all just power. So that column was like 15, 25, 35, 45, 55. It was like around 65.
I got ahead of myself. I'm like,
it's okay.
Seeing the youth mirror, I'm like, all right, everyone's playing Keter.
Yep, everyone's playing Keter. Everyone's got drive checks. All of you.
It's funny because Paul's not even playing the Keter routine. Is that?
Yeah, we already saw the Krail Elemental come out. No, interesting here. I don't think we saw Persona, which is actually pretty hurtful. It's going to make this pop off a lot less lethal, but we can go into the Gust still here and try to apply pressure with the drive check since we're not seeing the Sequana, as you've mentioned. Oh, there it is. Now we can go for extra pressure here. You know, we're putting out the Tempest here, calling out. Oh, wow, very interesting.
Gonna use a 2 soul.
Yep.
All right. Sequana being on the field is really huge. This will allow you to have the 23k swing on the Vanguard as well as getting the drive check on the second thing that you go into. And with this kind of board, you can kind of just go into Tempest to keep like building hand because honestly for Paul, the hand is a bit of a struggle right now from the looks of it.
Oh, 100%. But also something about that Soul Blast 2 here. So since we didn't see a Persona come out, actually this kind of is like a pseudo Persona almost because if you see the triggers, it's stacking. So you're essentially having a mini Persona turn.
Exactly.
If you hit triggers, of course.
It's a bit difficult for Lee here.
Yep. It's going to be a tough. You know, you're at 4 damage. You have room to take 1. I will say that not having Persona.
No, I think we did see Persona because his the normal youth perk that he had was
you're
the
right. Actually,
FFR.
You're right. Yeah. Sorry, my apologies.
All
if there's
good.
Persona, then these numbers are huge and they're really hard to block. Yep, exactly. This is the scariest when youth perk is under Persona.
Yeah. All right. For Lee, this is a little bit difficult. The hand is not exactly the healthiest.
Exactly.
And it's harder to pass this now because, you know, it's like each trigger is 15k.
Yep, exactly. And then also, we just see the OT get ripped, so, you know, we don't know what that mystery draw was either here. You kind of, we at least want like 1, maybe to 2 perfect guards here and have like a good solid 20k, 15k shields here because you need them.
Yeah, it's like if you guard with like 35k shield, that's still one to pass.
Yep.
Which is pretty scary.
Yeah. Usually, I think like if I was in a situation, I'd probably take this attack.
Yeah.
And then try to hard guard the second one since actually they might go into Gust here, so that would actually be really hard. Long story short, this is a very tough spot to be in right now.
Yeah, for Lee, he's had some really nice turns, being able to build up a lot of momentum, but
exactly.
Youthberg is still Youthberg.
Yep.
We're getting a trigger count. I think we saw like 2 in the damage. There's like a good quite a few actually, maybe like 8 in the drop zone or so. So we've seen at least over half. The hand is really small though, so there's still quite a few in deck. And of course, there's a lot of thinning. But I think he hasn't used any like Schneisels in a while. So the deck hasn't been shuffled, so a lot of triggers might have just been like dropped to the bottom.
That's very true. It's very possible. We'll have to see here because we also know Lee is aware of the triggers that are on the bottom of their deck as well. So
yeah.
And that's actually why we saw like a weird attack pattern there.
That is true, yeah. So for Lee, it's going to be rough.
Oh, so we're going for the, I believe that's a tutor pass, right? That's 43?
43 against 33. So that's
might need
right
that's
now.
a 1. Ooh.
5K is still 1.
Oh, wow.
So this is
you would
2
think, like,
now, 58.
Okay.
So we're going for a tutor pass. It's going to be the Reedy. Second check into a perfect guard.
Okay. Pretty safe, pretty safe. This is why I was thinking maybe going into like a no guard situation would have been a little bit less scary, I guess is the best way to put it. So the rear guards aren't getting power off of Tempest for this one, since this is the Gust turn. Oh, okay. Okay, now we're seeing the, there we go. That makes it a little easier.
And it's still scary. Oh, I was going to PG
this one.
Okay,
we got a Blitz order. But this is good. This is what I wanted. I think having a PG somewhere is very necessary on a turn like this. So there's Tempest. Okay, we still got one more drive check because this is Gust.
The crit.
Crits, that could be massive here. Being at 4 damage, you have to block. One side has to be blocked. Mandatorily blocked.
This is a 48K column because it's basically, it was already 23 base, 33 from Persona, plus the 15 from the trigger there.
That's a big 2 damage right there. Is there another PG?
Oh,
there is,
yes,
right there. And you know what's crazy is that next turn we got a lot of stuff going on. Going for it, that's really smart here, trying to knock out. She is so massive. Having a 3-card hand, being at 5 damage, you have to any attack matters here. This top deck is going to be huge.
Oh, just calls it out.
Yeah, might as well.
No hesitation.
No hesitation.
Joshua Lee going to get the draw, get the 5K power. So now don't forget that the OT is still active, so every single card has plus 10K on it.
That trigger is actually at 15 right now.
I love how he was just like,
nope, I don't care what it is. I'm going to put it down.
Doesn't matter. If it's an order, sorry about that.
We'll add that back to hand.
All right, first check going to be an order. Heal does not activate, but the power is going to come through. The 1 damage. Does it heal? Nope.
Oh, that's game.
Joshua Lee going to take it over Paul Bredding, playing Lutitia here into the Youth Bird.
That was insane. That crit scared me there. That when they ripped the crit off the Gust, I was like, oh my gosh. But as I predicted, 2 PGs.
Yeah.
It saved him.
The one kind of tricky thing with Lutitia, I guess, is that like when you want to use your Blitz PG, you're turning off the Lutitia Blitz order for that turn, right? So it's
true. You have to pick one or the other.
Because it's like, you don't get to do anything with it.
I actually didn't really think about that because normally I'm like, I'm either going to perfect guard or I'm going to blitz. But yeah, you can't do both.
Yeah.
So
it is once per turn, but really well done for both players. We see them just signing the match slips there. For Paul as well, I mean, I'm assuming that being on stream, they were 1-0 going into this.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You can afford to drop a game.
Yep, exactly. It's okay. Yeah,
it's 6 rounds, and I think with the turnout we will have some X2s even that make it into top cut.
Oh, yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah, that's very possible.
So it's going to be
bubble in.
Going to be exciting. So losing once does not mean you're out whatsoever.
No,
just
of course
have to win the remaining 4 rounds, and it's going to be pretty exciting. We hear some very exciting commentary from the V Premium side next to us as well. For some of you, I know people are making use of like the multi-stream functions and stuff.
Yeah, have all of them at once.
Watch all of them. I heard there's people doing like Discord watch parties.
Yes, my Discord has a watch party going on right now. Actually, they have all the streams open.
Yeah, if you're watching the stream at home, or if you're watching it at locals at a card shop, doing a little get together with your community, make sure to take some pictures, post them up on Twitter.
Yeah,
hashtag. BCS World Finals.
There you go.
I don't know what hashtag we're actually the de facto hashtag for the weekend is, but I'm pretty sure Bushiroad's probably tweeted out somewhere along the way.
Yeah, of course. Check it out.
But yeah, so that was a really cool round 2. We got to see Lutitia, which I think is it's like a deck that people know is really good.
Yeah.
But I think for a lot of people, they haven't really seen why it's good.
Yeah,
why is it strong? And it's like, as you mentioned at the start of the broadcast, the hand issue can really be scary. It's like
if you get
3-4.
rushed down, you usually get pushed very early, and then you have to play very carefully after that point. So usually if your opponent starts ripping triggers a little early on, that matchup becomes very tough as a Lutitia player. You have to be super careful. But the upside to it is because you're getting pushed so much, it gives you more room to heal. Because you can't really guard anything. You kind of have to take it all unless you're using the Blitz order. It gets very close. But the hand does build. As we saw towards the end, they were starting to accumulate like a 7-8 card hand because, drive check after drive check, and you're only discarding 1. So you're still plussing somewhat. And then on top of that, the grade 2s, they're giving you free board. And that's also really huge.
Yep, exactly. So it's really nice that, we get to see the deck in action like that.
Yep.
Because, you don't, everyone knows that Youth is really good. It's like you're not seeing our stream right now, but we still get a little bit of a view from the players' cameras. They're exchanging Twitter, fist bumping.
That's so cute.
That's what World's all about.
You're
meeting people, you're connecting with them. It's like doesn't matter win or lose. Like you're here for this like big international event to exchange information, exchange memories.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a really good time.
And plus, like I mean, some of these players, you this might be your first time talking to them, and or you might be even admiring some players, like Derek Dow's like out there, right? And a lot of people know him. So if you're able to play against him, now you can also become friends with him. All that kind of stuff. Like just being able to become friends with the more competitive scene is never a bad thing. So
yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of the great things about events like this, being able to connect and network with a bunch of people is, we're all here because we all love one common hobby.
Yep,
and of course,
exactly.
Making use of that and making some great memories and meeting some awesome new friends is part of the experience.
Yeah,
right.
Of
so
course.
I'm excited. It's been really, really cool so far seeing a lot of the decks compete. There's still a lot more I want to see. I want to see Magnolia somewhere down the line.
That would be interesting just to see the
Ava.
unrestricted. Of course, I would actually love to see an Ava match, just even for you, just to get excited and everything. It is like your baby, so.
It's my baby. It's my baby.
I'm more excited. I really want to see, like I said, I want to see Zorga. I want to see Green on. I really want to see that matchup. I want people to understand that the new cards that came out are actually pretty solid. So I'm excited to see that. If we see that, I really don't think so. If there was a Green on player, there'd be like one in this entire room. Honestly.
Yeah. I'm also just been kind of like looking at the player list that we have of like people that qualified, and it's been pretty exciting for Standard because a lot of new names, right? Because this game has grown so much over these last couple of years, where it's like we had, a lot of events shut down and stuff, and like Overwatch started, and a lot of people got into Standard. But their only way to really like express themselves and show up on the competitive stage has been through like online events. So like for a lot of people, this is their first big major event in person.
Of course.
And it's like the beginning of their tale, right? It's like
the start of their competitive journey. Yeah, which is huge. Like, the more you compete, the more you can like talk about your experiences, and the more we know too, we can talk about your experiences as well. So the journey starts here. Yeah,
so it's like even there in that matchup, for example, like Joshua Lee, he's a player that's been around for a really, really long time. So it's like he's a recognizable name, especially in the Southeast Asian community. He's always like traveling around, participating in a lot of the events, playing multiple formats as well. But I looked through the like list of players, and there's quite a few names that I was like, oh, like I don't think I've seen them before. Or like there's people that have been to like past World Championships, like Sergio is one of the players that I've seen before. But then there's like some players that I'm pretty sure, like Teddy Ewan, for example. I'm not sure if he's actually here with us today, but that's a player that I think is pretty well known for Zero, and streams Zero quite a lot, and does a lot of content like competitive Vanguard Zero, and made that little like pivot into the TCG and managed to do pretty well and get that Worlds qualification. So there's some players that it's really awesome to see them compete. And I think it's going to be really cool to see how, whether it's going to be one of like the veterans of the scene that wins the World Championship, or if it's going to be the new blood.
New blood, yep.
Right?
And that's the most exciting part about it is like you just don't know. The Standard is so like all the decks are just so close. Like all these games we've seen so far have all been really close games.
Yeah. Exactly. So I think it's been really, really exciting. And, for those of you that are on social media, make sure to put in your predictions on who you think might take it. You can actually go to the BCS World Finals website and take a look at all the qualified players for each of the formats.
See the whole roster.
So if you have someone you're rooting for, somebody you want to support, make sure to put it out there on social media, on Twitter, for example. Because, sometimes they'll have like a bad beat, they'll have like a rough game, or like some bad luck here and there. And it's like those supportive thoughts can be really what carries them through.
Yeah, it could push them through to win.
Yeah, just in the Twitch chat sometimes, it's good to put that out there. So spread the positive energy, spread the good vibes. And I think for us here, round 2 is like more or less wrapping up here and there. We see a lot of players like walking around, roaming around. We haven't really gotten started with prepping for round 3 just yet. So I think we are going to go for a little break as we get ready for round 3. And then after that, it's going to be the halfway point.
Oh,
so
yeah, that's true.
The day goes quick.
Yeah,
it's a long
ready.
day, but it goes quick.
Yeah.
All right, so with that, we're going to go for a short break. So make sure if you need to refill on your drinks, get yourself some snacks, or, get up and stretch. This is the time for that. And, of course, you can also check out the other streams. I hear that the V Premium side is still going pretty ham. So you can go check that out as well while we're on break here on the standard size. But we're going to go for a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
See you soon.
Cardfight Vanguard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising. Bushiroad. Cardfight Vanguard. The glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising. Bushiroad.
Welcome back to round 3 of Standard Bushiroad Worlds Championships right here. We are back here today. I am Outer Orange here with Different Fight. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. We had some really entertaining games so far in the first couple rounds, and now we have round 3 ready. The players are on standby. And of course, before we get into the game, don't forget we do have a special little campaign for everyone that is into graphic design or into Deer Days. You can have your own special design show up in-game by submitting a spring theme design into the application form down below. Make sure you do it before February 26th. That is when things will cut off. So it's a great time, special time for the community as well. But we actually have our 2 players ready for round number 3. This is the halfway point of the Swiss rounds as we have 6 in total. And we have a pretty exciting feature match here between Johan Alexis Lopez Flecha versus James Russell Albright. So it's going to be a very exciting time because we have James running Keter, which we've seen quite a few times, against Johan playing my favorite, as you can see from that hand, Eva.
Yeah, okay, finally got your Eva. Let's see how she performs.
At long last, I've been waiting for this all day.
So
I've been waiting all day.
Since you know the Eva matchup pretty well, how do you think Eva goes into Youthberg here?
So when Set 7 came out and Youthberg became like the most popular deck, we basically had to start playing draws again in Eva just because you kind of started to fall behind a little bit in terms of how much you're plussing. But fronts are just so strong when it comes to this build that it feels kind of bad giving them up, but you really do need a bit of that extra draw power.
Interesting.
But generally speaking, the deck can definitely fight. The deck definitely still has the gas, and I think the English players are in particular like in a really big advantage because they've had a lot of months to prepare for this meta, whereas for us, you know, like in Japan, Set 7 came out, and we basically just like had to adapt to like Youthberg being everywhere, not knowing how to fight it yet. So after some time, people were like, oh, wait, you can just like stall them out and let them deck out. Yeah. Which is like, you know, that's a very valid win con, and it's kind of the main win con for this matchup for Eva, but you know, you just kind of see, like, especially if they play this kind of aggressive turn 2 and they CB for like a Schneisel or something, you just damage the knights. Like, oh, well, you won't get a Tempest turn now. And you can use the Combine Rusher that we see in the drop zone there for for Johan to basically start fighting back against the board. So you can swing, like you can swing Eva into rear, basically just swing it rear, deny the damage, and not let them Tempest on their turn 3, which is really nice.
Yeah, I would probably do the same thing. I think that's definitely the right play here.
Yeah.
Oh, honestly, that drop zone is starting to get very well set up. We have the Combine Rusher, and we have the Obscurate.
Yep. So Obscurate, of course, going to be recurred time and time again from turn 4 onwards.
Yeah, we saw the drive check earlier on with the little grade 1 alien as well. Let's just set it back to deck.
Yep. So that is the Secondal. Basically, it's a really nice tool. Oh, I think we see James reading some of the cards. There's a matchup you got to prepare for if you play Youth. If you're playing Youth, this is your first time playing as Eva, you're going to be in for a rude awakening potentially.
Yep.
As the players that bring Eva to this tournament, I think, have playtested this matchup more than any other because they expect Youth to be very common.
Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, I love this order searching that you do here. Just like constantly finding and you can set up certain ways to just start getting your research orders going. I love it. Yeah.
The only thing to keep in mind is that because you shuffle every single turn, it's easy to hit time. Like that's the one thing
you gotta play fast.
Sometimes I'll be in tournament and it'll be, the shop owner that's like running the shop tournament will be like 3 minutes left. I'm like, oh my god,
but
I gotta play fast. All right, we see the heal come out. Going to be swinging to rear as expected.
Interesting.
And heal down to 0. That's really huge for Johan.
Going to the other rear here. Whew. Yeah, there you go. Knock that out. Interesting. So again, we're back in the situation of CB is face down. Schneisel is, pretty much inactive here. Tempest isn't active here. Unless you're, again, running the countercharger, you're just stuck.
Yep, exactly. So right now, when you're playing Youthberg, you got to keep in mind that, your turn 3, you're either going to be committing to something here if you have like a Sequana, or just like thinning the deck out with Youthberg's effect and just, calling it a day basically.
Exactly. Here we are doing Youthberg's skill here, searching for potentially something to get to hand.
Let's see what
looks like we're getting a Gust.
Pretty good.
Putting it to the bottom. Gust is really good for that late game pressure.
Yes, absolutely.
Moving up the grade 1 here, getting out the Sequana. Interesting way of
I
setting
like
up.
this,
It still hits, so might as well.
Yeah, I'm going to intercept away.
Yep.
It's going to be just 13, so you could technically do to pass this, but going to choose to take it.
I would take it too.
3 and a PG. That's pretty good.
You hit a defense here, and it shuts down this entire combo, which is exactly what we just saw happen. On top of that being a 0 damage, you still want to... Ava does counterblast quite a bit as well, so you still want some counterblast. And it looks like they're passing turn, choosing not to, get rid of that hand there. Just makes sense. It makes sense because, this is interesting.
Only issue that you lose out on Sequana here.
Yeah,
most
exactly.
Likely to get bound from the experiment successful.
I was thinking the same thing.
There it is. Going to draw 1, discard 1, and then you can Soul Blast 1 if you have 3 or more orders set to bind one of the rear guards on your opponent's side of the board.
Exactly.
And of course, bind is a keyword that we don't see in too many decks in Standard yet.
Yep.
Slowly ramping up, but Eva was one of the first to start binding away your opponent's cards.
Yeah.
And it's definitely quite annoying.
Oh, it is, because the bind zone, especially in most of Vanguard, is actually very hard to reach. Sometimes your cards just get stuck there for the rest of the game, and you just can't do anything about it.
All right, interesting. So he chose to use the CB on the Combine Rusher there instead of using Eva's Search effect. And so basically going to be just Combine Rushering with the Bubble Mine.
Yep.
It's going to be a 28k swing, and then we're going to see it get taken by James here. Going to see a Persona Ride flying off into the damage zone.
Yep. We have Bubble Mine skill going off here, using the countercharge and then counterblast again for Ava's other skill, which lets you pretty much search for the grade 3, call it out, and get the crit.
Yeah, so setting up the double Obscurate, of course, these cannot be retired. They get plus 10k when they attack, and when placed by an effect, they get a crit as well. So getting the extra crit, of course, is really huge because you get to just kind of pressure your opponent. It's like, all right, you have to think how you're going to guard / take the attacks this turn because there is a big attack coming through at the end.
Exactly.
Checks an Obscurate and a crit. Crits of Vanguard going to put to 4, which makes this Obscurate on the side actually lethal.
Exactly. There's a lot of damage. We do see 1 trigger check. Makes it a little easier to guard this number here. But still, you still got to guard because, it's a crit trigger. And then going in again. Yeah,
choosing to keep pushing. Just want to force out hand and basically obviously putting them to high damage means that your heals are inactive and they can also heal down to 3 or 2. But we see the Persona right here come out for James.
Yeah, now with a lot of counterblast to work with here, you can actually start doing something here. We can go into Tempest or Gust or whatever we choose to go into. If we find some stuff off of Youthberg's discard skill, maybe try to push here, because Ava's sitting at what, 1 damage right now, so sitting pretty well. You have the double intercept, which is very beautiful to use when on the first Youthberg skill. You don't really want, unless you want them bottom deck, which sometimes you do. So you can kind of set up however you want, because you can lose them too.
Yeah, so we saw one of the Obscurades get drive check, so there's a chance that there might not be any left right now.
True.
So there's a chance you do leave it up.
Yep.
So we'll see.
Can reason just have a 1, leave the other one on the board too.
No Sequana, so that Sequana that he called down last turn was actually the only one. We do see a heal, but no drive checks is going to hurt a little bit.
Yes, agreed.
Order goes down to damage.
Yep.
All right, so we're going to see the Tempest come out in the end, so it's going to be a no drive check Tempest, so it's going to be just like a 28k swing that you can just guard with the front if you play them.
Yep, exactly. Here we have the Cannonblast coming in, top 2. Let's see where it's a 1 and a 2, and we do have a 1, so we're going to bottom deck.
There's a Condal there.
Yep.
All right, well, also good. Found the Sequana off the top, which is going to be huge for next turn.
Exactly. And this is kind of like a grindy matchup overall. This matchup can go on for a while.
Yes.
As you mentioned earlier.
Exactly. So it's going to be a pretty long game. So strap in and going to swing the Tempest into rear here. Going to allow that to go through.
Interesting.
20k swing coming through from the Wayward. So it's going to be exactly 10k to guard. Let's see. You might, I think Johan might actually want the CB, and he's going to take it. Losing
another order.
orders.
Yeah.
It can be a little bit rough for the long game.
Another
one
order.
Goes
oh my
to
god,
damage.
That's 3. Well, we know what's not in hand, potentially. Probably no orders. But it's okay. Luckily enough, Ava's skill does let you dig pretty deep through your deck. You know, that's not all of them, I assume. There still might be a couple left. So we'll have to see here. But it is going to be a lot harder to dig through with only the top 3 now.
Oh, we saw 3 triggers off the top from the Ava search, which means that added the front because that is the highest shield value you can get.
As well.
You know, it's always good to have the 20k shield ready.
Yep.
But I think, oh yeah, he ditched one of the Obscurades earlier for the ride deck, so it's actually all of them out. So basically, you kind of just have to swing with Ava here and call out the Obscurade from deck. You can choose to search deck first in order to shuffle your stack. Looks like he's going to choose not to do that, so I'm assuming
Play from hand.
He did send 2 triggers to the bottom, so I personally would have shuffled first and then called, just to kind of like get that, you know, the triggers actually come out again.
So the ruling is you can choose to search both, essentially?
Yeah, so essentially
search deck and
you
hand?
get to look at deck first, say no target, and then still search hand and call.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
So it's pretty important. I've had it like come up on a tournament. I was like, I had to pull out like the actual official like Japanese Vanguard website, go to the Eva page and like the Q&A section that says like you can do that.
That's interesting, because I wasn't sure how the wording is on for that particular skill.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's like I think we might have had another case in previous Vanguard formats where like you weren't able to do that despite it being worded in a similar way, but
with it matters how it says that. Yeah.
All right. Well, we saw the PG come out, so right now we have 4 damage, 5 damage even for James. So going to be back against the wall, but we do know there's a Persona Ride and a Sequana in hand, so the hand's pretty good. The field hasn't been disrupted because we didn't see any experiment successful come out for the bind. And, of course, not seeing another order means that you don't get the grade 1 order popping off to, you know, recuperate the Obscurates from drop.
Yep.
So I think if you're Johan, I think you're hoping that your opponent Tempests you and puts one of those Obscurates to bot deck.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of want to. Oh, that was a very
top
juicy top 3. Very juicy top 3. We'll have to see sort of what the game plan is here. I think I would go for the Sequana, to be honest with you, but
already has a Sequana in hand, so I feel like you might want to just like compress and just put the Wayward to the back here. So
I might as well shuffle here too.
Oh yeah, the Wayward also popped off from the being discarded for the Youthberg, so can use some CB here. Find. Look at the top. We find a Gust.
Yep. Got a lot of triggers in there. Woo.
Better shuffle those around.
Yep.
All right, so for James, gets the power up as well on the Schneisel. And luckily for Johan, I mean, the hand is pretty big, slightly out of heal range, but it's going to be like guarding all of these attacks will be a little bit annoying with the Persona Ride and the 33k.
Yep. And we got the
column.
Sequana now too, which means we have extra drive checks on top of that. And you can kind of choose to go to Gust or Tempest here. I assume Tempest will probably still be the way, but you can kind of Gust and try to finish the game too.
Yep, so we're going to see the 48k here, going to be a 2 to pass.
Okay.
All right, let's see the drive checks. We see a Gust into a crit.
Okay, nice, nice.
We're threatening lethal here. You can put out the Schneisel because this way you can like
swing with the Schneisel first.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Give the extra power to the Vanguard, and you get to, you know, apply that, like, you have to guard it because you have no choice.
Yep, and using the Sequana first here before the Gust, very important. If you actually use in the wrong order, you cannot
can't get the drive.
So
okay.
it's very important.
Very intense game. Okay, I see it. We're seeing a lot of these small interactions that are actually making this a very good joy to watch. Interesting. Not swinging with the Schneisel.
Yeah, so probably just choosing to kind of like see.
Try
I think he hasn't seen the OT yet, so might be also banking on that.
Okay, that's a front.
Big.
That's actually really big. Another Sequana.
Pretty good.
I think that front's pretty massive actually here. It makes that lethal column even more lethal now. But it's okay. PGs exist potentially. I don't know exactly what that hand's looking like, but
yeah,
we'll have to see here.
We have 4 cards in hand here for Johan.
Okay.
PG and dropping the Combined Rusher.
That is one way out of that. And then here you kind of have a choice. You can swing into a rear guard. You can swing into Van. Where are we gonna go?
I'm gonna go into
the rear guard. Yep.
I think now it's public knowledge that all 4 of them are out.
Yep.
So
exactly.
It's up to whether Johan can draw into an order or not to start recurring them. We see the Persona right again.
I think that was a top deck Persona. The top deck into the order top deck. What?
That's beautiful.
That is amazing sight to see right there.
Gonna get the bind as well. There's a good time to either take out the
take out the shield? I would take out the shield.
Wayward can be a bit annoying too, but I think in this instance you do want to get rid of the shield.
Because that's 10k shield, so
yeah.
And 10k shield matters.
Unlike usual, Youthberg hands are oftentimes really, really huge.
Yep.
But both players have been kind of struggling to build up momentum in this game.
Yeah. You could tell that there's been some struggling going on. Here we activating that skill is because with the new promo, you get to countercharge and also get upgrade back, right? From drop?
Yep, exactly.
Nice.
So a result of the experiment henceforth coming into play here and going to be able to, of course, search out that upgrade from the drop, which of course means that you can then call it out from hand.
Nice.
Unfortunately, we don't see another Secondal here anywhere to put back one of the upgrades to the deck. Just a 1-card PG in hand.
Yeah, risky, but we're under a Persona here. Everything's swinging for pretty high numbers, even calling out the trigger there just to make the magic numbers happen here. So, it's looking pretty good. We'll have to see.
All right, going to drop that. So 30k attack, blocked by a 20k shield, and Eva's skill going to come out here. Unless he has one in hand, I think there's no... Uh-oh. I think we might have forgotten. Oh, yeah. Okay, so just making sure.
It was supposed to go to hand, yeah.
Yeah, so the upgrade there did go to hand. I think he countercharged, but forgot
to never grabbed the card
bring back the upgrade. Yeah.
Yep.
I think that's probably what that was. So going to add that back to hand just to resolve and call it off the Eva skill. Still not shuffling, interestingly enough. So let's see here. Eva's game swinging for just 28 because I think he used a search skill earlier.
Yeah. It's still really good, though, because, 28 is still like a magic number. It's still pretty hard to block.
Yeah, absolutely.
And everything right now is swinging for pretty much lethal because, you're at 5 damage, right? So 28 is very nice.
And I don't think I see maybe like 1 PG in this hand.
Yeah, there might be. I think there might be enough guard. I think this drive check's really going to matter.
It is a Persona Ride too, so we're looking at like 33, 38k like rear columns as well. So everything is pretty hard to guard. So in a way, Johan might just win off of raw power.
Yeah, exactly. Especially 28, 38. Those numbers are just so magical.
Exactly. So let's see, Johan just betting his life on these drive checks to see whether he can push through. And the shield value for James is also not exactly high.
Yep.
We haven't seen many heals from James's side.
Honestly, now that I think about it, we haven't seen that many heals in general from either side. So it's going to be very interesting here. So might be going for... So that's currently...
Oh, he didn't use the search skill, so it's only 23. Oh, but gets the crit off the top. Manages to break through the one to pass.
Breaks through, yep.
And we don't see a heal.
Congratulations, Johan. Making it through with Ava, your favorite.
Yeah, let's go. All right, Johan showing up. And, of course, bringing it to the top stage here.
Yep.
Running that Ava build. So doing very, very good. It's great to see, a lot of different decks succeeding. The one main repetition we've been seeing is, of course, the Youth perk. But especially on the Brancade side, we've seen Eva, we've seen Gravidia, 2 different types of Gravidias. Yeah. And, we might see even more, maybe like a prison somewhere down the line.
Yeah.
People were building Orphis to fight in this meta as well. It's going to be the fast deck to win real quick. But for James as well, I'm assuming again that the players on stream were XO at the time of being shown. So dropping a game in round 3 is not too bad.
Yeah, no, of course. Plus, we're already halfway through the tournament at this point, right? So being one loss in is perfectly fine.
Yes. Exactly. So definitely a great game.
Aww.
And we get to see some awesome.
Some fist pumping.
Yeah, the fist pumps. So just
I actually know
off.
James as well. Again, another person that's not too far, not at my locals, but I've actually faced them in the past too. So very nice to see like familiar faces through all this.
It's also like Johan is also representing the Puerto Rico community. So it's really cool to see players from all the way there. Did you go there?
That's right. I went there. Right? I was trying to remember why Johan looks so familiar on the camera just now, and I was like, wait. I've seen Johan before.
Yeah, you went to Puerto Rico for BCS.
I did. I
How was
that? It was actually amazing. I highly recommend if you're ever wanting to travel and you're kind of tired of the States, Puerto Rico, they go so hard there. They get so excited.
Yeah.
They're like screaming and shouting top of their lungs. But top 8 was the most exciting thing ever.
Yeah.
I've never seen a community get so hyped over Vanguard. Like it was definitely a sight to see. And honestly, they were so nice. And they did a little streaming too. And did some interviews. It was really sweet. And then I actually topped that event too. So with Flagberg. So it was very, very good stuff. So it was just a very. I highly recommend it. At first I was kind of weird about going, and one of my friends wanted to go, so I went. And then I was like, wow, I don't regret that at all. So I highly recommend it.
Traveling around and getting to see a lot of these different locations and like meet the different communities is like one of the best parts of playing this game competitively. Is like you go to so many places.
Yep.
So I definitely have had some really cool experiences too, like going to like in this last year mostly around Japan, like going to different parts of Japan that I've never been to as well.
Yeah.
Like Nagoya was a very interesting experience because it was just like meeting people that can't really come up to Tokyo, you know, because a little bit far. So it's really cool to like travel around, see people, meet people, and just have this awesome experience. And it's part of the reasons why people play card games, right?
Yeah, you have the chance to travel. And honestly, I think the biggest thing about stuff like this is being able to travel and see what's different aside from your own local scene.
Yep, exactly. So it's a really good time. And I think, you know, some key takeaways from that game as well is like, I think seeing how the youth versus Eva matchup can be played in like pretty different ways. Like, you know, we were talking about like the stall method and like, you know, just like stalling it out, playing the long game, like decking each other out. I think like that's the kind of game plan I've seen a lot more in Japan, which is generally speaking known for like playing more like methodically, a bit slower, like everything's kind of paced out. Like you don't really see people play very aggressively. Like I'm noticing a lot of youth players here are playing very differently from how I see them in Japan. Where like in Japan, everyone's like, don't call stuff down turn 2. You're going to get damaged tonight.
Oh, it's like the opposite here.
We're here just like people go
people
full
just
board,
go ballistic.
Boom.
They're like, swing. And as many attacks as possible.
Yeah, so
which was actually hurting James there for a second. You know, that early aggro, though, it really, I feel like it hurt the early game there, even for the grade 3 early game. Because I'm with you. I think it's a little risky unless you have a way to get your countercharging back. Like if you're not running like 4 or 3 of the countercharger, it's very risky to go that aggressive. And the deck space is pretty tight. You know, your grade 1s are kind of locked in. You have your Shaquana, you have your Angel. You kind of don't have that much room to add more stuff, right?
Yeah,
so,
everything's a piece.
Yeah, like exactly. You kind of need to. You need to see your grade 3s. You need to see your grade 2s. You want to see your Schneisels. Personally, I'm not a big Schneisel fan. I would actually like lower that just to run more counterchargers because I think Tempest is just a really insane card.
The one thing I don't like about the countercharge is that it, like you lose a card because it removes itself.
Self-retires, yes.
It self-retires. You don't get soul from it or anything either. So
she goes to soul. I'm pretty sure she goes to soul.
I think she retires herself.
I don't remember. And she either retires herself or goes to soul. One of the other, and you get 5k to Vanguard.
Yeah,
one of two.
So it's, I don't know. It's like I'm not the biggest fan of it, which is why a lot of youth players just kind of accept that you're going to have the CB issue, but then take the trade-off of like, you know, how good the deck is and how much it pluses. Yeah. Getting some more support in set 9 as well. Pretty interesting cards, like, you know, the Garmor lookalike that everyone's called. Like, it's a bunch of power.
I haven't looked too much into the Keter stuff. I'm not a big Keter player.
Okay.
But so I haven't had a chance to look too hard. But I have been seeing a little bit more of that bottom decking thing. I think that's been going on as well, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So just more abilities. You know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting for Bastion Control to come back. Just Bastion bottom deck. Because they have a bunch of grade 3s that say bottom deck an entire column.
Yeah, they've been getting more of that lately. And I remember when I was playing a team tournament, and some of the youth park players were playing that like set 1 common order with like the Bastion's like like sword on it, and they were playing that purely for the mirror match and for the Bastion matchup because you're just like, all right, get that column out of here, like just get rid of whatever like Schneisel column they have set up with like a wayward or something. It hurts a lot.
It does hurt. It's like a double wipe
because you don't play orders normally in youth park. It's like you never like have that timing outside of like. In set 8, I guess, you run the Regulus piece, you know, but that's like only when you don't see your youth perk, and some people just play like the trial deck youth perk to see more persona rides.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But then you lose out on like the turn of like deck acceleration and going through your cards. So it's pretty interesting. And like even looking at a lot of the youth lists that have been like showing up today, like we are seeing some differences in terms of ratios. Like some people are playing Karubure, some are not playing at all.
Some are running the Shield Girl too. I don't know her name.
Yeah, Fride.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
we've seen Fride. We're also seeing Maples here and there. I've seen like, usually like 1 or 2 Maples.
Yeah.
I think in the current English meta, you can play 1.
Yeah.
When Chronojet comes out, you're going to need more because
Really?
Chronojet spins it back and then you don't see it again. So,
so is there a point to even run Maple at that point?
you still do because it's a really strong card in terms of like being recurable in a deck like that. So a lot of people do like to play it, but it's just a question of like, do you increase that in counts or do you try something else? Because it's kind of like Chronojet is like going to be really, really strong. And it's nice that in English it comes out after set 8 because then it's going to feel like you have a lot of stuff that's like on its like playing field as well.
Okay,
so,
that's fair.
But Chronojet is going to be really interesting. I'm looking forward to, I guess for your Springfest season, you're going to have it legal,
I'm probably going to be playing it, actually. I'm actually pretty into Gears and all that kind of stuff, so I've been a big fan. So I'm actually really excited to play it. And my other 2 teammates aren't as familiar with Gears as I am, so honestly it would make the most sense for me, to be honest. So I'll probably be playing it a lot. I think I love toolbox decks, so anything that toolboxes, I'm like all for it. I also got Ava because I'm probably going to be between those 2. So I think like a really solid team list will probably be like 1 Jet player, 1 Usurp player, 1 Ava player. To be honest with you, I think that's like a really, really strong matchup right there. Or if Magnolia starts showing up too, maybe a Magnolia instead. Since I feel like the English side just loves Magnolia so much more. Like it's just so much more potent than I feel like. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong, but I feel like I just saw so much more Magnolia presentation. Not that saying Japan wasn't playing it, but I feel like it was bigger here. Like people like everyone was playing it. Every single team was always one Magnolia. Every single one.
Yeah, I think before Magnolia got restricted, we definitely saw a lot of it in Japan too, but it just kind of decreased after the restriction list. And then when it got unrestricted, like the one thing is that Japan has Chronojet on top of the set 8 decks.
Yeah.
And we also have Ebisu, which is a really
Insane.
powerful deck that English doesn't have.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like taking up the slot where like you might see Magnolia here and there.
Yeah.
It's just not really.
And it's going to be interesting too, because without the Monster Strike meta, it's going to be interesting to see sort of like what's going to compete against Jet, because the Monster Strike was competing against Jet essentially. But now with that gone, like what else can take down Jet, you know?
Yeah.
And it's going to pretty much come down to decks like Ava, decks like Youthberg, maybe Magnolia. Like it's hard to say exactly what is the contender against Jet.
There's also Minerva in set 8
Minerva,
too.
that's right. I
really
haven't seen too much about it. Like I don't know how it's performing or anything like that, but it seems pretty strong.
I forgot to sleeve up my Minerva.
Oh no.
It's like I brought some set 8 plus decks. Like I brought like a Chronojet, brought my Ava, brought like Lukier and stuff of like the decks that I have from like the Japanese meta where we, you know, the decks that aren't out in English, so I can give people like a preview of what those decks will feel like. Because you're basically getting set 8 next week, right? So
yeah, we have the sneak peeks that came out yesterday.
Week. Yeah.
Starting yesterday, and then the set comes out next week, and it's ready to go. I can't wait. There's so much fun stuff in there. Obviously, I want to try Ava, but I'm interested in Minerva, and then Lukier is dropping as well.
Yeah, Lukier's also very fun.
And that Zero art.
So good.
Oh, you know,
good.
I'm not the biggest Lukier fan. I like her, but I didn't grow up with her like a lot of people did. You know, I grew up like on like
she was my high school
stuff.
girlfriend.
I believe you. I believe that's perfectly fine. But I didn't grow up on Lukier or Minerva. But I'm not gonna lie, this new art that's been coming out, I'm like, do I become a Lukier main? Because I've always been on the dolls train. I started on it because it was cheaper. So.
Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely understandable. So a lot to look forward to in set 8. There's a lot of really awesome decks that are going to be coming out for the first time, and of course being supported, and some really cool generic cards too.
Yeah, exactly.
In set 8. So for me, that was a deck, like a set that was really worth kind of like going into, just like opening a bunch of products. So definitely make sure to check your local stores. What they've got on offer as well for set 8.
I've already seen someone pull a Minerva like literally yesterday.
Yeah.
So anything's possible. So yeah, very exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a really good time. But we have round 3 basically wrapped up already. I think the players are just waiting for round 4 to get started. So we're past the halfway point here in the Swiss rounds. So with that, I think we're going to go for a short break.
All right, let's do it.
So make sure to also enjoy your lunch or dinner break for yourselves as well, watching at home or here in the venue. And we'll see you back here for round number 4.
See you soon.
Cardfight Vanguard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising, Bushiroad.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second half. We are here for the World Finals of the Bushiroad Championship Series 2022, and we have round 4 underway. We're going to have a very exciting game, but first, for those of you just tuning in, we have a special little campaign running for Deer Days that you can check out, where, of course, you can submit your very own original designs for potential sleeves that'll be added to the game. So these are themed after Deer Days in spring. So if you want to find out more or apply yourself, make sure to check out the application form in the bottom left there with that QR code, and you'll be able to be part of the fun yourself as well. But Orange, we have a very exciting round.
We do. I'm trying so hard not to say anything. This is going to be an amazing round for some of my favorite decks. I just like these decks. I think it's going to be great. We got potentially Greedon against potentially Orphist.
Yeah. I mean, I guess with this logic, it's potentially Ava.
It could be Ava too.
We were spoiling it a little bit, but that is right. We have on the left Minh Hue, a very well-known player from Vietnam, running none other than Greedon. And on the opposing side, we have Patrick Juan running the one and only Orfist Regis.
Yes, very good stuff. This is going to be a really interesting match. I will say I think Orphis might struggle a little bit against this matchup because the hand can be hard, but if you open up really well, you can just blow people out pretty fast.
Yeah, it's also like you aggress, but at the same time, you know, your aggression is like, well, they go to 7 damage, so it's like they have more chances to hit defensives.
Exactly.
And shut down your turns or like, you know, guard more efficiently, but both these players, I think, are undefeated so far with these decks, and I think that's pretty crazy. Like, Orfis Regis, I talked about it earlier, actually, at the start of the broadcast, how, like, some people in Japan were actually picking up Regis as, like, a way to fight the current meta. And just because it's, like, really fast, but, like, a lot of other decks need some time to set up or, like, thin the deck, it just doesn't give them a chance. It's like, go ham.
Yeah, because if you open up, like, well, you just can't do anything. Numbers get too big. They get too big, and you're constantly looking for orders. You're filtering pretty well, and you have the decision like early on, kind of like what we're seeing here. You can go between the grade 3 option or either of the 2s if you want to go for more draw, or more token power, or more aggression on the tokens themselves. Which here we're going for the draw more, and also trying to conceal what's in your hand too. You don't want to give away every single order that you're currently holding, and sometimes you purposely grab something else.
Exactly. Yeah. On the other side, Minh Hue is very famous for Greedon. He's from Vietnam. Actually qualified. I'm pretty sure qualified with Greedon as well in Vietnam.
Interesting.
And I gotta say, he's honestly one of the funniest people in this community I've ever met.
Really?
The dude is so hilarious. Spending time with him is just like, it's just free entertainment. It's too
really?
good.
I didn't know.
Minh Hue is a great guy. So I'm curious to see how it's gonna go for him playing Greedon here. And of course, we're seeing some set 7 splash in there as well. I just want to pull up his
is that
deck list real quick.
I'm trying to remember her name, but I know which one that is. Just can't remember the name of it. But that's really hype. I'm actually really excited to see how this plays out. I've been in my soul, I've been feeling that Greedon fuel. I just feel like Greedon is just gonna like just out of nowhere win a lot of this. Oh yeah, it's Miroslava.
Yeah.
It's Miroslava on the damage.
That's right. So playing a couple of copies of Miroslava, you know, just to have like the constant Persona ride going, because you just soul charge the Greedons, you know, you get yourself that extra big soul. And we're seeing like, you know, keep in mind that like Greedon got a lot of support in set 6. Like we're seeing the Kuvisky that's coming down here, you know, being the countercharger that this deck has wanted for quite a while. And you know, these are both decks that got support in set 6 because of course Orfist also got the very good grade 3 there that we just saw come down for Patrick too.
I love that grade 3, but something to keep in mind, I feel like both these decks got some like sleeper support that no one's really talking about, because they have like Youthberg and Leticia and Michu and Ava and all these other decks that are kind of like more popular, so people don't even know like what half of these cards do, but they're all pretty good. The grade 3 we saw lets you get extra tokens, which means you can extend attacks on your first grade 3 ride for Orfist, and then on Greedon's side you can actually not be scared of decking out anymore. You actually can just keep sending back cards while staying at 6 damage.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive. And we're going to have to see now. Both players are playing very aggressively. Minh Hue surprisingly pushing very hard.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. Because if I'm not mistaken, I don't think you need much Counterblast with like Greedon. And Orfist does need a little bit of Counterblast actually. So it is a little bit more risky for the Orfist player. That's a heal trigger going off.
Ooh. Well, with Greedon, it kind of depends what you're trying to do, right? If you want to go for like the multi-restand combos, you're going to need quite a lot of Counterblast. But in other cases, it can definitely be a bit on the lower end as well.
Interesting. I just know it's like very soul focused, so yeah, there's really, really good stuff to see. This is gonna be a really hard. So the thing about Greedon is you need to farm perfect guards like crazy. Like you need them so fast, and if you don't get them, you can just get one shot out of the game so quickly, because the restanding, it's pretty much just another variation of Overlord almost, but just with soul focus as the main engine, right? But restanding Vanguard with high numbers, guard restricts, power. It's a PG or a die in most situations.
Yeah, exactly, and it's like there is some setups, especially now with the new support, where you can get like, you know, the 3 Vanguard attacks pretty easily as well.
Really?
You know, you get the double restand, and I think we might be seeing that from Minh Hue. We did see both Miroslavas go to the damage zone, unfortunately for Minh Hue here, but of course you don't really mind that. I mean, you're ahead in damage. You're always going to be ahead in damage. This is the deck that basically doesn't let your opponent get in heal range like ever.
Yep, exactly. You're constantly at 6 while your opponent's at 5, so or less. So you'll be healing, but they won't be healing too much.
Yep, exactly. So it's been really cool to see, and I just want to see like how both players are going to play it out. We see the Greedon actually come on down here finally for Minh Hue. Oh, and he's also playing down the
Over trigger going to soul.
Ooh, it was a bit unfortunate.
Sorry, a little bit I noticed, but I noticed that the Dumbarino was on the left and the Token was on the right, which is very interesting to do because that draw I feel like is really massive into a matchup like this.
Yeah, I think you want to just push aggro and basically just like give the power from the Cubizia, from the Vanguard to that Thumbarino, just like push some damage as well.
Interesting, okay. Pretty risky.
Yep. We also see on the side there, he did call down the Dofundo as well. So, of course, that does open up the ability to basically just like get the crit on the side.
Oh, now we're taking 2 damage here. Go in. Go. Oh, that's a heal. Does go off.
Does go off.
So
the
we're
Steel players are very
again.
animated.
Yeah. Very excited here. So a little bit of that defense here, but here comes Greedon again, using the skill here to freestand. There we go. Putting in the rear guards in. Activating all their effects, countercharging, probably getting some power.
Yeah, choosing to keep the Dofundo on the board as well. I think that's,
Smart.
Gets the crit, so you have some nice pressure afterwards.
Exactly. And here comes the perfect guard. Which is what you want to see. That's a draw trigger.
Very good.
Okay. And you can actually afford to run draws now because you're not going to deck out anymore, so you can actually secure hand.
That's true. That's very true. Dofundo going to swing. This one's without effect. You do have to CB for that crit. And going to guard that with the defensive power that you get. Might as well make use of it, especially Orpheus that doesn't have as many defensive options because, the whole deck is just like half of it is shieldless.
Yeah, it is because you're running the grade 3s, you have the personas, you have your 9 to 8 to 10 orders pretty much depending on how you're running your build. You really don't have much shield, so you need to utilize every defense you get essentially.
He actually ditched the persona ride for the ride up, so probably have quite a few Regises in hand.
Yeah, pretty risky because the persona is honestly, persona kind of carries this deck. It's persona and orders. If you don't see either, you're very stuck. So you really, really, really want to see that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
but here we have the draw.
Minhyu was picking up. The Reg is like, what does this do again?
Pretty much. So here we have the really nice setup here. We got the Combine Rusher because we'll get the 10k. We also have the new grade 3. It says when it would be retired, you can call a token over it. By the way, that does include if your opponent swings into it. So it's very, very interesting skill.
Yeah, Nouveau-Ré is a very fancy little card, and feels like that's the support that Orpheus has needed for the longest time, and they finally gave it to it.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the day where we get even more Orpheus support. This is probably one of my favorite D decks, like just normally.
Yeah, honestly, Nouveau-Ré is very, very cool, and being able to turn 3, get you basically swing with these 2 rears, and then Orpheus is going to call out the token, and then
here we have the effect.
And you call over the Combine Rusher. 5 attacks, turn 3.
Yeah, exactly. 5 attacks, turn 3, and then you can stack with the extra power off the new grade 3 order. And then on top of that, calling over the Combine Rusher is so clean because guess what? You're just going to call out the Combine Rusher again next turn.
Exactly.
It's just going to keep coming back. It doesn't stop. That's a heal, another heal trigger.
Very big.
Very massive. This is actually so big. We were just talking about how Greedon will never let you have the range. And that's a crit too. But we've seen Orpheus heal 3 times now. That's pretty massive.
That is true. That is true. It's like a big exchange of damage on both sides of the field. And, I was saying earlier, it's like Minhyu's not going to let him heal much, but we're seeing going to go to 5. 2 Greedons in damage.
Wow. So that's pretty painful because you can only get the 7th damage going, essentially, if you have a Greedon and Soul, right?
Yep.
Ooh, scary.
Oh, that's his game.
Wow, what a clean sweep.
Patrick takes it.
What a clean sweep.
I feel like that was probably the fastest game we've had on stream so far.
That's insane. Oh, they're so big. They're sweeping so nice. Oh, my gosh. Wow.
Shaking it off. Oh, you can see Patrick Juan is just
beautiful. Woo!
Absolutely
happy
revitalized.
Face right there. Because, he went second, too. And, wow. Oh, my God. That was an insane match. See, that was actually a perfect example of Orpheus and numbers. Like, sometimes it's just too much.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's especially, with Greedon because sometimes, you don't have the biggest hand because you're putting a lot of it down to get, the restand.
Exactly. Especially early on, yeah.
So you're kind of also reliant on, how much your deck is going to push you.
Yeah, exactly.
If you roll low roll, it's going to be a little bit rough. But, again, we keep saying this every round, but for Minhyu, this isn't over, right? This is still dropping a game. It's not the end of the world.
Exactly.
You can definitely make the run through. Just got to keep at it, keep on playing. And for Patrick, Orpheus Regis 4-0.
I think this is okay. A while back, I was saying Orpheus is a sleeper deck. It really is. A couple weeks back, I was saying I truly believe that Orpheus has a shot because it does struggle a little bit. You do need to high roll, but if you high roll, the deck is just unstoppable. The numbers get too big. You're drawing, you're persona writing, you're ordering, you're attacking 5 times, as you said. 5 attacks on first grade 3 ride is massive, especially if you start opening up the grade 3. Your tokens get extra power. It just goes so fast. You can just end games really quickly, like what we saw happen here, especially against decks like Leticia. Leticia has a really bad early game, so you can just ride Orphist, 5 attacks. What are they going to do? They can't guard all that. So.
Yeah, exactly. It's really rough, especially when they get to go first. It's like there's such an overwhelming presence.
Yeah, exactly.
For any deck that's like piece reliant that needs to like save some of his hand to actually like be able to do anything, sometimes your only out is like to get the heal.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Go like, all right, I need to heal because if I like drop my entire hand to guard these attacks, I can't do anything.
Exactly.
It's like I just ride, swing past, like cool, I guess.
Yeah, I think Orphis roughest matchup is actually Youthberg. Because they farm really fast.
True.
And they're bottom decking stuff, which is like kind of like a hit or miss sometimes. But because the issue with Orphis is your hand is usually between 4 to 7 cards or so, depending on how much you're farming early. But because of that, you're also getting these weird positions where Youthberg just outscales you in hand.
Yeah.
And then you just can't keep up. So you have to just hope that you see all your pieces fast enough to make your aggro tokens larger than what Youthberg can provide in terms of their hand. So you have to be bigger than what their hand is, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's really hard to surpass into like super late game. Personas are super big into that matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Especially like seeing Nouveau as well to like make sure you have that like 5 attack combo because that's basically what won it there, right?
Yeah, you have to mulligan super hard. Like you have to, if you see your hand and you see like one decent piece, screw it, just throw it back. Find your orders, find your personas. Like find that grade 3. That's like your third like mandatory thing. It is a very pretty piece reliant deck, and then everything after that is like maybe like the Barino, everything else that you're running.
Yeah.
So
and I've seen quite a few like differences in deck lists as well. I mean, looking at the list that Patrick was running, like we see there's only one combined rusher in there.
That's
so
fine.
Seeing it was actually also, pretty lucky.
Is it in Ride deck?
No, it's actually
not.
in the main deck.
That's actually interesting. They happen to open up the one combine because, like, personally, I actually run my combine rusher in the ride deck because, I want to open that. You never want to be in a situation where you have to call your hand that much, and combine rusher saves you from all that.
Yeah, we saw it basically win with like Cubizia in order to like power up the Thumbarino and get that early push.
Exactly.
And, like, as an aggro deck, I guess you definitely want to be doing that because like being able to aggress means that you're going to be able to continue like working off of that momentum or take other decks off guard, basically, where they don't have time to recuperate their resources, kind of like make back their losses. So honestly, it's really interesting. The whole list is pretty interesting. He was running Thumbarino. We also saw the Tectan as well.
Which came up. And that Tectan just comes in so in handy. It's just another way to find orders, and in a deck where you're very reliant on finding those orders, that Tectan goes really well. And in Orphis also discard a card. You can just discard the penguin and just go searching for more orders, and then you deck then, and then you drive check 2 triggers. It's great.
It feels good. And then on Minhyu's side for Greedon, we saw like Milosava's there as well, but there's some other interesting techs. Like there's the one copy of the Ultrasound Siri.
Oh, really?
So she was the one from the Jejeweled trial deck, kind of like the nice little like tech searcher that lets you look around and of course like chuck stuff into the soul. There's quite a few cards from the Jejeweled trial deck that like are really good generically.
Yeah.
Just play them in everything.
I think honestly, just in general, like the trial decks, there's like at least one staple in every one. You have like Codwaller in like Youthberg. You have the Leonorn. Like I think there's a grade 1 in there that people run a lot. There's actually 2 different grade 1s that some people run in different decks. And then here in Jejeweled, in the Jejeweled deck, there's like 2 or 3 different cards that people just run.
Siri.
Yeah. There's like a bunch of like there's like the one that's on place like a top 2, 1 to soul, 1 to bottom or something like that. There's just like all these little small techs that you can just run in your deck to just add just that little extra buff to what other decks, which is crazy because they're generic enough.
Yeah, we see that grade 1 being played actually in like Chronojet sometimes.
Really?
Because they actually just try to filter in Japan. And then some people play in Look Here because that also helps you find like stuff like that. So for people building those decks in set 8 or the upcoming Chronojet set, something to look out for. If you see the Jeweled trial deck in stock, make sure to pick it up. I've seen it like walking around LA in some shops. I've actually seen it here and there. So it's definitely still findable. But those trial decks were very hot. They were a big success.
Yeah.
In Japan as well. Like I remember I had to like go first thing in the morning, go to the shop. I was like, please, do you have any in stock? And then luckily managed to get them.
That's really funny. We actually had a similar thing. Ours, especially the Youthberg trial deck, like completely went out of stock. Like it instantly. Like all you can pick up was like Leonard and like maybe Jejeweled. Like they were just both like the Youthberg ones like went absolutely insane. Instantly sold out. So.
Yeah, for us, the Jeweled one took a while to sell out because there wasn't support for it until set 7.
Yeah.
So then when set 7 came out, it was like, boom, gone.
Yeah, people on our side, like some people have been like, okay, well, we think Jewel's kind of spicy, so maybe we want to start. like early building.
Yeah.
Since we do have the luxury to do that, like we watch Japan, we're like, okay, what are they doing? Let's do that a step earlier. At least that's what I do. I always look at meta, like what's going on over there. I'm like, okay, let me grab these cards while they're cheap, and then like, you know, I do that a lot. I do that with Jewel too. Actually, I bought the deck just in case, just because I actually think that deck's pretty lethal sometimes, especially going first. It's a very strong deck.
Yeah, like put in the pre-orders, make sure you
exactly.
you got your product on time. Stuff like the Chrono Jet, like the premium.
Oh, I got
set
that
as well.
set.
It's
I got that
good.
set. I saw you open the box, and I was like, I have to get it. I'm one of those people. I like novelties, and I saw that that beautiful plaque with the with the crest in it, and I was like, how do I not buy this?
It's very good.
It's very well done.
I didn't buy the premium for the Messiah one because I was like,
true.
I like Messiah, but it's like I like Chrono Jet felt more kind of like monumental for me. It's like the face of G, you know. So I was like,
true. As
like the face of G, reintroducing a G mechanic to standard. I was like, I want to own this. But then I was really thinking about the Messiah one. I was like, I don't really want to play that too much, stuff like that. So I was like, I'll just settle for the normal one.
Hey, that's valid. But there's a bunch of Messiah players out there that I'm sure would love to get a hold of that. So
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Get your crest.
100%.
Put it in everything.
Yeah, and it's gonna be exciting to see upcoming product this year. Still, we have
so much.
The festival booster, not collection this time.
Yeah.
With they announced some reprints, and it's like the lyrical cards, the Wave 1 lyrical deck getting support.
I don't even know how they're going to do it. If it's going to be one of those things where if you persona on top of them, they get the effects of each other, or what they're going to do with all of them. Because to me, they look like they're grade 3s and not going to be grade 4s, to be honest. Or maybe they're rear guard focused where they have certain abilities as rear guard decks. Like, I'm actually really excited. I saw that and I was like, yeah. I was like, I'm hoping for Ballista.
Yeah.
Ballista, in terms of art, is one of my favorite cards.
Beautiful.
She's so pretty. And I have the DSR and I don't know what to do with it. So please, I'm hoping I can do some fun stuff with her.
Yeah. Fuzichoko Sensei does a really good job with her. Does always, she looks so pretty. I wonder if it might be like a Orphis Regis situation where, it's
maybe
just like
a completely new deck.
Alternate grade 3.
Yeah.
So that could be pretty interesting.
It could be, yeah, because Regis kind of completely took over the old Orphis. I kind of like the old Orphis more because it's more defensive.
Yeah.
But sadly, that 2CB is just really heavy.
It hurts.
It hurts so
it
much.
Really
and then,
hurt.
it's only a 3-attack deck.
Exactly.
You need those 4 attacks, sadly. I mean, sorry, 5. 5 now.
Yeah. It is 5 now.
It pushes so well.
It went to 180 completely, in
it
terms of its attack
did.
order.
The deck's completely different now.
Yeah. So I wonder what they're going to do with Lyrical, and of course, like, the cover cards. They kind of look like G units.
Do they?
Yeah, like the 2 Cray Elemental looking ones on the cover art.
Oh, you're talking about. Oh yeah, I am big into Cray Elemental type of style.
Okay.
I think because the reason being is I love the idea of being able to put small text into your decks. We're already seeing that with trial decks and stuff like that, but it'd be nice to take it a step further and have nationwide type of cards.
Yeah.
Hopefully not too crazy, but I think it'd be great because it adds so much more flavor. Like people are already doing it with the chalices and all that kind of stuff. It would be nice to see another card that you can kind of throw in, throw out, or depending on meta, depending on what's going on, kind of like we're seeing with the counter heals, just being able for people to make these decisions. Because one thing that is amazing about D is that you can build your deck in any way you want because you have a ride deck. So you don't have to worry about how many grade 1s, 2s, and 3s you have. It really doesn't matter. You can build whatever you want as long as your triggers are fine, right? So because of that, I think Cray Elementals and stuff like that are going to have a big impact in D.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see exactly what they do. But I'm
really
really excited.
They look like Cray Elementals look like G units, but a lot of people are like they're probably new over triggers.
Really?
Potentially, because they still have
they
a
could
fire
be Elemental
theme.
over
They have
triggers,
a water theme, so it's maybe
they could, or they could be for everything, or maybe they're grade 4s. Who knows? They could be a lot of things.
So I'm curious to see what they're gonna do with them because it'll be a very fresh design.
I'm excited. When I saw that was my biggest. I was like, yes, this is what I want. I want more of this.
100%, 100%. So with that, I think we are seeing a lot of players get up and move around. So it feels like our round here is shortly coming to a close in terms of round 4. So there's only 2 rounds left. So for Patrick, who just won with Orphis, if he truly is 4-0, you get one more win and you're in Top Cut of the World Championship.
And Orphis will be in Top Cut. Is that insane to think about? It's a sleeper.
All of you pie chart makers, get ready to put
get
ready to put Orphis in there because it's going to be exciting. He is approaching, but that's going to be very hype. I really wonder how we're going to see the conversions, right? We know there's a lot of youth perks, but I wonder how many are going to convert in top 8.
That is very true.
Right.
With how many we've seen, now we're truly going to see, is it impactful enough to be to take over majority of the chart or half the chart? How is it going to be only 2? I assume personally, I think we see 2 on the chart. I think 2 will make it through. We've been seeing them perform really well, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, yeah. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things are going to pace out. We got some information that apparently going into next round, we only have like 6 players that are XO.
Interesting.
So
Interesting.
it'll
They're
be
gonna
cool
knock
to
each other
see.
out.
Yeah. It'll be cool to see, how many. Probably gonna have just like one or two remaining by the end of it.
It should be
So I'm
3.
curious to
I'm
see.
if they face each other, though, 3 will lose essentially,
So
and then
there's
we'll
3
have 3
left.
undefeated left, and then those
One
will
or two by the
yeah.
end of it.
Oh, true. And then
Yeah.
those will face off, and then
It'll be pretty hype.
Yep.
So the action is still just getting started. The Swiss rounds are always very fun, but it's like the top 8 is where the nerves go ham.
Oh yeah.
Is where
Oh,
everyone
yeah.
starts to feel crazy going into the finals and finding out who gets crowned as the world champion.
Exactly.
So I'm super hyped. I
Me
cannot
too.
wait.
I
to
can't
see.
wait.
And especially for us, it's the first ever world champion. It's not,
Yes.
just like another one. It's not just another chapter in the history of like
It's the
V Premium or
first
Premium.
chapter.
Technically, for V Premium, it's going to be the first time the V Premium champion is the V Premium champion because
Yeah.
before they were the standard champion.
You're not
In a way,
wrong. Yeah,
right.
VPROM actually became its own thing. So that would
Yeah.
actually be really interesting too. You can actually crown yourself as the V Premium champion, not just the standard champion, because
Yep.
it's a different format now.
Yep. So if you have any predictions on who you think will take it and or which deck you think might win, make sure to leave them in the Twitch chat, or you can tweet at us with the hashtag. I believe it is a BCS 2022 World Finals is the hashtag I saw floating around on Twitter. So
Let's go.
make sure to check that out and give us your predictions. We'll check them out as well during the breaks. And speaking of which, I think, as the players are getting ready for the next round, we're going to throw it to a short break, but we're going to be back for the last 2 rounds of Swiss after this. So make sure you stay tuned.
Yeah.
We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
Cardfight Vanguard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising, Bushiroad. Cardfight Vanguard. The glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising. Bushiroad. Cardfight Vanguard. The glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising. Bushiroad.
Welcome back, everybody, to Bushiroad World Champions. We are back here. We're going into round five, I believe. Round 5 now. So very exciting stuff. I can't wait to see what we're about to come up with here. How are you feeling, Different Fight?
Feeling really good. Got to see some of my favorite decks already on stream. You know, we've had Youths, we have Letitia's, Gravidia's, Eva, Greedon, Orphis. Like, there's been all kinds of amazing decks that have been featured here today as well. And on top of that, of course, speaking of features, if you are into some nice little graphics design, you can check out this little campaign we have where you can have your art featured on a sleeve in Vanguard Deer Days, which, of course, is a very nice opportunity for the community to get involved. So make sure you check it out down below there in the bottom right with that QR code. But we have our round 5 ready here, and this one's going to be very exciting because there's a couple decks that I think a lot of people are pretty excited to see played, because this is going to be the Youthberg, which we've seen a few times,
Yes.
against Flagberg.
Yes, the boy, he's back. I'm so excited for this matchup. It's actually a matchup I don't really think about too much when you're asking me about what kind of rounds I would like to see. I would love to see Flagberg, and we're about to see it here. And it looks like Flagberg's actually going second, which means they can go into their inlets a turn the minute they ride up. So I'm actually pretty excited to see how this will play out here. Your discards really matter in this deck, and actually we're already seeing the countercharger going off right there, which can be very risky. You really need that countercharging sometimes.
Yep, so we're going to see on the left side, it's going to be Ray Andrian Tidon Perez from the Philippines.
Okay.
So Philippines, of course, being represented here on stream, which I think a lot of people from the Philippines community will be pretty excited to see. I know a lot of them, are not just in Philippines, but also in Japan. Sometimes I meet some of the Filipino players, so it's honestly really, really sick. And then we have Vincent Santere, from Spain, who's been, on the right side. So that's going to be very nice to see as well.
Yep. So since you know Youthberg a little bit more, I think. What do you think will be? Do you think do you think Flagberg is a tough matchup for Youth?
It's actually pretty annoying because Flagberg has that really annoying like double retire every turn. That for Youthberg, you're basically always losing your waywards from the back, and if you don't have that, then it's like your intercepts and stuff are also being lost. You have to like chuck them away, and it does build up quite a bit of a hand, which makes it like the triple guard restrict a little bit easier to defend against. But even then, it's still going to be kind of annoying to deal with. So we're going to have to see how things go, because it's also the fact that we see Ray starting that is going to help as well.
Okay.
In terms of getting to that grade 3 turn first, and having the CB as well in order to use Tempest and maybe bot deck be grade 1 there, which is of course that inroad shooter.
Yep, exactly. I think it would be smart to just intercept like as early as possible, since it does have intercept active right now. So just to avoid that bottom deck there, I think that'd be smart, because you can kind of rush a little bit with the inroad shooter, and then you can just intercept with it to kind of save yourself a little bit of hand, since it comes from soul and you never actually have to use your hand here, which will be very important. It is a little risky. I'm noticing Flagberg players tend to go either the Zorgo ride line or the pure ride line. Here we are actually seeing the pure, which requires more soul, but it lets you kind of run more aggro and also bring out cards from soul instead of using your hand.
Yeah, what do you prefer in terms of that, like that discussion of like the ride line for Flagberg? Because a lot of people play the Zorga ride line, right?
I'm definitely on the Zorga ride line. That's how I've been playing the deck literally since I started testing it like a year ago. I think it's still superior just because that double draw is so massive, and I just think it's so important. Also, you don't go through soul as quickly, and soul is very important in a deck where you have 2 restanders that require soul. So.
Yep. Absolutely. And we see the heal get on-procced for Vincent, but we also see the temp is revealed to grade 1, which means that the inroad actually goes back to the ride deck.
Oh, that's right. So if you don't intercept with it, it goes back to ride deck, and it gets stuck there because you can't get it out now for the rest of the game. That's really interesting. I actually someone told me about this yesterday that I didn't realize, and I'm kind of wondering if the intercept would have been nice there.
Yeah, perhaps.
It is I think it's a 10k shield, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate, but we are going to see, at least the defense does work. The
front
comes out. And we're going to see.
And we're losing that promo grade 3 for Flagberg there, which is actually pretty rough.
The shelling cannon.
Yeah, the shelling cannon. You usually want to see that on the board kind of soon, and here, especially going second, you kind of want to start popping off here, because you can have 6 attacks pretty much right the minute you go in. And we also saw the grade 2 go into damage as well. Another card to kind of avoid having to consistently persona ride. You can like play this instead to kind of give their little pseudo persona. So we'll have to see what they do here. We did see an inlet and drive check early, and here we have also the soul condensation coming down. You can soul blast and revive anything in your drop zone, essentially, that is equal to or less than your Vanguard grade. So here we have the inlet coming back.
Inlet pulse.
Yep. And
in the deck that it was made for.
Exactly. In the deck it was made for, but it looks like we were thinking here what we're going to soul blast here. Oh, so that is very smart, because I'm pretty sure I saw an inlet. Yeah.
I was going to say this, that like soul blasting the grade 2 does make more sense, because it's going to be a piece that you can use.
Exactly.
And I think he has the inlet in hand, as you mentioned.
Yeah, precisely. And plus he could put the 5k in the Essential Soul, and now it's going to hit over. Normally it doesn't hit over. So
also has Dianza. Now like going to 4 obviously is like a little bit scary initially, but being
now you
able
can
counterblast and like use all that CB that you've been given.
And now here comes the inlet too.
Pretty good.
Very spicy, very spicy. So now for a counterblast and a soul blast, essentially, you got 2 units to board, and now you can start multi-attacking and going for the Flagberg 5-attack guard restrict is what this is here. And we did see a defense over on the Youthberg player side, which is massive, because now everything actually just got shut down. Nothing will hit over, and sadly, everything has to attack Vanguard in order to restand each other. So.
Well, so this can swing rear.
Yeah, that can swing rear, and then inlet when it swings Van, the grade 2 will restand.
Yeah,
correct.
So Ascendance just needs to see something else attack, basically. So it is going to work out.
So here's the counterblast to restand Ascendance here.
You technically do have to say no guard. Because
you can still technically guard it.
Yeah, even though it is not hitting.
Yep.
All right, so Ascendant's going to be swinging in here for the 4th attack. Maple going to intercept to make sure you don't lose anything in terms of, the retire skill from Flagberg.
Yep. And here comes the Flagberg. So you get to draw a card, give 10k to the Vanguard, and have a triple guard restrict, essentially. And this can be kind of scary. You either guard this and try to no-pass it, essentially, or you take it and hope that you don't get killed off by 2 crit triggers here. It'd be really risky.
Let's see
it looks like it's a no-guard.
Oh,
that is a crit.
That's a crit. 2 damage coming down, and
that's
a draw.
Woo. Ooh, scary.
That's a bit of a risky play. Oh, and the Blitz
wow, that Blitz, and you need that into this exact matchup, because it goes around the guard restrict damage, and that just completely took it out of the game.
Exactly.
So
That's
massive.
actually, that hurts a lot. That hurts a lot.
It
You're
does.
losing out on something that is like made for this matchup.
Yep, exactly.
And now, I mean, for Ray, you got a big hand. I'm
Yeah,
assuming
yeah,
that
you're gonna be
by
okay.
not, guarding on this first swing,
Yeah.
you're basically putting yourself in a position where it's like you will be able to build up enough resources
Exactly.
to guard later down the line.
But
so we're gonna have to see.
being at 5 damage, every attack is swinging for lethal, and Flagberg has quite a lot of attacks that he's gonna keep bringing out. So you being at 5, you don't want to be at 5 against Flagberg. You want room to hit defenses. And if you don't have room to hit defenses, that's it. Like being at 5 is the scariest thing because it's pretty much like Aqua Force. You're just gonna keep swinging, and then with the guard strict and everything, we'll have to see because obviously, as you mentioned, Youthberg will generate the hand, so they will be able to deal with it. And I think this is where Flagberg starts falling off. The bigger the hand gets, the harder it is to kill.
Yeah, just pierce through all that defense, right?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, one thing I also
Persona will save
noticed.
it.
One thing I noticed on Ray's list is that actually it's max rarity.
Oh,
Crazy. So
oh, that is. Whew.
it's a shiny
That
deck.
is a love burning hard right now
Yeah.
for Youthberg. There is so many people that just absolutely love Youthberg. I think out of everything I've seen Max Rarity, I think Youthberg has been the most.
Yeah, that's a big investment.
Yeah, it is a big investment.
That's a big old investment
but
right there.
they've been doing it, so.
They love the edge. Everyone loves a good old edgy deck.
It is
we
very
see here
edgy.
Wayward off the
Okay,
top, double
double
Wayward.
Wayward. Those
Surely
are
into Gust.
5Ks.
Surely into Gust here.
So here comes the scary part. So we're either going to go to Gust here or Tempest, right? If you go into Tempest and bottom deck that Ascent Assault, that's actually very scary for the Flagger player because they've essentially lost their piece, and already having the shelling and damage, it already lowers the chances of you being able to do that. And luckily enough, we did see 2 triggers go there, a heal and a front, so that Ascent Assault is staying for the time being.
Ooh, all right. Big soul has been built up as well on the Youthberg side here. So we're going to see the Tempest turn, basically just choosing to build up the hand until it cannot be built up anymore. Like,
exactly.
It's like, I will defend your freaking huge Flagberg swing. I will guard. No problem. Don't worry about it.
Exactly, exactly. Here we have another Perfect Guard dropping. One thing that's very interesting about Flagberg is that it starts farming like crazy, and here we are seeing as well, like just Perfect Guard after Perfect Guard, because you can. I think there's even another Perfect Guard in there, and here we have the guard switching on over, and now here's the big thing. If there is no Persona, this is going to be a very, very mid-turn. But the other thing is that Youthberg player has a book in his hand.
Yep.
That's a book and no Persona, but here comes down the grade 2. You can retire it, give something 10k, so essentially when you restand it, you'll actually be able to pop it off here. Kind of weird to put on the inlet because the sentence is actually not hitting right now, but we'll have to see.
You have to boost that up. It doesn't have the plus 5k, but I guess you can basically, so this is a nice way to like control the way that your opponent guards, because by this being 23, you're forcing them to drop the 15 and they don't do the double intercept. So here instead, you can choose to swing this 10k into the Schneizel.
Which is what you're saying,
Yeah, and so there you can see he's going to need to set it away because Mibble's going to come back. And then the inlet attacks again with a 23, where now you're again inviting that 15k.
Yep.
And when this attacks for 18, it's like the final intercept might get traded off there.
Yep.
Got to check if Dianza, I think she does gain power, but
she does.
You have to have 2 or more grade 1 less rear guards, which unfortunately we
not
did
the
not
case
have
here.
for Vincent.
Very, very could be kind of awkward because it's meant for Leonord.
Yeah.
But still, it comes up in these matchups just because of that revival. It's just really nice. And here we have Flagberg coming down. That's 5 face down counterblasts now. So we're gonna have a really scary turn. For the Flagberg player, not gonna be able to do anything unless they have the counter charger. And if we noticed earlier, they actually discarded the counter charger. And I was saying earlier, that's actually a really risky thing to do because sometimes you need the counter charger. And here we have the super triple coming down, deciding if they want to perfect guard this or not, which is actually pretty smart here for the PG.
Double fronts as the other cards. I think he might be thinking it over. Just wants to check what triggers are out and what's been revealed so far.
I mean, honestly, we haven't seen that many triggers.
I don't think we've seen any heals.
Yeah, we've seen 1 on the second damage, but that's about it.
Wow, so he's actually committing to it so.
Yeah.
You really chuck the PG here. Wow, dropping 2 PGs and the 2 fronts here.
Wow.
See Dianza into
the counter charger.
Just the price trident, which of course is important.
Yes, but sadly with that, with all face down damage, you can't do anything. You can't restand anything now. Which is a little risky. I think the Persona was very needed there, and I'm actually even thinking that early discard is actually costing really hard for Vincent right now. Sometimes you will discard that prize trident, and that's it. You can lose the game because of doing that. Because if he had that earlier, he could have used it, and he would have had 1 face up now, and then he could have gone for full combo. But now he can't at all.
Yeah. So I think for Vincent, essentially the thing that he kind of needed or needs now going forward is essentially to
heal.
not just heal, but if he has Persona plus the Eric's,
Yeah, he can
then
go
he's got
Eric's.
the 2 soul
Yep.
to get the 5 attacks.
Which actually, thinking about, we haven't seen Eric's at all this
and he's
entire
got 4 of them
time.
in deck.
Yep. So
So I think the likelihood of seeing it is high, but first thing we got to see is if he managed to survive Ray's turn here. We got the big, top 5 search off the Schneisel. Is going to whiff. We did see an OT in there still in deck.
oh
and quite a
my,
few
that's
triggers
right. I
too.
wonder if I think both OTs are still not public knowledge, so they're probably still roaming in deck.
Yeah.
So
All right, well,
very, very interesting here.
let's take a look here. Going to see the cut come through. And the swing. I believe there is no Persona Ride this turn, so I think it's just 23.
Yeah. I
Gonna
noticed
drop the PG.
both of them have their face down counterblast, actually. They both like went through their resources,
Yeah.
essentially.
Although
So you can't Tempest now.
Ray does play the counter chargers, but yeah, you basically just
Yeah.
like keep looping your
Another pretty double blank there. We saw that happen again. Here we're going into the Gust and then we're also activating the Sequana here, and then also getting the discard going off as well, and pretty much just having a nice fresh board with a lot of drive checks coming through again. So, but as you mentioned, no Persona is very hurtful. Makes it a lot harder. Which surprisingly, we had a Book of a Hand there. You would think there'd be a Persona.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be... Now it's just a question of attack order. You might want to actually swing with the Schneisel first to power up the Gust.
I agree, because
think
it
that's the right
is
play.
a twin drive again. So, okay, that's guarding.
So yeah, we have the plus 5k from... Maybe there is a Persona this turn, actually.
Maybe there is, yeah.
So, because otherwise that would have been just 25. So,
that's a crit.
Oh, the crit off the top and the counter charger.
Yep, there's the counter charger.
All right, this should be 40 or so.
Oh,
barely gets it.
What? Oh, just
Every
barely
single
survived.
card.
Now, can they top deck? That's what's important here. What's the top deck? What is it? Okay, they didn't slam it down, so it can't be Persona.
You
but
know what
this
it looked
is-
like?
It looked like a trigger. I think it was a trigger.
It looked like a specific, very silver card
Oh,
in the
no.
deck list, which is the World Original Heal Trigger. Oh,
Wow.
speaking of which, finally starts checking them
Yeah, we needed to see this, like, sooner.
last turn.
Yeah, exactly. Because right now, this is a very vanilla swing, which is what I was scared of. That's the
Over
over
trigger.
trigger. That is insane. You get to draw extra cards, get the front row. What?
Oh, that
is
breaks
game.
through.
That broke through. That's game. Oh my gosh, I wasn't expecting that.
And that comes down to the fact that
Ooh.
Ray dropped those 2 PGs last turn.
Yep.
Dropping
exactly.
the PG for the discard instead of like a Wayward or something
Yeah,
else
if
that
they
was
kept
still
the
in
perfect
hand.
card, that would have been okay, probably.
Yep. So
Wow.
Vincent is going to take it. Ray, unfortunately, just did not have the shield value.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So it basically comes down to just dropping that PG. I honestly
It was
do have
risky.
to criticize that a little bit.
Yeah,
I think
I agree.
dropping like a Wayward there and keeping the PG for the next turn, because you could see that your opponent was kind of low on resources and,
Yeah.
was kind of getting to that dire situation.
Yeah, exactly. And
But-
especially since the guard, the hand was so large. Like, honestly, a no pass, or in quotations, no pass in this OT still wasn't deck, would have been better than dropping all that PGs. Because if both PGs were kept like that, I think they would have been perfectly fine in this scenario. Because they could even double PG, even if the OT was ripped, and it would have been okay.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
knocking back both those perfect guards like that, I think was super risky. So, and I get the intention that I think the idea was like the OT could get ripped here, and if it gets, because that's why they checked the drop zone.
Yeah.
They saw the chance that the OT could get ripped. I thought it might get ripped actually, and then that's why they went for the perfect guard route. But it also kind of screwed them here because now on the vanilla turn, there it comes.
It's a bit painful.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, I'm thinking of like 2 angles. Like, one, you could have actually saved the PGs entirely.
Yep.
And you had like double front, and it just
I
like
agree.
add a
There was so much
Sequana
hand.
or like
Yeah.
a Wayward.
Yep.
That clearly you had multiples of that you weren't going to make the board with
Yeah.
necessarily. So maybe got a little bit greedy.
Yeah.
But
I-
again, these players were X1.
Yeah, of course.
So for Vincent, he continues to be X1 with Flagberg.
Yep.
So the chance,
Let's
like,
go.
you win the last round, you're in top 8 with Flagberg.
Yeah.
That is
Whew.
very, very
And that was without
amazing.
some of the he was missing a lot of pieces. So he barely got through that. I
Yeah.
think what happened was the other player just really thought that they were gonna kill on their turn, the turn after they guarded. I think they thought that the game was secured,
Yeah.
and the Flagberg player just barely survived. So
Yeah.
remember,
yeah.
they had to drop like everything, like his
Yeah.
whole hand went. So
That's true. It was almost a win.
Yep.
It was very
very close.
He had 4 checks basically
Yep.
with a Gust included. To
yeah, super.
try
That
to
crit
secure it.
also got ripped. It was a very close game.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, honestly speaking, it was very well done by both players. They played it out to
Yeah.
their heart's content. And I think for Ray, does go down to X2 now in terms of the record. But
Yep.
if you win the last round, your chance of going up is pretty high, because as long as you lose towards the end of the Swiss rounds,
Yeah.
your resistance to go up into top 8
Exactly.
is pretty high.
Oh yeah, 100%.
we're going to have to see how that is going to be, how things are going to develop. But honestly, congrats to both players. Now we just have one round left. Just round number 6 is remaining. And that's going to be interesting. I'm curious to see what other decks we're going to see. I know that I was looking at some of the players that were still undefeated. And one of the players that I saw was undefeated was Sergio, who has been at Worlds before. He's actually here with his mom as well. She's been like chilling at the spectator aisle, supporting him. Like he has a very like supportive family in terms of everyone that like cheers him on throughout like his hobbies and what he does. So I wonder if he stays undefeated, might be able to feature him in the coming round. But it's going to be really cool to see because then we get into the top 8. We might be able to see some really exciting decks. I'm just curious to see what goes up.
Yeah, exactly.
There's been like so much variety. Like at the start, it's like, we've had like what, 2 youths at the start, and then the third one in round 2, and then fourth one in round 3, and then we had none in round 4, and then another one in round 5.
Wow, so many youths. Now that I think about it, that's a lot of youth.
Yeah, we've had like 4 over 5 rounds. We did show 2 different games in round 1 though.
Exactly.
So that's where we got that like unique bonus on this stream table. But I'm expecting to probably see it again. Like my prediction was that we're going to see a lot of it.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's going to win. Because it's really good, but people are prepared for it.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm with you. I think especially that's the thing about meta decks is like when you know the deck is like the one deck that everyone's gonna take, you're gonna test into it. You're gonna know exactly how to fight the matchup. We saw that a lot of like very well designed plays made to go around Youthberg. So knowing that is sometimes it's almost scary to take a meta deck because you know exactly what your opponent knows. Your opponent knows exactly what you're doing, and you have to play around your opponent knowing what you're doing.
Yeah.
So, and that's actually another reason why I think because Youthberg is good, but it also has like this weird thing where if it can't kill fast enough, it doesn't. I feel like it loses a little momentum here and there sometimes. And I feel like other decks, especially like Flagberg, with that constant guard restrict and constant pressure and constant big numbers, it sometimes outweighs what Youthberg can do.
Yeah.
So
So we're gonna see. I think a lot of people have been really teching for that matchup and trying to like find the deck that beats it because if you can expect Youthberg to be the most popular deck, then if you play the thing that's good into it. You're going to have a better time. But then if a lot of people have the same idea and start playing all kinds of stuff that's good into it, you just have a very like mumbled and jumbled experience, right? You get like Greedon versus Orphist in round 4.
Yeah, because like those decks play into Youthberg pretty well too.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen in round 6. If we're going to see more youth or if it's going to be a bit different in terms of what we get to see in the upcoming rounds. But I think with that, I see a lot of the players getting up and roaming around. So I think round 5 is more or less coming to a close.
Nice.
I think the other formats are still looking through their games, so make sure to check out the other streams as well. But I think we might be going for a little break here as we wrap up on round 5 and get ready for round 6, the last one of the Swiss rounds. Orange, I'm very excited to see who's going to make it out.
I'm excited, Chris.
Whoever we see next round is going to be like basically confirmed for top.
Yeah, we're going to see them again probably.
Most likely.
So very exciting.
We're going to go for a short break, but don't go anywhere. Or if you do, make sure to check out the other streams. I always point to this direction because
they're over there.
They're sitting on our right.
Right there.
So make sure to check out the V Premium, the Premium, and the Weiß streams as well during the downtime. And then we'll be back here to see you for Standard round 6 after this break.
See you soon.
Cardfight Vanguard. The Glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising, Bushiroad.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 6, the final round of Swiss for the World Championship here, the World Finals for BCS 2022. We may already be in 2023, but it is the end of our season here, and this is going to be very exciting because it's the last round. We're going to have 2 undefeated players, and honestly, one of the decks that you're going to see here is going to be a deck that you might not expect to see undefeated going into the last round of Swiss of the World Championship.
Yep. It's very exciting. This has been an amazing, just amazing round so far. All these rounds have been just really awesome to see. But before we kind of get super deep into it, do not forget we have the Dear Days promo happening. Don't forget about the arts. You can still submit your arts, get your art on a sleeve, so that way when you're playing Dear Days, it'll be there. You can win. And don't forget about we got the little QR code going on. It's until February 26, 2023. Don't forget to submit the application form. And yeah, that's about all I have for you guys today. We'll go ahead and we're going to getting ready for the next round, which is the final round for this event.
That is right. So let's get into it. It's time to see our 2 undefeated players. We're going to be seeing Sergio Rios Romero coming from Vancouver, playing Youthberg, versus a face that we've seen already before, Patrick Juan, also from Vancouver, playing Orfist Regis. That is right. Orfist is undefeated at the World Championship right now.
Amazing stuff to see. And already with such a strong start, we already got the grade 3 out and the drop zone ready for the Orfist play here. Just getting ready, getting our order zone ready. Already a very, very strong start. So really excited to see. And we did see this player again. I might get a chance to see it one more time.
Yeah, that's right. So Patrick was on for us in round 4 against Minhyu.
Yep.
And against that Greedon. And now we're going to get to see how he's been fighting against these Youthberg, because I'm assuming that's been the most common matchup he's had to face today.
Yeah, I've been talking to some players and been saying there's a lot of Youthbergs out here, so very exciting to see. But so far, we have a pretty good start here. Oh, wow. Double Thumberino on each side. You're talking about this early aggro play. Here we see it again.
Ham.
Yeah, this is him. Drive check in Persona. And then in the damage, you have a perfect guard. Not something you want to see. And the crit.
There's a defensive. Thank God, I think, for Sergio.
Shutting down that Thumberino. This is so risky. I've never seen someone play Orphis like this, because to me, counterboss is super important. Like, if you swing into those rears, I'm a sad child.
Yeah, 100%. And, like, Youth can definitely fight back, because now, like, the usual issue of, like, oh, you can't call down stuff on turn 2 because you're going to get damage tonight, like, doesn't exist. You can just go Schneisel, CB1, look top 5 and search, and you're good to go.
You can swing to the rears and pass turn here. Also, again, like, it's so crazy to see the Thumberino's being used like this. I'm just not used to it, because I'm used to Thumberino being that, like, that hot, juicy draw. Getting that draw like that 38k power buff. Like, and here we are just like, just an AK. It's just there to attack.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, in some matchups maybe where you want to play a bit slower, you can use it for that draw, but it looks like Patrick's been finding so much success with Youthberg, playing it as, like, a turbo aggro deck. But I wonder if Sergio's going to maybe try to adapt and just damage deny.
Yep. It's possible, because leaving those on the board like that is very risky, because you can always just move them back and then call a token. Yeah,
because next turn he's going to just go Cubizia, make the token, and then give 5k to the one that's, like, just chilling in the front.
Exactly.
And get the draw.
Yeah, I'm hoping they thought through it a little bit here and are prepared to use the Soul Blast order. I think we did see it a little bit earlier, because if you're getting damage denied, you need to still play an order to fulfill Orphis' skill. And we're seeing that rear guard into rear guard swing. I'm almost kind of wondering if that's sort of what they want. If they want to do this, if they want to stay at 0 damage, so purposely forcing the player to swing to the rear, so that way they stay at 0. So when Youthberg does start applying pressure, they're at 0 damage, not really risking or worrying about anything. Here we have dropping that order here that I just mentioned, and I'm hoping there's another one, because we're gonna need it here. And here's the grade 1 coming in. I don't remember the name exactly, but this is the promo.
That is the Kagula.
There you go.
So if you're in Dark Knight, you can soul charge 1. So not gonna happen, because it was placed before any orders were placed. So, but
we did get the other order to just Soul Blast and draw here, so that's also really nice, and giving the extra 5k off Rodus.
That is right. So, going to be just 2 swings here. Going to continue the aggro a little bit. Gets another order in the hand. And a heal comes out for Sergio. That is very big. And we see the intercept come down there from the Schneisel. Both players proceeding very cleanly. And the Wayward ditched for the grade 3 ride. We're going to see the Youthberg come on down onto the field. Wayward going to get called out after that Soul Blast 1 behind the Friede. And maybe a Schneisel search to top it all off. I actually don't see a... Oh, he's using, okay, good. He's using the grade 2 youth to bring back the Revolve form because he actually didn't have any in hand.
Oh, wow. Well, now we just got one, so. But, you know, you never know. You never know what your top 3 is going to give you, so.
Yep.
Here now you have options. You can go either or. And then we have the Sequana coming down, yep. And then we have another Schneisel, assuming we're skipping the Schneisel here, specifically so that way we can go into Tempest, which is, oh, that's a front. Juicy front and a Persona. Very amazing. That's a good draft check right there. Things you want to see, and that's one order going down, but it's okay. Our Orphis player has plenty. I think they'll be okay to lose one here. And then we're going to Tempest, seeing what the skill will give us. Counter Blast, top 2. It's a 2 and a trigger, so the grade 1 will stay on board here in this situation.
Kagula gets to chill, continue on the board, staying alive.
And now we have the little 5K here.
Yep.
Which
So
we're being shown.
Yeah, the front is active on the rears, not the Vanguard.
Yes. And the 5K is on the whole.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
So Tempest going to swing
that's
18.
one drive track right there. Honestly, I would just take this. Actually, I don't even know which one to take. This is the smallest attack.
Power on the sides is pretty high.
Yeah. The rear guards are a lot bigger. This is the one you want to one to pass maybe, and then take the rears.
Well, let's just see what it's going to be.
Yep. Okay, so we're all going for the one to pass.
Oh, it doesn't break.
Yep.
All right, going
So
to take this one. That's a Kagula gone again.
Yep, and there we go. Good. That's a perfect card gone as well. And now we're going back to the Youthberg and passing it over to Orphis. Let's see what they will do here. Patrick has options here, depending on what's in their hand. They have 2 orders in their drop, which is actually very interesting. It probably indicates that there's a Persona in hand if they have the 2 orders ready. But here we are going to discard, go into Orphis, activate the skill, get an order from your drop zone or hand, and put it into the order zone and play it for free.
Yep.
Ideally here, you might even want to go for the draw. Because it's kind of hard. And they are going for the draw here. Their hand must not be doing too well, so you need the draw here because we're not seeing too many good beefy attackers. We already lost on the Barino. The AK on the board isn't hitting anything right now, and you kind of want to do something on this turn. So we'll have to see what happens here.
Yep, exactly. So Orphis Regis down on the board and ready to start generating some tokens, but really want that extra power. Going to Soul Blast once. I'm assuming. Oh, okay.
To get a token out.
Use the Kagula to make a token. So has not played out the grade 3 order, which I'm assuming is going to play the grade 2 instead here to use the Counter Blast that's available.
Yeah, they were thinking about, it looked like they're thinking about playing the grade 3 from drop instead to have the double token call with the extra 5K, but they decided instead to go for the draw. So I guess they were kind of worried about next turn potentially, so they went for a little bit of a slower play there.
Yeah, so it's going to be just 15. This is just blockable by a Schneisel intercept.
Yep. The scary part is the defense will shut down a lot of this.
Yeah. Thing is, if you take the defensive here, what Patrick can do is just swing Regis and call the token behind the other one that's still standing.
This is true.
Instead of here, where now taking it is actually much more advantageous because you're in the situation where you here are going to be, if you take this and get defensive, now the turn is shut down.
Yep.
But
and here we have the Tekken coming in for a potential top 5 for an order, which we do get an order very well. We've been going through these orders like left and right for this game.
Yep, exactly. So Tecton is played at a couple copies in this deck.
Yep.
You know, just as a little supporter if you discard it. It's a good little card.
Yep.
So we don't see any Nouveau Reyes this game yet, which is, you know, the very important 5 attack combo key card.
Yep. Sometimes, you know, just don't hit it, but that's okay. You can kind of Orphis has a little bit of time to kind of sit for a little bit while you're farming the orders, so that way maybe you can have a more pressure turn a little bit later. And here we have a Persona and a critical trigger. So we're putting crits, power to one of the tokens. That's 2 damage. One defense could shut down 1 token, which is what happens here. So probably going to swing into a rear guard here.
Yeah, try to take out the free day, so that way it's like 10k to guard.
And this is a 5k right here. It should be, because it's 25. It's not that big.
Oh, still going to drop the crit, though.
Wow, okay. Well, sometimes the shield can be kind of awkward. So sometimes you got to drop the 15 even though if you don't have the 5.
Yeah, going to see the Persona right on the youth here. Coming down is going to be a big old turn.
Yes,
pushing the Wayward and ditching a Wayward.
Yep, nice. Grabbing, you know, some useful stuff or bottom decking things potentially. There we go. That's the Tempest now. Now setting up the board for yet another turn.
Yep. So we see now double Wayward, well, triple technically on the board. Frida coming down. And now it's going to be the question of what will Sergio choose. We don't see a Sequana in that hand, which is kind of unfortunate.
Yep. You kind of want the Sequana here. especially on a Persona turn. Oh, that's the over trigger, making everything have drive checks now, and putting the 100 million over on the grade 2, which is smart because it does have the, more, it's a little bigger, more drive checks, good stuff.
Frida doing her thing, and we also saw he drew into that Reedy.
Ah, yes, the Reedy.
Trigger.
The little tech card.
1.5 trigger.
Yep, exactly.
So that can go live next turn.
Exactly. Oh, then going to the Gust here, going for the more aggro play since the OT did get ripped here. So actually, you can just try and finish the game here.
3 drives.
Yep.
Be coming through here for the rest of the turn.
Yep.
But of course, we do see that Patrick has taken the damage, got the heal defensive. We got kind of flustered by that OT, didn't even notice that did come out.
Yep, so here we have 2 drive checks, but now we have rear swing with drive checks 2 and 100 million to worry about here. So we really need I think we need 2 perfect guards here. You can technically no guard the Vanguard for the risky play and then guard the other 2. But it's risky. Yep, there's the no guard. That's a heal.
Is effective.
Huge. Yep. That's big, but now it also gives Rages more room to heal as well, even though they were already in that room.
That is true. Gonna take the 1 damage. It's gonna be
Persona. Okay.
All right, now there's 100 million. It has to be PG'd.
Yep.
No matter what, and he does have it.
Nice, nice.
Gonna ditch the Persona for it as well. Does want to play out the order next turn instead. Mabel gonna get drive checked, and now the final swing here is gonna be 40k if I'm not mistaken, due to the Persona ride.
Yep.
So over
trigger. Okay, that's
right.
one way.
Ooh,
and
PG
that's a PG
off the top. That's really nice.
Close call. That was a little scary there. And they got a little farming hand there going too for a Youthberg player here. So that's a nice little magazine they got going there. So they're gonna be in a good spot. So we have our Persona. So we have another order that we can play here. It should be another order in the drop here. So we're gonna go ahead and play that grade 3 order, which is coming at 4, and then we got 1 more coming through, which will put that Orphis at 5, which means 2 tokens be called out, and Orphis will be a 23k attacking Vanguard.
Yeah, it's...
No, 33, sorry.
I'm just thinking for Patrick at this point, it's like, how are you going to pierce through like that big defense and
this is
damage?
What we talked about earlier, how you have to out-farm that hand by having really big numbers. And it's super hard to do if Youthberg keeps farming.
Yeah.
And for Orphis, it's hard because you have big numbers, but they have to be bigger than what the opponent's holding in their hand for shield value.
Yeah, let's see it right now. For Patrick, it's just like, I don't see a Nuvorea as well, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, the one of the best cards in the deck right now is so strong. And look, we're counting that hand size.
10.
Whew. Magazine.
The whole 10 has been declared. I think that's just kind of like driving the despair for Patrick. Just because it's like, ugh.
Yep. But still, we got these tokens coming through. They're 25k attackers right now, and they're going to get bigger once we recall. So, I think we got 2 grade 3s orders, so they're going to get 10k each on each side. So.
Yep, that is right. So, man, like seeing all that advantage the Youthberg generates, I guess really just does make it like, I think for Orphis, it's like you have to win by like turn 4.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is the turn you want to win on.
And if you can't do it by then, it's
hard.
So
yep. Yeah, exactly. Unless you like super high roll into the grade 3s and like kind of go like crazy with your tokens. So.
Yeah, exactly. So we see plenty of PGs in Sergio's hand. Going to be able to just drop the PG there, ditching the crit against the
heal. That's big.
That's
actually very big. That's
heal
something you want to see. And you get to heal on order, which if you were to Persona again, that's another order you can grab. So.
I think we are out of Personas, though, because you ditch one to guard and one's in damage, so I think that is the last one there.
Very unfortunate, because you got to want those. Oh, there's the first of that new grade 3.
Nuvorea, you're so slow.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be here earlier.
Yeah, where were you? But here, you're sitting at 3 damage. You can also just take both sides and then just go in.
That's going to go to 4. Once it's a 4 to, like, basically have a potential defensive later down the line.
Yeah. Yeah, there's room to kind of help a little bit here, but it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. Yep, there's that now, especially with the Persona. Persona makes it so much harder to deal with this turn, and we have a Maple coming out too off of the Persona ride. So we have a nice little 10k buff here, and then we're just going to be doing the same thing all over again. And then we'll also, as you mentioned earlier, that little grade 1 1.5 trigger buff will definitely help here. So we're using Youthberg skill here to look at top 3, grab something useful, I hope. Oh, looks like it's a Schneisel.
Okay.
All right. And then Schneisel skill, since we do have the CB4, top 5 for a potential revolve form here. And
find the Tempest.
Yep, find the Tempest.
And the Youthberg itself for Persona right next turn.
I don't think there is a next turn.
Yeah, I think might as well try to close it out here.
I think this is when you want to close it out. The Orphis hands is very small. And yes, there's room for damage, but OT is out, so I think this is one of those cases where you'd like to see OT in this situation, and if you don't, it's going to be tough, unless there's like 2 heals stacked on top.
Look at the deck size there for
Yeah,
Sergio
it's so
as well.
small.
Just thinned out so hard and like still finding all these other cards. And of course, going to use the Reedy here.
Ooh, that's a heavy Soul
4.
Blast.
It's like you're playing Hexorb.
Yeah.
Right? Every trigger is double.
Yep.
You are
dang.
champ
So it's not
chillin'.
1.5 anymore. It's now a double. Straight up.
Yep. And especially with the deck this thin, like this is the timing where you want to actually play that
Exactly. And now calling over, getting the Sequana just to add on any more pressure you could possibly add on. Here it is. This is going to be a very aggressive Youthberg turn. We have the Persona. We have the double trigger. The heal, giving 20k power. Another heal trigger going through. Oh my goodness. Now we're getting 20k
and
power.
The front.
Woo, and the front. That is massive. This really is a Hexa Orb. We're not watching Youthberg right now. We're actually watching Hexa Orb.
That's crazy. We need a heal defensive here.
Yeah,
does not see a trigger.
Oh my.
That's going to be
is
rough.
Pain. This is pain. Going to Tempest here for the skill, putting Sequana. Well, actually, we're going to use Tempest first. See what if we find a grade 1 here. We do find a grade 1, so the token goes away here.
Oh,
in this
goodbye.
Case. Goodbye token. And now we got the Sequana for the extra drive and the 5k front. These power columns are actually insane right now. These are very, very beefy numbers here.
Yep. So we're going to see here. We have Maple swinging in with big numbers. Your opponent's at 5 already, so it's like I think you want to go Schneisel first.
Yeah,
just
this is like
to get the maximum
overkill.
Power.
Yep.
And it's like you've got so much power from the triggers there. Like the Tempest is by far the smallest attack. So
yep.
I kind of wanted to see the Schneisel swing in first just to make that a little bit harder to guard.
Make it 23. Oh, 30.
It would have been 33 due to
yeah.
the Persona Rise. Now it's 28, so it's like a
still a
front.
2 trigger to if you have the fronts.
Yeah.
And Orphis is not really known for running fronts.
Yeah, exactly.
So you kind of need the draws.
Gonna go for 2 to pass. Gonna try to take one of the big swings here.
That's so risky.
Front.
Oh my
times
gosh!
2.
Just to make it even.
Heal off the
heal.
top.
That's a 6 damage heal. But do they have a PG?
I don't know. There's still 2 more attacks coming. Might have wanted to take that last one.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's game.
does not see it.
Dang.
Sergio
What a game. Wow.
Rios Romero is going to take it in this showdown. Potentially the
crazy.
Vancouver rematch. Both players.
Yeah, they're going to be in top 8. There's no way they're not. These were the 2 undefeateds here.
Yeah.
So that's pretty wild. Whew.
So if anything for both players, this was like the throwaway match.
Yeah, they
like,
actually, if anything, it helps them. It gives them more knowledge for top 8 cut.
Yeah,
if you think about it.
It's like now for Sergio, it's like, okay, I might have to fight this Orphis again.
Yep.
I got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, exactly. So honestly, it was good knowledge for both players here. So.
Yep.
What an insane match! That 6 damage heal, I was not expecting that. I was like, oh, I think this game is close. 6 damage heal. Whew.
Yeah, really, really huge. So great, honestly, showing from both players.
Yep.
They both did very, very well, and getting to see such an unconventional deck like Orphis be able to show up and make it all the way to top 8.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like we might as
crazy.
well say it. There's Orphis in top 8.
Yeah,
tell your
it's
friends,
there.
tell your mom.
Yeah, exactly. Tell everyone.
It is
Tell your cat.
crazy.
Let
It
your
is
cat know.
crazy.
Yeah. I don't think anyone was expecting this. Even I wasn't fully expecting this. As much as I love the deck and think it's strong, I also believe that you have to keep high rolling. Actually, we saw that match there where the high roll wasn't really as impactful as we want it to be, right? And especially into Youthberg, it's kind of hard. But yet, still breaking through, having amazing matches. We saw the same person, a couple rounds earlier, completely going through and just shutting down the person he was playing against. So, it shows that the deck is very capable of winning. So, very strong deck.
Yep. I'm already writing down like the confirmed top 8s, but one Youth, one Orphis.
Let's
that's
go.
already confirmed. These players are definitely in. There's no way. I mean, Sergio's undefeated. Of course he's in. But now for Sergio, it's like the pressure. We've heard of like the mystical XO curse where you go XO in Swiss and then you sit down for top 8 and then everything
it's the first
falls apart.
loss. Yep. Your luck sometimes has to run out. If you're going undefeated for so long, it's really hard to keep that streak going.
Yeah.
I am very prone to that. I've got undefeated several times and then lost in top 8. So hopefully, now here we probably won't see that. I mean, who knows? Hopefully.
We'll see.
Good luck to all players. So
we're supporting everyone that makes
exactly.
it in. And of course, also for the other formats, there's a lot of like really well-known players and
exactly.
So I actually see Musrax playing right now, I believe, in the premium stage. I think he actually qualified with MFD.
Oh, wow.
Way back when MFD was
Yes,
legal.
that's right.
And he was one of the early players playing MFD.
Yes, he was playing before everybody jumped on the train.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's going to be curious to see if he makes it in. It's been a really good last couple of years for him as well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of players that like they've been doing really good in BRO,
Yeah.
BSFO,
Yep.
and the BSF season as well.
Yep.
And now it's like, can they keep that momentum going to win at Worlds?
Yep.
Like,
Exactly.
that's the big question. That's the big
We'll
question.
see. We'll see.
I can't wait to see the award ceremony because like I already saw like the staff preparing. We're gonna have like nice little like camera angles and stuff for the award
yay.
ceremony. You're gonna get to see those promos, those lovely prizes.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be very exciting.
Oh.
I'm honestly super pumped.
Same here. Same here. We're starting to get to that top 8 cut, and you know, like it's to most players. This is the reset. Like now, this is where it really matters. Like you went through Swiss rounds, but guess what? Now you got to break through all of the top 8, top 4, and then you got to win. You know, so you have to. It's kind of like you have to start over.
Yeah, like if you want a mental break to like just get that mental reset.
Yep.
Now is the time.
Yep.
Right?
Exactly.
End of Swiss, and I think for those of you watching as well, you know, if you need to like take a quick nap, you know, I know some of you have been watching, you know, in Asia where it's like, you know, throughout the entire night, you need a quick break, you got to rest, you do it now. Because
Yes.
you do not want to miss top 8. You do not
You
want to
don't wanna
miss
miss this.
finals.
This is it, guys. This is it.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be super hype. But we are going to go for a break. But before top 8, we will return in around half an hour or so for a special video that I'm sure some people on social media know is coming up. We have a bit of a conference, a winter conference.
Yep.
That is going to be shown for the English side with exclusive reveals. First time ever you're going to get to see some of these announcements. And we don't know what they are either.
Yeah. No, we're clueless.
We haven't seen
which
anything.
makes it even more exciting.
Yeah. So I don't know, like new exclusive Vanguard product? Could be.
Ooh.
Could be.
New
Some new
collab?
exclusive
I
Vice
don't know.
sets.
Maybe.
Collab, yeah. So I'm excited. There might be some pretty insane things because we see that Bushiroad's been getting more creative with product lately. Definitely like a
Yes.
lot more things that the community's been like wanting to see.
Yeah.
And now they're finally doing it.
Yep.
So I have some pretty high hopes for the
I'm
winter
pretty
presentation.
excited. I can't wait to see it.
Yep. So look forward to it. But we are going to go for a break. So make sure to return around 4 p.m. PST in about half an hour
Yep.
for the special video. You'll get to see our reactions to it as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. We'll be
So
like.
that's right. You'll get your pog faces for YouTube thumbnails and everything.
Yeah.
It's going to be beautiful. So we're going to go for a break. Make sure to take one yourselves as well and be back for 4 p.m. PST for the exclusive video that we're going to watch for the winter conference.
See ya. Hello and welcome back. We have just finished 6 amazing, beautiful rounds of the championships for Bushiroad Worlds. And now we are here today. I am Outer Orange here with...
Different fight.
Yeah. And we're getting ready to watch a video here shortly. We got a couple minutes before we officially get into it. And it's the Winter Conference related, so I'm actually really excited to see what we're going to see for this event.
Yeah, I mean, like with these conferences, it's like every time there's an English one, I'm like, what am I going to expect this time? Because it's like sometimes, you know, we just get kind of like dates confirmed for product that's already out in Japan or like already announced in Japan. And then sometimes they just reveal these like crazy exclusives for like all the games and just like, what are we supposed to, like, how did this happen?
I'm kind of wondering, so the last time we had like the Record of Ragnarok stuff kind of happened, right? So maybe this time there'll be something going on for the English side, like collab-wise, and that'd actually be really interesting to see sort of what it's going to be. Yeah. I don't know. There could be another Vanguard collab coming our way. We might see some news. You know, we got some time.
Yeah, so like I'm trying to think. We got, on the JP side, there is Token Rambo Volume 2 announced. We don't know details about it. So maybe we'll get Record of Ragnarok Volume 2 announced. I have a friend back in Japan that's like exclusively plays Record of Ragnarok decks and like tries to play the decks from the actual main nations and then always just goes back to Record of Ragnarok.
That's so interesting.
So I know some people that are really waiting for some new support for those decks.
That, you know, they could use some. The decks are good, like they're playable, stuff like that, but they're definitely starting to kind of fall behind a little bit. It would be nice to kind of see some little touch-ups. I'm almost interested, maybe we'll see a new collab too, maybe something exclusive, who knows?
What would you want to see?
Honestly, my brain is like Bang Dream. You know,
yeah, a lot of people want Bang Dream. A lot of people want Bang Dream.
But I also know that we're getting a little bit of that like touch in the upcoming sets. They're doing some interesting stuff with that. So since they're doing that, I don't expect them to do a whole set. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know yet. We might. I don't know. I don't even know what I would want. I don't know how deep in the IPs we can go here. So it would be interesting.
I'm also kind of like looking out for the Weiß side because they've been like teasing some stuff on their official Twitter.
Yeah.
And it's like, I have ideas, but I don't want to really say what they are in case I miss.
Yeah, exactly.
So, because Weiß is a little bit like, if you miss on that one, it's like, oh.
Yeah.
So, we'll see what it's going to be. But we're going to be watching the Vanguard side of the announcement only. So, if you want to catch up on the Weiß side, you want to check out the Weiß stream for that as well. Yep. I think it should be twitch.tv/Bushiroad CH4 or so. If you go to the Weiß category on Twitch, you're going to see it, and you're going to be able to see which channel it is, because it'll be the one with the most viewers, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, I'm impressed that you could even remember that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I want to see the Vanguard stuff, and then later on, I'm going to go poke at the Weiß side and see what they announce, because I think it's going to be pretty exciting. But what do you think it might be for Vanguard? Because like, there's some stuff that I feel like they could have announced. Like, we have like the double Stride deck set, like the Harry Nightrose one. I was like, they could have easily kept that.
Yeah, they honestly could have revealed that in the winter conference there. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's possible they might reveal more information about the product
True.
too. So all we have right now is the cards, right? You know, there could be like a special box for it.
Or the extras that are in
or
there.
Or the extras that are in there. Maybe
Yeah.
you could see some of the foiling. Maybe they'll show a card. You know, they could go like a couple different routes about it since we don't have like the full information on the deck sets yet. So that would be interesting to see. And for all you guys that are interested in trying another format, you know, this is a perfect opportunity for premium. You know, and you could take your standard deck and, you know, bring it over to premium. It's a very interesting set. I'm very excited to see stuff like this happen. I hope we can see more of this kind of stuff. We might see like Messiah potentially show up. You know, like maybe they'll talk about Messiah some more.
Is
maybe
there a date for that in English?
Is there what?
Is there a date for that in English?
I don't think so. I as far as I know, I don't think there is, but I'm not. I haven't been keeping up with him. I'm kind of on your side where I'm like, I'll just stick to Jet. So I don't know exactly, but I am interested. So maybe we'll see more information on that. Maybe we'll see more information on future deck sets that are coming. You know, we got a lot. There's maybe there's zero news. I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
you hear that, kids? Zero news.
Zero.
Zero news. Oh my
Zero
God.
news?
That could be the case.
I've actually been really enjoying Zero recently.
Yeah, we
I've
got
been
a
going
little
back.
Bermuda set coming up.
Yeah, so I've never played during that time, and out of everything I hear about in Vanguard, everybody talks about that like end of G type of time. So I'm really excited to see sort of how that works out. So
Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
very unique period, and like Zero's been replicating it pretty well in terms of like getting the decks back in as well. And, like,
exactly.
some of them are way better than they used to be, and then some of them are a lot different too. But I think we are going to be ready to get into it.
About to watch the video.
In just a little bit, so get
Yep.
ready.
Yeah,
It's
get
time
excited.
to watch the conference.
Yes.
Here we go.
Hey guys, how's everyone doing? See a lot of players here at the Los Angeles Convention Center. Hey, you there? How you doing? Good? Alright, cool. Yeah, alright, cool bro. Alright, I'll see you later. To everyone watching at home, welcome to the Bushiroad English Conference Winter 2023. And to everyone competing at the World Finals, are you winning, son? Whichever it is, I hope everyone is having fun here at the World Finals. It's been too long since the last one, and this is a great chance for everyone to catch up with your friends or to make new ones who share the same hobby. To give everyone an update on the situation here at the World Finals, the Swiss rounds have ended, and we are currently waiting for the top 8 playoffs to begin. I know everyone's excited for it, but you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer. We're finalizing the players, brackets, and doing deck checks at the moment. While you're waiting, here are some upcoming news and releases in the coming months. Just to let you know, Vanguard-related news will be only streamed on the Vanguard Twitch channel, while Weiß Schwarz-related news will be on the Weiß Schwarz Twitch channel. The full version of this conference will be made available on our official Bushiroad channel as usual, shortly after the streams are over. The World Finals marks the end of one tournament, but also the beginning of another. Bushiroad Springfest 2023 will commence from March to June. Assemble your 3-man A-team, as BSF will, of course, be a team tournament. Entry is absolutely free, so all you have to do is register, turn up, and you'll get one of these hot stamped PR cards. Also up for grabs are these amazing champion PR cards. World 2023 will be held throughout the year from March to November. Lots of attractive prizes await you, so don't miss out. For more information, you know what to do. Unlike previous years where we've had events happening on back-to-back weekends, we're spacing it out just a little bit more this year so that you guys have more events to look forward to throughout the year. Bushiroad Fighters Navigator, or Bushinavi for short, is a system created as a means for our TCG community to manage Bushiroad official events or Bushiroad sanctioned tournaments. What this means for you as a player is that you will be able to join tournaments, report your round scores, and check your standings during a tournament all via the Bushinavi app. Bushinavi is also linked with Decklog, so soon you will be able to create and store deck recipes and browse public deck recipes. For Bushiroad official stores, Bushinavi will give you more functionality to better manage the tournaments you host. For example, Bushinavi comes with an inbuilt pairing system that can help you run tournaments smoothly. Bushinavi will be made available this year, so you can look forward to a smoother tournament experience real soon. There's a lot more details than we can cover in this video, so please check our SNS for the updates. Next, I would like to introduce everyone to the Bushiroad Global Online Store, where you can find official Bushiroad merchandise from titles such as Bang Dream, D4DJ, Cardfight Vanguard, Weiß Schwarz, Hololive Production, and many more. Whether you're looking for card sleeves, concert goods, or you just want some new drip, the Bushiroad Global Online Store has it all. There is a new series of Weiß Schwarz and Vanguard merchandise coming to the store, so if you play either of these games, do check them out. Stay tuned to the end of this section for a code that you can use during checkout to get a promotional discount off your orders. Bushiroad on the road toured various anime conventions in the United States last year. There were exclusive merchandise produced just for the Bushiroad on the road. Now these exclusive merchandise are made available on our website. The exclusive merchandise items included huppies, t-shirts, acrylic stands, skateboards, license frames, and more. Since these items were previously sold at various conventions during the tour, only a limited stock are available, so if you've been meaning to get your hands on these items, now's your chance. If you haven't heard already, we now have Meister uniforms. It's a new series of Weiß Schwarz shirts for you to show your love for the game. Here's a look at some of the designs. You can only get these via the online store, so if you want to rock in them, please head on to the Bushiroad Global online store website and make your orders now. And now for Vanguard. The latest merchandise to arrive is the Fighters Apparels. They come in the form of shirts and hats, and with 6 different nations. What better way to show your love and support for your favorite nation than by equipping yourself with our latest Fighters Apparel? You can check out all the designs on the website. If you're watching this stream when it's first airing, you're in luck. For a limited time, we are running a promotion for viewers who use the code Bushi_Matthew during checkout to get 15% off your order. That's a 4 for the A and a 3 for the E. Yeah, cool like that. So grab what you want from the Bushiroad Global online store and check out before it's too late. This promotion lasts from now to February 4th. There's no restriction on the promotion code, and that means you can use this code for any item you find on the store. This is the first time we're giving such a huge discount, so add that item you've been eyeing to the cart now. So while you're shopping, let's move on to Vanguard Zero news. Spring is coming soon, and so will the Spring Circuit. The 4 rank fight seasons will start from February 1st onwards. Registrations for Open Qualifier Round 1 will start from April 5th onwards, and the circuit finals will be held on May 20th and 21st. If you're taking part in the circuit, may the card draw be ever in your favour. For more details, please head on to the events section on our official Bushiroad website. In February, the game will enter the GZ arc, the final sequel to the G series. If you've watched the anime series on our YouTube channel, you would know just how exciting this arc is, but hey, no spoilers. If you have not watched it yet, well, you're in for a ride. Now you get to experience the story firsthand by playing through it on Vanguard Zero. The GZ arc brings about the advent of the dragon deity of destruction, Gize, and with Gize, the terrifying Zeroth dragons. The Zeroth dragons will be released in 2 parts. In February, you can look forward to the Zeroth dragons Drachma, Megiddo, and Stark, and in March, you can look forward to the release of Zeroth dragons Ultima, Dust, and Zoa. The upcoming Imaginary Tower event features Raika and Youthberg that utilizes Revolve Form. Youthberg can be tricky to go up against because of its signature Revolve Form ability, so bring your best deck to the tower and ascend as high as you can. This tower will run from February 4th to 11th. Collect as many medals as you can, and exchange for cards in the exchange shop, including Youthberg cards. Clanfight Challenge featuring Gredora and Mega Colony units will run from February 15th to 22nd. Fight your way through to earn Mega Colony clan medals, which you can then exchange for Mega Colony cards, including the Poison Sickle Mutant Deity Overwhelm and Evil Governor Darkface Gredora in the item exchange store. Gredora's fight skin will also be available from this event onwards, so if you're looking forward to boosting your Mega Colony decks, don't miss this Clanfight Challenge. After the Mega Colony Clanfight Challenge comes the Great Nature Clanfight Challenge. Starting to see a bit of a pattern here. Brace yourselves, because spring is coming. Likewise, the Great Nature Clanfight Challenge will offer you a variety of cards to exchange, and if your points are high enough, there are additional ranking rewards waiting for you too. For exchange items, you can look forward to exchanging Melia Chat Noir, Big Belly, and other Great Nature cards. The month of April is a month of celebration for the 3rd anniversary of Vanguard Zero Global version. This is still in planning, so keep a lookout for the in-game announcements. And that's all we have for Vanguard Zero. And now for Cardfight Vanguard. A new season of Cardfight Vanguard Will Dress just dropped 2 weeks ago. The first 2 episodes are already out on our Vanguard YouTube channel, and you can watch it for free on the channel. New episodes are out every Saturday. A total of 9 seasons of the anime has also been confirmed. I'm always pumped to watch more intense Vanguard Cardfight battles, so knowing that we have 9 seasons planned is really reassuring. It makes the next few years super exciting for me. And now on to the products. Here's a summary chart to bring everyone up to speed on what's been announced for Vanguard TCG. A reminder for those who wish to get their hands on a serial number rare version of Minerva, BTO 8 Minerva Rising, will be going on sale next week. On February 24th, SSO3 Strike Deck Set Chrono Jet will go on sale. This is a special series that contains a Chrono Jet constructed deck and some items such as acrylic fighters coins and a storage box. SSO3 also comes in a premium version which contains additional items that are not included in the normal version. and certain cards get different treatment from those in the normal version as well. More info can be found out on our website. Next up, we have BTO 9 Dragon Tree Invasion. Let's take a look at some of the units that will be featured in this product. Dragon Tree Invasion features cards and units that appear in the first half of the latest anime season. The booster pack contains cards from all 5 nations, including Bruce's latest form. This product will also reissue some highly sought after cards such as Detonation Monster Bobomine and Painkiller Angel. We hope that this will make it easier for players to get a playset or an extra piece for their collection. This product goes on sale March 31st. SS04 Strike Deck Set Messiah is similar to SS03 with some minor differences. The constructed deck in the product features Messiah. Definitely do not miss this special series out if you're a Messiah fan. SS04 Strike Deck Set Messiah will be out on June 9th. BT10 Dragon Masquerade will feature cards and units appearing in the second half of the anime season. As you can tell, it features Yu and his latest form of his unit, but since we're still in the early points of the story, we're not going to spoil anything just yet, so you just have to watch the anime yourself to find out. BT10 Dragon Masquerade is scheduled to go on sale this year. Just so you know, SSO5 Festival Booster 2023 is also in the works, so do keep an eye out for further updates on it. And these are the new products for the year that you can expect for Cardfight Vanguard. And that's all we have for Vanguard TCG. This is normally where we end the video, but we have a new title under our belt, so let's move on to Shadowverse Evolve. The social media channels for Shadowverse Evolve English are all set up now, so do follow us for the latest updates. We will be posting regular video content on our YouTube channel, such as gameplay and mechanic tutorials designed to help beginners learn the game. So, if you've always wanted to pick up Shadowverse Evolve, here's your chance. Shadowverse Evolve is a trading card game based on the digital collectible card game Shadowverse. While gameplay resembles its digital counterpart, it's an entirely different experience thanks to some brand new mechanics. Choose from one of 6 classes and build a deck of 40 to 50 cards to do battle. Over the course of a match, you will call upon mighty followers, cast dazzling spells, and make use of potent amulets to overcome your opponent. Once their leader's defense reaches 0, you win the game. So Shadowverse Evolve is the result of a collaboration between Cygames Inc. and Bushiroad Inc. Cygames Inc. handles the development and design of the game, while Bushiroad Inc. acts as the publisher for the game. The Japanese edition of Shadowverse Evolve was released on April 28, 2022 for the Japanese market to critical acclaim. Now, the game is finally making its way to the West with a global English release. While cards from the Japanese and English editions cannot be used together for official tournament play, players can mix and match in casual settings with the permission of their opponents, of course. I'm sure some of you are keen to get into the game already, but fret not, I'm here to share how. The easiest way is with a starter deck. We'll be releasing 6 of them, 1 for each class, and these will go on sale June 30th, 2023. Pre-orders are currently open, so contact an official Bushiroad retailer for more information. As I mentioned earlier, each starter deck features one of the classes available in Shadowverse Evolve. Each of these decks provides a glimpse of each class's playstyle and unique strengths. All starter decks are ready to play out of the box and contain exactly the same types of cards per product. The first of these is the Forestcraft starter deck, Regal Fairy Princess, featuring Arisa as its leader. This deck focuses on amassing fairy tokens before buffing them up for a huge attack. Players will also get a peek at the class-specific keyword Combo, which enhances your cards as long as you've played a certain number that turn. Next, we have the Swordcraft starter deck, Blade of Resentment, featuring Erika as its leader. This deck offers strong early aggressive cards to start chipping away at the opponent leader's defense before closing out the game with Tsubaki. This card can gain the Storm keyword, which allows it to attack the opposing leader immediately. The Runecraft starter deck, Mysteries of Conjuration, features Isabel as its leader. Unlike the previous two decks, this deck aims to remove the opponent's followers in the early game with spells before summoning its own followers that threaten to end the game in one fell swoop. The keyword Spell Chain appears in this starter deck, powering up your cards if you have a certain number of spell cards in your cemetery. Take to the skies with the Dragoncraft starter deck, Wrath of the Great Worm. This deck features Rowan as its leader. Fans of dragons rejoice, because this deck is packed to the brim with awesome fire breathers. Some cards in the deck have the Overflow keyword, which denotes abilities which activate when your maximum play points is 7 or more. This may seem like a lot considering you start off at 1 play point, but the deck does have ways to ramp up to 7 fairly quickly. Traverse the Darkness with the Abysscraft starter deck, Waltz of the Undying Night, featuring Luna as its leader. Based on the Bloodcraft and Shadowcraft classes from Shadowverse, call upon the Denizens of the Night to do your bidding. Summon Forest Bats and Ghost tokens to dimmer away at your opponents, all while building up the cards in your cemetery for Necro Charge. This keyword buffs your cards once you have a certain number of cards in your cemetery. Walk the Path of Light with the Havencraft starter deck, Immaculate Ablution, featuring Ares as its leader. This deck plays a defensive early game and aims to close it out with potent amulet cards that summon fearsome token followers. It also has some good support cards for amulets, serving as a strong base for a future amulet-based deck. Speaking of deck options, Shadowverse Evolve Booster Set 1 Advent of Genesis will be launching on the same day, June 30th, 2023. Pre-orders are currently open for this as well, so please contact an official Bushiroad retailer for more information. First edition prints of this product will contain an exclusive box topper promo pack, which contains one of 6 promo cards. These are 1 per box, and the card inside is guaranteed to be foil. The set contains cards for all 6 classes, plus neutral class cards, which are usable in decks of any class. Booster sets contain cards that can be used to upgrade your starter decks or to build entirely new decks. There are 180 new cards in this set, with 22 legendary, 38 gold, 56 silver, and 64 bronze rarity cards. There are also a total of 29 special foils in this set, with 22 of them being super legendary rarity and 7 of them being ultimate rarity. 12 new leader cards will also be available in this set. As we've mentioned, the products will launch on June 30th, 2023. Until then, we will be revealing more information about available products, as well as showcasing the cards from each product. Support for monthly shop tournaments will also begin in July, so you can look forward to challenging your friends to a Shadowverse Evolve showdown at a local game store near you. The release will also mark the start of a worldwide demo caravan, where Bushiroad staff members will travel to card shops around the world to teach and promote Shadowverse Evolve, in addition to other Bushiroad trading card games. We are aiming to visit more than 400 stores around the world to spread the love of trading card games. There will also be a handy game assistance app that will be made available after launch. This app will help players to keep track of their playpoint totals as well as their leader's defense. Better yet, this app can also be used to scan leader cards to unlock exclusive voice lines and artwork. And that brings us to the end of the Shadowverse Evolve segment. As we ramp up to the release of the game, more information will be made available through our official social media channels. Give those channels a like, follow, or subscribe to keep up to date with the latest news pertaining to the English edition of Shadowverse Evolve. And that's all we have for everyone today. Thank you guys for tuning in. The conference ends, but please stay tuned as we will resume the live stream for the World Finals really soon. The tournaments should be resuming very shortly, and I'll see you guys again later. Oh, and also in the next conference.
What did you think, everyone?
Yeah, well, how was that?
That was very hype. We were talking the whole time. You probably couldn't hear us, but we were just going off about it like, Bobo Mine reprint?
Yeah, let's go!
Bobo Mine reprint?
So needed. So needed.
It's like, I'm glad because they revealed the reprints for the Japanese side for that set, and it was like, the set 4 triples, like, Inlet and Swirler. Mm-hmm. But then people were like, oh, but there's still more you could be reprinting, and it's like kind of expensive. And that was really nice. I saw like Togachirashi, Bobo Mine, but it was so fast. I was like,
yeah, we didn't get a chance. I think we
Bobo
just
Mine
jumped on
took
Bobo.
up the entire screen for me. I was just like, that's the main thing there.
That's so big because that card is like running like every single deck. Like every brain gate deck you can run that card. It's just so versatile.
Yeah.
So
It's good. It makes them a little bit more accessible. I'm always happy about that.
Yep.
And man, the Shadow vs. Evolve stuff is also really exciting.
Yeah,
like for me,
yeah.
I've been playing the game a lot in Japan with the Japanese version, and it's been really, really successful, super popular. Like I went to a major in Yokohama where we had like over 1,800 players, which is like the biggest tournament I've ever played in my life.
That's
like,
big. That's
game's
huge.
really popular. It's really, really popular. So
hopefully we see the same on the English side. Let's go. Come
yeah,
on.
I think Bushiroad and Side Games are going pretty ham on promotion. You know, we were saying like we're both big Side Games fans
Yeah.
for a lot of their other
Yes.
IPs. So would love to see some in Vanguard as well through collab
let's
sets.
go,
If you're listening, Mr. Side Games, please.
Mr. Side Games.
But that was really hype. Honestly, great announcements. It's cool to get like the sets, a lot of like the dates for the sets, and you know the trailer for English for like BT9 as well, like with like all the units popping up and like the cool music.
Seeing it all. Oh, the first time I saw that, I was like, it doesn't even get old looking at it though. It's the art. The art is just so beautiful.
It really
love
is.
the art. They nailed it with the art in the sets. They've been nailing them honestly with all the sets, but they just keep getting better somehow.
Yeah. So it's been really, really cool. And honestly, like, what a cool announcement stream. I think
Yeah, that was
we
cool.
got some really cool things. I want to find out what the Vice guys were screaming
yeah,
about really bad.
they were yelling.
They were like we're sitting on the complete other side
Yep.
of the Vice guys, and we just have not seen anything. So I would really like love to see in what is.
Oh
my God, they announced Guilty
wait,
Gear!
what? That's pretty lit, actually.
That was the
That's
thing.
why they're freaking
That's
out.
what I was like. I was literally saying is like, I'm not gonna say it. But I was like, I pray for Guilty Gear and Vice because that's the one thing that'll make me play the game again.
Yes, let's
We have
go.
everyone in the backstage popping up. Let's go. Love to see it. Oh my God. Damn. All right, I
That's
guess I'm
pretty
playing
hype.
Vice again.
All right, you're
I
back.
guess I'm playing Vice again. I was like, I'm gonna just play my Gurren Lagann deck forever, and that's gonna be it. But they
Hey,
got me.
now you have a reason.
They got me. They really did get me. God. Damn. All right.
Chris is happy.
They should have shown me the Vice side too. Damn. All right. Good stuff. Well, with that, I hope you enjoyed the announcements back at
Yeah.
home. That's been really hype. And that's not it for the stream either. We're currently
Still
right
got top
now.
8.
I see like a bunch of judges over there. They're going through the
deck
decks.
check.
I see a bunch of notable players over there getting deck check too.
So
We got Mr. Solemn
Let's go.
in top 8. We got Musrax. He's been having a crazy run the last couple of years. In top 8, I see him over there getting deck check.
Yes. I see Ty Smith over there too. I think that's Francisco as well, which are also part of the Game
Yeah.
American side of things. I'm trying to see if there's anyone else that is that Peter. Peter's
We're
in
gonna
far
have to
back
see.
somewhere who has casted in the past as well. Wow, I'm so excited. And
All
obviously we
right.
also have the Orphis player, the Eastburg player, they're also made it into, so.
Ooh, so I actually got the names of the players that made it in for
Oh,
standard.
let's
so
go.
We had Sergio and Patrick, who we saw on stream
Yep.
last round. Of course, they're going to be in as well. We have Victor, Nicholas, Vincent, Johan, who we saw earlier.
yep.
That was way back. I'm trying to find where he was at. I think it was on round 3. So very
Yep.
good as well. And then, of course, we have Kuan, Roman,
And
as
Patrick.
the final. Yeah, and Patrick as well.
Yep.
So very, very hype. I can't wait to see which decks they brought as well.
Yep,
And,
very exciting stuff.
It's going to be
We
exciting.
know 2 of them, so
That is true.
we'll see what
That
the
is
rest
true.
are like.
We'll keep you posted once
Yep.
we get back.
Of
But
course.
I think for now, we will go for a break as we let the players finalize their deck checks and we get the
Okay.
bracket for top
Yeah.
8 as well. And then we'll come back in. We'll break down the top 8 for you, take a look at which decks we have as well. And then, of course, once we get into it, it'll be time to see who's in top 8 and who makes it out
Let's
into
go.
the semi-finals. Orange, are you ready?
Fist, yes, I'm ready. Let's
hyped?
go. Yes. I got my suit and everything. I'm ready.
Too bad. We got to wait.
Okay.
We got to go for break. So anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Come back to us later on for top 8. It's going to be later in today, probably like about half an hour or so because deck check takes a little bit. You got to check
Yeah.
the sleeves, got to make sure nobody's
Yeah,
playing like,
check
you know,
the deck
the right
logs.
cards and everything, the right
Yup.
rarities. So make sure to come back for top 8. We'll be back very soon, so don't go anywhere.
See ya.
Cardfight Vanguard. The glitters have obtained great strength in response to each of their feelings. These heroes are back too. Booster Pack, Minerva Rising. Bushiroad.
We are back for top 8 of the BCS 2022 World Finals. We're going to be your casters, as always. Myself, Different Fight, joined together by Outer Orange. How are you feeling now that we have our top 8 ready?
Oh, I'm so excited. I've actually kind of seen what the breakdown is. It's very interesting to see. I'm very excited. I don't know who's going to be crowned. It's actually, all of these decks are really viable. All very strong decks, all very good decks. Some of which I love to see, and some are probably pretty popular. So I can't wait to see who's going to start taking it all. We're about to see the top 8, and then we're going to see top 4, then we're going to see grand finals, and we're just going to see.
Yeah.
We're so close. Home stretch. We're right there.
The top 8, in terms of the players, we got Sergio, Romain. We actually get it up here on the visual as well. So we're going to have Sergio versus Romain. We're going to have Nicholas versus Vincent, Patrick versus Kuan, and then Victor versus Johan. And in terms of decks, we have a presentation of 3 Youthbergs, 2 Orphist Regis.
2?
2.
What the?
1 Dragonic Overlord, 1 Ava, and 1 Flagberg.
Wow.
The Burger Boat made it in.
Yes, let's go.
The Burger Boat has made
the burger never fails.
it in.
Burger does not fail.
Congratulations. It's good stuff. So it's going to be very exciting to see the players face off against each other. And our feature match for this one is going to be very exciting as well, as we're actually going to get to see that Overlord in action.
Yes.
All right. So
I can't wait. I love Overlord. I think it's actually just a very, very simple yet strong deck.
yeah, especially with that promo, it's been really, really good. Halb, of course, doing some good work, and it's time to get into the game. We're going to see Victor versus Johan, and it's going to be a very, very exciting match, as both players are from Puerto Rico here in the top 8.
That's pretty wild. Puerto Rico represent. They're a really good crowd over there. Proud of them.
Yeah, you were saying earlier, right?
Yup. And here they are. So let's get started. We got Overlord going into Ava. We got the Combine Rusher as the discard. Really good setup. And now we're going to start searching for some orders here after we draw a card.
That is right. So Victor does go first with Overlord, which is pretty good because you get to kind of build time with that one basic Overlord turn before you go into the end. So definitely going to be good. And we're going to see, of course, on Johan's side, he's going to be basically just searching out for the experiment henceforth and see what he picks up, and going to just aggro with the Boba Mine. Okay,
let's go. You run 4 of them, right? So
that is true.
You kind of need to. So going second into Overlord is pretty scary because they have a turn to kind of set up, and they have an extra turn to work with on Overlord, right? So you kind of want to not let them get to the grade. It's pretty much the second Overlord, because then it becomes a grind game where they're constantly farming cards, and it's really hard to come back from that. So I think pushing this deck is very important. The only thing that's risky is that they can swing into the rear guards on the first grade 3 Overlord, and that can be kind of scary because you can't really deny that unless you blitz order it. So
yep, exactly. So it's going to be interesting to see how Victor is going to be able to build up the tempo here. Going to
he's going after
search
that.
out the Halb.
Wow,
Very good.
Why get the perfect card when you can just get the good card, right?
Yeah. It is a very, very good card. I mean, Bar in general is just a very nice flexible start, ride line.
Yep.
We've seen people choose to play slightly different ones, like the Buff Saga ride line, to kind of not have to actually ditch any cards for riding up.
Buff's so free.
So definitely like that.
I personally like the classic Overlord ride line. The fact that you can just tutor out any grade 1 from your deck to hand. You can toolbox stuff. I just think it's great.
Yep. So we're going to see the heal come out actually on the left side there for Victor. And both players now be on 1 damage.
Yep. Going into the grade 2 Ava here, grabbing another order. We've seen 2 Combine Rushers already come out through discard here.
That's pretty big, but you probably don't want to be playing them out here early because, of course, you're going to give a free attack target for the Overlord.
Yep.
So we're going to see how Ollie's actually going to play it out. Going to choose to
I was going to say, I think he's going to push. He pushed with the Boba Mine. What's stopping him now?
True.
So, here comes yet even more. Whew.
I like this call order, and also the attack order is interesting because you kind of force them to take this.
Yes, exactly.
And
then it's still going to hit.
Yeah.
Even with the defense.
You force out the guard here because you kind of know that they're going to be struggling to guard the 18 in a clean way, and goes down to 0 damage.
Wow.
That's
a really... Oh, you don't even need Boba Mine anymore.
Yeah, there's
it
no
was
damage
just there's an AK.
Put face up.
Yep. What's really, I'm with you. I agree. I think this is really interesting. It's really good setup. Do you, as an Ava player, do you normally play this aggro?
Not really. I honestly do pace myself out a lot more. And, of course, that's partially because people in Japan, generally speaking, play that way. That's something I didn't really realize until I came back to the West.
Yeah, how aggressive people are here. Because even draws aren't as common. Most people just run like crits and fronts or just anything to push aggro.
Exactly. So we see the Nahalem come out through the effect that it has. And, of course, going to be buffing up that Overlord, which now has that attack target of the Combined Rusher, which will get that restand. And, of course, more checks finds the end.
That's important. It's something that this deck really falls behind on is if you can't find the end. If you can't find the end, you're kind of stuck on the worser Overlord, essentially, and you really don't want that happening.
Yeah, exactly. So the Nahalem come out, 15k attacker, makes the Overlord get plus 5k as well, so you got the nice numbers, 18k before you go into the end.
Okay.
And then the Burning Horn, of course, will also get the plus 5k here from you attacking with the Vanguards. Every time you attack with the Vanguard, you get that plus 5k on it, which is good.
So
what's be able to go up twice.
Interesting here is I think he's going to Vanguard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm almost positive.
All right, well,
because he was thinking about guarding there, but I'm not 100% yet. But it looked like that swing was the Vanguard. I've seen some Overlord players. Yeah, it was the Vanguard. I've seen some Overlord players do this where they purposely pressure on Vanguard to make people not want to make people overguard since it has an on hit, and then what happens is they restand like this and then just keep going. So very interesting setup. They're pretty much playing like the end, but without the end. Essentially, they're just saying forget the rear guard skill.
Yeah. So Halb going to come down as well, making that really big column with the Burning Horns. That's going to be 20k on its own. Yeah. Gets the defensive. Pretty good.
All right. We're swinging in
hitting.
here. Yep. Being at 20k bases, still got to guard a little bit because the numbers do get pretty massive. Overlord is pretty good. You don't have as much persona, but you're capable of still applying pressure with the numbers that just the rear guards and the Vanguard gets as the attacks go through. Yeah,
absolutely. This is Secondal, so basically hasn't seen too many obfuscates fall into the damage or in the hand.
Yeah, they've
so
all been
don't
combines.
Really need to use it as much until late game. All right, finds the Bold Mine off the top. Of course, you have one on board, so don't really need it. Going to just Soul Blast and bind the Burning Horn here. So it's a pretty powerful attacker. So that's going to get removed, put it to the side. And now Ava gets to use, before that, we're going to use Combined Rusher, the second one, to bring that out.
Dang, good. This is really a very aggro, double Combine Rusher, early Boba Mine. We're trying to shred that hand as fast as possible because Overlord farms like crazy. The minute you ride the end, it's so hard to kill this deck.
Yeah, and it's getting to see the Persona Ride added off the Eva skill there as well when he peaked at the top 3 is also very nice. And now Eva's effect, of course, will call out the Obfuscate there that he sent to the bottom over the Combined Rusher game. Those 4 attacks and the extra crit on the Obfuscate. Of course, we'll be pushing in for some big numbers. 26k on the Vanguard column, 23k there on the Obfuscate, followed by the 20 of the Combined Rusher. And there's another one coming through. And a heal.
Another heal coming through, going back down to 2 damage. Wow.
Damn, another
the grind.
Dude, poor Puerto Rican players are built different.
Yeah, they really are. I'm telling you. It's insane.
Crazy. All right, going to swing at the rear, of course. Doesn't hit the Vanguard anymore. And there's going to be just a 5k to guard, 2 crit Obfuscate.
I'm kind of wondering, leaving out the Boba Mine like that, was that intentional?
I wonder.
Yeah.
I mean,
because you kind of, Ava kind of busts a lot. You kind of want a Boba Mine.
Yeah, but maybe just keeping it for the next turn for when it's really necessary because I think he knows he's going to take some damage here anyway.
Yeah, plus it makes that a good number under, behind Ava and everything.
Yes.
So probably want because 18 or 28 versus 36 or whatever. It's just a bigger number. So.
Yep. Ooh, and the Berserk.
The on hit. Yep. I don't like that card. I find it annoying. I keep having to guard it.
Yeah.
Because you don't want the retired draw. Overlord already draws so much. Here we have another draw trigger, speaking of draws, coming through, giving it to the on-hit grade 2 here. And then let's see what second check is. Second check is a heal. So again, we're just going back down to 2 damage. I feel like we're going to start going to deck out territory here if this just keeps going back and forth like this.
Yeah, honestly, both players are just kind of going back and forth and just healing left and right.
Yep.
You see the end, of course. Gonna proc its effect. Discard the help. So it's just one card instead of 2. Very nice.
All right. So we have another Vanguard swing coming in here. Another 2 drive checks. A critical crit on the Vanguard here. Cohen put the power on our rear guard. Oh, actually, we're thinking about making the on-hit even higher because, why not draw more cards, right? And then, a Persona, which is very big. That this deck under Persona gets very lethal. Going to 5 damage, very, very, very scary. It's going to be very scary. We'll give you like a farming turn. It's trying to aggro like crazy here once the Ava player has their turn comes back.
Yeah, they will be in heal range for quite a bit, but I think they've seen majority of the heals by now.
Yeah, both of them, honestly. Yeah, this was quite a turnaround. We went from 3 damage, and now we're back to 2, and now Ava's at 5.
Yep, not going to let this on-hit happen, of course. That
Oh,
would
there's
result
the
in the
intercept.
world's journey ending.
Yep.
The person who wins here gets to continue. The person that doesn't, unfortunately, has to bow out.
Oh.
This is do or die, top 8.
Exactly. Here comes the Persona.
All right, we have
And we-
orders
yep.
to cycle.
Yes, we do. Thinking about sort of what the play here is, putting down the grade 1 here.
Yeah, I had the grade 2 in hand as well, but probably didn't want to give up any cards in hand for the discard.
Yeah, that's understandable. Also maybe Soul, trying to conserve a little bit on it.
I think it's also that the OT might still be in, and it's trying not to just
Yeah.
accidentally draw into that. Because when you have the selective, drawing, let's say, from Ewa skill, it's a bit different.
Mm-hmm.
You get to just avoid the triggers as much as possible, but let's see, this top 4 is looking pretty good. It has Bubble Mine,
Yep.
Secondel, so
Yeah, good options. I
lot
don't
of
even know which
cards.
is the best one here. I think the Bobo is good, and that grade 1 Alien Boy is pretty good too here. So
Yeah, Secondel's very nice just for extending the game, making sure that you're not calling Obsolete from hand because it is a bit of a minus. Bringing
It
it out
is,
from deck
yeah.
is always better.
looks like we're stacking that Soul here. Maybe they're gonna go for the draw.
Yeah, I guess the counter charge off of
Mm-hmm.
the grade 1 research order. The result of the experiment henceforth. And
Yep.
here we're going to see how
Oh, they're gonna do Soul Blast 3 here.
probably not.
I know it's super rare, right? Oh,
Yeah.
putting the PG at the bottom.
That's actually pretty big.
Interesting. I wasn't
Yeah.
expecting that.
So normally you use the Gondol to just put,
The
Obfuscate back.
Escort, yeah.
but you can basically put anything that isn't a trigger, which also includes orders. which is-
Interesting.
The way it's written in English, it seems like it can't put orders,
But it can.
the Japanese text says it can.
Yeah.
And if you try it in Deer Days, you can.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I have to tell it to people every time. All right, there comes the Obfuscate now with the 2 crit. Looking very good. Some nice power columns as well. We have the 36 here of the Eva, 33 Obfuscate, and then 38 combined rusher. Definitely numbers you can't slack, just no guard easily.
Mm-hmm.
We see a crit.
which is good.
Makes
Like the
Obfuscate
crit.
lethal.
Yup.
Ooh, defensive comes out for Victor and a
Okay.
Halb.
And then this time we are using Bobo. I think they just kept the Bobo just for the extra pressure on this swing right here under Persona, which is actually pretty smart.
Yeah.
Sometimes people instantly auto into wanting to use Bobo Mine, not realizing that you can probably just keep it another turn. You don't need to countercharge, especially when you have orders that countercharge for you as well.
Exactly.
So swinging for lethal here, right? So 2 damage
Exactly. But
and using the grade 1.
Madoka coming down.
Yup.
15k shield.
That card's so insane. Every time I see that card, I'm like, man.
Yeah, they
Such
just
a good
got
card.
more trigger value
Yeah,
basically
yeah, exactly.
in the deck. All right, has another Fushima Madoka still in hand, some PG. So for for Victor, it's gonna be easy to guard. Gonna go to 5 though.
Yup.
Basically trying to stay in heal range for both sides, even though they've healed quite a lot. But
Yep.
and I think both players' OTs are still in, and it's
Oh my.
we're definitely getting pretty thin on the deck here. So
Yes. And OT, the Dragon Empire OT under Overlord is massive.
it's very, very huge. So for both players here, it's basically a interesting situation where you have one deck that drive checks a lot, so it's the chance of hitting it is higher, and one deck that thins a lot,
Yep.
so the chance of checking it is higher.
Exactly. And both
any
strong
moment now.
OTs.
So, yeah, any moment now. All right, 28 coming in. Overlord's coming in big
Yep.
from the very get-go. Gonna
Using
choose
the
perfect
blitz
guard.
here.
We're going to dish the combine rusher in hand or the research order.
I was gonna say I think an order wouldn't be too bad or combine. I don't know. I feel like every shield matters here. This is
Oh, there it is.
speaking of, willed
There
into
it
existence.
is.
That is a 3 restand. Well, sorry, it would be 3 restands total.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a big Vanguard, and I'm assuming you can honestly put the 100 million on the Vanguard now, which means you have to perfect guard every single attack here.
And the hell? Oh, my
wow,
god.
What a drive check!
Perfect discard
What
fodder
a
for later.
drive check! That's insane. Getting the two best things you could probably drive check right there. So here it is again.
Oh, he's taking it.
He's like,
Let's
I'm
see
going
these
in.
checks.
I'm going
Blank,
in.
followed by a blank.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
And a
oh,
heal on
That's
6.
damage. Let's go.
All right. It's not over yet. We
But
are.
there's one more.
Yep.
One more. Here comes the discard.
The Halb, of course,
Nope.
coming down. It's going to
Restanding.
put itself on the board, get that lovely plus
Oh.
5K, and he has a PG.
He has it. Wow. Wow. But,
All right.
but there's still
Two
the rear
blanks.
guards. We
There's still two
oh my
rears.
gosh! But and the Ava's 23 now. We still got the Upscrade. No, this is possible
This is
because
possible, yeah.
the 100 million is on Vanguard. So the rear guards are actually not that big now. There's a chance.
The OT has not decided it just yet. There's an 18K
Yeah.
from the Persona ride.
Yep.
With another 13 to boot. So
Right
two
here,
10Ks will
okay.
do it.
Yep.
Two upgrades will do it. Oh, no, just one. Because
Yeah,
we have
just
the
one.
defensive
Yeah,
power.
yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh! I don't think I've ever seen someone survive
the
an
Berserk
Odysseus
is
yet.
going to pop the Secondal.
Okay.
Coming in with, I believe, he gets plus 5K on its own, so it's 33.
So 23, 33.
15K will guard
oh
it. He
my
survives.
gosh, he survives it. The triple restand. That's insane.
Johan manages to live through. Finds
he
the order
just
off
went
the top.
straight in.
We've seen this multiple times
yeah,
today.
yeah.
And he drew into, I think, the last heal as well there
Yup.
on Johan's side.
Wow, that's insane. I'm curious about how big that hand is over on Overlord side because, you know, that was 6 cards essentially. Ooh.
That looks very big.
Yeah, that's a
That
big
looks
hand.
pretty big.
Woo. It's okay. We still have another OT we haven't seen yet, if you think about it.
That's true. And there's also the option for Johan to potentially go for the deck out play.
Exactly. I think the deck out play is actually really big here. Ava has a really long-term survival rate, so this is perfect.
Oh, just going to add that PG to hand. We're going to make sure we survive.
You know, what if you, like, don't shuffle and it's just, like, right there? Like, exactly what you need.
Yeah. Could be the case. I mean,
Because since we're getting
track,
low. Yeah.
If you've been keeping track, then
There's a high chance.
definitely possible. All right. Do we have any secondals? I think all upgrades are out now between the drop and the hand.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think they're checking for triggers, too.
Let's see it. Combined Rush are going to come in with the 20.
Okay.
No Persona right here, but you have to guard all the attacks here because, of course, we have 5 damage on Victor's side.
Yep, exactly. Both at 5. This is a very close game. This is insane. This is a very insane game.
Ever swinging in. Gonna look through the deck
Ooh.
first. It actually finds one.
Yup.
But you see how many triggers are in
I
there?
did
Like,
see.
that is compressed as
oh
hell.
Oh my gosh. Whew. This.
All right.
It could be done here. This cut could be it.
Yeah. Right now for Victor, where you cut the deck will determine how this game ends. First check, combined rusher.
Rusher.
Second check, critical
Crit-
trigger.
Okay.
The power's gonna matter. Gonna put this to 30.
Yup.
Asking for a 2-card guard on the combined rusher side. 30K with a 2 crit and then 23K obscudate.
Yup.
How will this be guarded? We know there's no front in the Overlord list. Let's take a look.
It's a pretty big hand there, and not being on a Persona makes it a little bit not too hard to guard this turn here. I think that I'm more curious about what that last card on top is.
Yeah.
Because this is going to be a hard turn to guard. I don't know if there's another Persona for Overlord player.
He's
But
got a lot of triggers in hand and the PG. Actually,
true. Actually, yeah, the Persona will make a difference here. If there's no Persona, I think we're actually okay, which I don't think we're seeing Persona. We're actually seeing a lot of PGs in that hand.
Oh, he does have Persona.
I was just thinking, I guess, what the move is here.
Also deck count. There is
Yeah,
a chance
I think
that
that's probably why they're scared to go into Persona here, because if deck out happens, this would be the Persona is the way to deck out.
might be too close for comfort. But let's take a look.
Oh, they're checking triggers too, checking everything. It matters here.
All right, just going through it. Got a Persona ride.
Honestly, the number matters here. It
Going
could
to a crit.
could become the end here.
Yeah. Like we've seen quite a few PGs as well from Johan's side. So let's see
Exactly.
it. Burning Horn coming down. Don't think you want a CB for this in case you actually hit the Overlord.
Yeah, exactly.
+5 on the Overlord.
You could also
itself.
just see what's going on in your deck too.
Yeah. All right. Well,
All right, going in with
28.
Persona 28.
gonna
a
check
trigger
those
count.
triggers.
That's a
2,
very big
3,
drop zone.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in drop.
9. We have 10.
10 with the OT. 11.
11.
Maybe one face down. So
I
like
think there might be.
12-ish.
I think it's 12 total in public knowledge, and from what we're seeing,
There's like 2 in hand.
yeah.
So still a
And
couple.
I'm curious how big that deck is.
doesn't look too huge.
What is that? 2 to pass? So
43
33 as a 2.
to pass.
Yep.
First check draw.
The draw trigger. Deck
Gotta
out.
put it
Deck
in the
out.
rear. But yeah, the deck out risk is actually quite real.
Ooh, maybe that's why they're
Another
thinking about that
Overlord.
persona. That's
3
Oh
cards.
my gosh.
Do your
Woo.
restand.
I mean, I think that's the last draw trigger. It has
He's
to
doing
be.
it.
It has to be the last draw trigger. That because we've already seen a lot.
Wait. This might be it. Like, this twin drive is going to determine everything because
Yeah.
this swing could deck him out.
Yep.
I think you have to PG this.
Yeah, of course. Bring out that
no, you
perfect
can
card.
actually drop 2 15s.
True.
You
True.
can drop 2 15s, and I think if there is a trigger, I think there's only one in the
Yeah,
deck.
yeah, it has to be one.
He doesn't know that. Doesn't know that, but
Yeah. You still got to think about those rear cards, though.
yeah, you got like a 36 on the help column and a 38 on the other one.
Yeah. That's
2 to
another 2.
pass.
Okay.
Let's see it.
Okay.
Berserk
Okay.
into
Oh
nothing.
my
The
gosh.
Ethan.
But these rears, man. So
If-
this is 16, 26. Okay.
Oh my god, if Johan can
Okay.
guard this. If Johan can guard this, that's going to be fine. Oh, I don't think that's enough. Needs another. Yep,
oh,
that's
oh,
enough.
okay. I think there's a PG in hand.
I think
there's
there is a
PG in
one-hand
Let's
PG.
Go! Let's go!
He does it. Johan
That's
is
game.
able to
Let's
deck
go.
out Victor.
Woo!
Offensive OT doesn't matter. You check drag bait on the first
Wow.
Overlord swing. It doesn't matter.
That
Johan
was-
takes it in this emotional match between two
Oh,
players
man.
from Puerto Rico and manages to advance to top 4.
Oh my gosh. What was the card on top? I'm so curious. That was
Oh
a really
my
close match. That
God.
OT rip was scary.
That was
that was
very
a scary,
scary.
especially it was the first drive check, like the first one.
You
What a
can see
match.
the joy in Johan.
Yeah, yeah.
What a crazy, crazy game, for both
Oh.
players. Like, that was such a back and forth, and, it's a bit of a shame, having to knock out one of your fellow, community
Yeah,
members.
exactly.
But
Both making it so far.
it'll be a good story to tell when they get back home.
Of course, exactly.
That was
Wow.
amazing, dude. So many highlights. I
Yeah.
feel like, just seeing kind of like how the game paced out, so many early heals.
Yep.
It felt like, we're probably going to get into a deck out game somewhere along the lines.
Yeah, you called it.
Yeah, and I was like, will we see him use that Overlord at the end? But he was like, there's still that crit remaining. I'm going to try to go through it.
Yeah. Honestly, the crit could have been very painful.
Yeah. Like, that was such a good game. Such a good feature between
Yup.
two players from Puerto Rico. So now for the top 4 in terms of, the remaining players. I'm trying to think. So we've basically...
Okay, we're seeing the bracket here, actually.
Ooh.
So let's go ahead and see sort of where it's led.
Let's take a look at the players. So what kind of updates we have had from the
Oh,
bracket
here they are.
itself. Oh, looks like it is
So-
filling up bit by bit. We can have a little bit of an enhanced view.
Yep.
We'll be able to tell you. Oh, all right. Looks like
Okay.
Looks like we need
We're
to wait a little
holding.
bit
It's
more.
okay. We're waiting. It's all good.
we have to get it set up real quick.
Yep.
But Johan is the first person confirmed for the top 4. And actually, it looks like we have our full list of top 4 players. So we
Okay.
have Romain Wang.
Okay.
We have Nicholas A. Amato Jr.
Yep.
Assuming?
Yep.
Then Juan Alexandre and Johan Alexis Lopez Flecha. So
I'm trying to remember who was playing what.
yeah, we're gonna have to come back to that and
Yeah,
see what decks
exactly.
everyone's bringing. But
Yeah.
I know that we've lost the Overlord. Unfortunately,
We have lost the Overlord.
so we're gonna have to see who is remaining in this top 4, and we've lost a few players that we saw earlier.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, we have lost a
So
couple
we've lost
here.
Patrick, the Orphis player. I wonder
Yep.
who
There's
the other
2
Orphis
Orphis
player
players, so
was. Yeah, I mean,
so who do you think we should take a look at here? I'm trying to remember. I don't think we've seen either of the players for Roman and Wong versus Nicholas. Up to
Yeah.
you, but
I think we have not seen Nicholas versus Roman. I think we haven't seen either of them yet on stream. So let's get them on.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm curious to see which of the decks are that they're playing as well for this top 4. So it'll be exciting to see what they're bringing to the table, and of course how they continue on in this tournament.
Yep.
I'm also just like looking around at the venue, and I see Mr. Musrax, playing. He's playing Steam Maidens, and he made it into top 8 earlier
really?
in Premium. And I saw him celebrating with his friends back there, so I'm pretty sure he made it in top 4 as well.
Wow, that's exciting. Also, I don't see Maxime anymore. Well, hopefully
No, I think he's
Oh,
still,
yeah,
still
he's
playing
right there.
over
Oh,
there.
yeah, he's still playing. Well, good luck
Still
to
playing.
him. Hopefully that goes well.
Him and his opponent both have snapbacks, but like
Oh,
the,
you're right. They
they've
got
got on
the
the back.
hats.
you know, it's game time when
Yeah.
they turn it around.
Serious business.
That is right. So it's going to be a very exciting time. Getting into our top 4 as well later down the line. I'm really curious about what the decks are that made it in. So right now, the one that we have confirmed is
Eva.
the Eva.
Yep.
Right. So our one Eva has made it in, which is very exciting, and I'm very happy. I mean, I am the Eva ambassador out here.
You are the Eva ambassador. You did this.
I did it. All right. So Nicholas is representing New York.
Okay.
Pretty cool. I haven't seen anyone from New York, I think, so far today.
Oh, really?
So definitely very exciting, you know, in terms of the stream tables. You're playing Youthberg. So that's one youth that we know is in the top 4 for sure.
Yup.
And Romain is our other
Orphist.
player.
Let's go. Orphist in top 4.
That is right. And I'm curious to see what the last one is of the players that qualified.
This is going to be
That's
another
Quan, I
tough
think.
battle. Yeah, true. We still got one more that we're not 100% sure on.
Yeah.
But this can be another uphill battle. We'll have to see. I think it all comes down, honestly, if Orphis has a chance to go first.
Yes. So we're going to have to see. And once we get players situated and once things get set up, it'll be very exciting to see, you know, how the bracket proceeds.
Yep.
And which of the players make it out into the top. We might actually be able to go straight into top 4 because I think our feature match was the last one to finish up.
Oh, wow.
So this is good. You guys don't need to.
Yep.
You guys don't need to wait for anything. We're gonna just go
Yeah.
immediately into the top 4.
Let's go
back
top
to back
4.
to back action.
Yup.
It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be a hype time for
Okay.
everyone tuning in.
Yep, exciting. We still have a little bit of setup to do, just some minor stuff for the players here. So we're just gonna stand by a little bit here before we get started. But I can't wait to see how this turns out. Very excited.
Yep. So we have our players here. I believe that was Romain.
Mm-hmm.
So gearing up, gonna be our player from Spain. I think we did see him a bit earlier, actually. If I'm
You think
not-
so?
Maybe not. Never mind.
I don't remember either of these names.
Yeah,
At least in
so I
terms
think-
of rounds.
Yeah, Romain, I think we are seeing for the first time. So representing Spain, and of course, on that lovely Orphist.
Yep.
And then on the other side, we're gonna have Nicholas playing the Youthberg.
Interesting. Youthberg still going strong, as per usual.
It's funny how, like, normally looking at Nicholas's sleeves, you would think he'd be also playing Orphist. But
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
you can see, like, there in the bottom side,
Yeah.
the Zaxa sleeves.
Yep.
But then we see
Orphis
Romain.
represent.
Romain running the Tomari themed colored sleeves as well. I really like when they did those for set 1.
Yeah, those are
Those
really
are very
pretty,
nice.
actually.
All right, good stuff. Very exciting times. And it's going to be great. I mean, this is arguably the second most important match of the day for
Yep.
both these players. But right now, in terms of what's in front of them, it is the most important one. Like, the players here today, they have spent so much time playtesting, putting their hearts out,
Yeah, of course.
just getting ready for this day. Like, this is standing on this world stage, being 1 game away from finals, 2 games away from being the world champion, is what a lot of the competitive community, every player just wishes for. It's
Exactly.
what they've dreamed for. There's blood, sweat, and tears put into all this practicing and playtesting,
Yep.
picking the right list, picking the exact 50 cards that you want to bring into the tournament. And for these players, like, this is do or die, basically.
Yeah,
It's like,
exactly.
you lose, you fight for 3rd place. You want to get that, you know, the best prizes you can get.
Yep.
But first place is that trophy, and it's that.
The Leonard.
It's not just the Leonard. It's like the pride. You are one of the world champions. There's very few of them throughout Vanguard's history. And, of course, there you go. The first place prize that everyone is gunning for, everyone is fighting for here in the Standard World Championship Finals. I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. Like
Yeah,
this,
no, I'm with you.
you know, we all discover Vanguard at some point, whether it's through an ad or some video or the anime. And, you know, everyone goes from just, like, picking up their first trial deck, picking up their first booster pack, opening up their first cards, you know, playing with their friends in their home, playing with people at locals,
Yeah.
you know, finding their community, joining a community. Some people do it online, some people do it in person. Some people, you know, they just have to, like, playtest online and then go to these events and try to qualify.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
Some
you know,
people only
it's-
know the online world.
Yeah, it's like for some people, it's like they immediately get it through their first ever BCS. Some people have been grinding for years
Yeah.
trying to make it. And this is going to be the matchup that is going to decide who goes to finals, who gets to say that they were a finalist at the World Championship of the 2022 circuit.
Yeah.
I'm hyped.
Yeah, yeah. You
I
know
can't wait
what?
to
You're
get
very
into it.
right. You're very right about the pride too. Just being able to just tell people like, hey, I am the world champion. That's
Exactly.
me. 2022.
All right, well, let's see who gets one step closer here for this top 4. Will it be Nicholas or will it be Romain?
Excited to see.
Yep, so Nicholas again on that Youthberg. I want to quickly take a look at his deck list here as well.
Oh yeah, true.
All right, so Romain there. We have on the left running the...
Ooh.
Oh, so I guess we were actually... So Romain, the one running Orphis, is the one actually with...
Playing Orphis.
Yep.
Yep. I
So
see
we're
it.
getting into it. Stand-up Vanguard.
Yep,
So
let's
yes,
go.
the sleeves were not bait. They were actually
They were not
correct.
bait. It was legit.
It
I'm already
was
seeing
legit.
another really good Orphis hand there. Very excited.
Yes, so...
Honestly, going second as Orphis sometimes is so clutch because you get to draw 2 cards. You get to use the Penguin to get another order. And then on top of that, you search for an order off of the grade 1. Like, you straight up just get a ton of card value going second.
Yeah. It is really good. We're going to get that nice order search off of the Tecton as well.
Yep.
It's very good. I'm also taking a look at the list here run by Nicholas. Nicholas, of course, is running Youthberg and looks like a pretty traditional list. He's running Karubere, actually.
Good,
at
good.
3.
That's a
and
good
just
card.
2 copies of Schneisel. So
Yep.
you get a bit more searching, a bit more counterblast, of course, added as
Yep.
well. And running 3 copies of Gust. We've seen this quite a bit
Yep.
in some of the lists that basically are like, well, I mean, I only really go into it for like turn 5 or so. So it's like, you don't need it as much early game.
See? The double order. Look at that.
Ooh,
It's
very
so
nice.
free. I
Very
love
good.
it.
So on Roman's side, he actually plays 4 copies of Combined Rusher in the main deck.
That's so interesting, actually.
And 9 orders.
Wow. I mean, honestly, I think 9 orders is like the correct amount. It all comes down to like what your grade 1s and 2s are, to be honest. Everything else is kind of like your 3s and your orders and your triggers are kind of set in stone.
Yeah. So see the first bit of damage is going to be going into Nicholas's side. And now it's up to Nicholas to see how they want to follow up this turn. Like, you can't really just like blindly start calling stuff down because, of course, we might still see some damage deny coming out. But let's see how it continues.
We have yet to
on.
see it happen.
Yeah.
We have yet to see like a chill turn 2 from Youthberg. Yeah, maybe this is the one.
True.
It's
Or
always
you
been
know-
aggro.
You know what I realized?
What?
Sergio didn't make it past top 8, I think.
No.
He got hit with a curse.
You're right.
I talked to him after he won on stream, and I was like, yeah, dude, just make sure you don't hit the curse. He's like, no, I'll break past it.
Oh, that's pretty
nobody
unfortunate.
breaks past the curse that easy.
Yeah,
But
it really is hard. It's
It
hard.
is hard.
It's
It is
so
hard.
hard.
Like,
Because you've been playing every single match too, It's like
it's also like this isn't just any tournament. This is the
The-
top 8 of the World Championship.
Yep.
The best players in the entire world. It's not just your day at locals.
yeah, of course. It's locals plus some more, plus some more, plus some more on top of that.
Locals deluxe.
It's locals global.
All right. So I actually saw the 1 damage healed down here
Yep.
from the side of Nicholas.
Wow, they're just both at 0 damage now.
Yep.
Okay. So we got the little draw going here. Going for sometimes it's really good to just go for the draw. I sometimes like doing this instead of just going aggro. Oh wow, now that's a good trap check. That's painful. You want to get as many perfect cards as possible against Orphis. So seeing that the damage is actually pretty rough.
Yeah, but hopefully still find some of the regular ones, of course.
Yeah, of course. Still got 3 shots. It's okay. So here we go. Discarding.
Wayward.
Yep.
Coming on down and going to be able to, of course, actually going to use the skill of the
Interesting.
of the grade 2 youth in order to get back the persona right. I like that.
All right.
And then let's take a look at what the rest of the turn will be. Going to play out the Wayward there for the 1 Soul Blast. And, of course, you can develop a board, but you don't really have... I think it just doesn't have Tempest at all in hand.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's why they went for the Oh.
Going to use Youthberg.
Yeah, using Youthberg here to potentially find a better card, something that could help. That isn't Gust, obviously. And not seeing anything. Okay, so I guess it might be actually a very chill turn here. And honestly, again, I say this every single time, but 1 defense usually shuts down like a first ride Youthberg. So
Yeah,
this won't be 2. It's always the second Youthberg turn that's just like where it really starts pushing.
Yeah, here if you develop that column on the right, you can kind of like swing in with the first wayward, and then just like kind of like poke damage, and then try to pressure with the youth perk after that. He's gonna call out the Kerbere.
Okay, no skill, since we don't have any CB to work with here. But still, it's a beater, and beaters are important. And here we have the Sequana coming in. Okay, this is a little,
I mean, Orphis doesn't really have any removal, so.
Yeah, exactly. It's not hurting you.
The crit's
all
good.
effects, okay. 2 damage here. This will be interesting to see here. Double defense? No. Oh, that's painful. That's good.
Heal comes off.
And yet it does go off. Interesting. So, okay. And then here we do have the Tempest here.
Gonna go for the 1 drive.
Yep. Just 1 drive. Just just 1 swing. Call it a day. It's okay. You don't need all your skills to go off to still do everything. You can still pop off even with just this. So, going in for 18, so 1 to pass right now. I would honestly go no guard.
Yeah, you can go no guard, or you can like drop the draw you got in hand for no pass just to keep it safe.
Yeah.
In case your opponent's like checks crit, you don't want to like immediately go to 3.
Yeah.
And
wow.
there it is.
Wow.
I think that was the right play.
Wow, you willed that too.
Yeah. All right, but and like this is also nice because like the 30k on the side is like just 15k to guard.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Might as well take this 20, and then if you hit another defensive, you can just drop 5 for the last one.
Exactly. I would have been that person, but like, what to pass? Go for it. I would have seen myself at 3 damage.
Yep. All right, we're gonna see. Not sure if he's still debating it, but he's gonna drop the 15 to guard. Is it bigger than that?
Wow. Ooh.
Okay, I guess.
Yeah, that's pretty painful actually, because that's 18, 28.
No, because the Angel is 10k base. So
right.
Starting
so 20,
to 20, so maybe he forgot about the defensive.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it was kind of weird.
It's a bit late to go back now.
Yep. Yeah, the turn already ended.
You have to keep in mind that for these players, like top 4 is one of the most important matches.
Yep.
So unfortunately, that's where misplays can often happen as well.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
You just have insane stress, nerves,
and
like
just exhaustion, and
you've been
mentally exhausted. You've been mentally playing like this whole time, so. And actually, that signature Orphist, whoo,
looking good.
Pretty sure it's a signature. It looks like it.
Might be the SP, perhaps.
I can't tell, but regardless, beautiful card.
That's right. Ooh, has a Nuvorea. That's really important for that multi-attack.
Yep, correct.
Gonna see that come on down, of course. It's a good attacker on its own, but of course.
I don't think we've seen it yet.
We saw it once.
Yeah.
Earlier, yeah.
Okay, swinging in. It has a +2 for every order, so it's a +6. So a little bit of an awkward number, but once you hit like the 4, 5, or 6 orders, it actually becomes very beefy.
Yeah. All right, swinging in. I'm going to be able to ask for a 5k. Oh, no, it is actually 10k shield.
Yep.
So intercept will not be enough to protect. And let's see.
So
are going to drop the 15.
Yep. Sometimes that's what you have to do. Like I said, the numbers are awkward, but it's just enough to be annoying.
Yeah. So Regus here can, of course, ditch 1, CB1 to call out a token, and then Nuvorea will just make 1 on top.
Yep. Getting double token, and I do see the grade 3, so they get the additional 5k on top of that, so there'll be 20k attackers.
Yes. So probably thinking where to put the other one.
I mean, I would just split it here. I mean, that's usually the play. It's risky, but it's usually how you
value
want to
that more.
Yeah, you need the. I think you need to split it. Oh, I'm actually surprised. I think especially since starting with only 2 attacks, I think splitting would have been the way. But this makes a better number.
Oh wow! Heal comes out down to 1 damage again.
See, again, splitting I think would have been more versatile here, but that's just me. It also depends on the drive the damage.
Ooh,
yes, and there you go. And that changes it. That does change it there. So if you had split it, I think 1 wouldn't have been hitting anyway. So.
Yep. We're going to see here. This is really big. This is a 50k column going into the 23.
Yep.
He's actually going to guard it.
Wow.
With the 2 15s.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, Nicholas trying to stay on low damage here.
Yeah.
It's an aggro deck, multi-attack. 1 defensive does help to shut down the whole turn. So
I don't know. Those numbers get pretty big.
You want to make the most of your defensives once you do hit them.
Really? I don't know. 70. They get to 70k at some point. That gets pretty massive. Like a defense doesn't really help you. It's like a PG or a die at that point.
That is true.
I think it's more just to have room to take damage, kind of like Skull Dragons. Like you just want the room to take it.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, finds a Sequana off of the Youth Perk search. Yep. Very nice. That's what you want to see.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, and just going to swing. Potentially might have another Wayward in hand. Sequana.
Okay,
Drive check into
another
heal.
heal.
Actually goes down to 1.
Wow.
Oh my
Another
god.
deck out situation. You know what? This is actually kind of scary. I will say, or the later the game goes, the scarier Orphis gets. So we'll have to see sort of where this all goes. But here we have the Tempest coming in. Get a little Cara Blast here.
Just got to see a grade 1 off the top to remove one of those tokens.
Yup, and we've seen a lot of grade 1s already.
2-0.
So we've seen a lot of Sequanas. We've seen a lot of Waywards. I wasn't actually expecting. Well, very low chance of that grade 1 unless it's a perfect guard. So we go going in 28.
Big old number.
Yep.
Just take this.
Yeah,
Another
another Tempest. Okay. That's
Ew.
another. Oh man, that's another one of damage. That's pretty rough.
So 3 are gone now.
Yep. And it's definitely not the card you want to see damage. You want to find that card pretty quickly.
You have 3 PGs in hand for Roman. That's pretty
Okay. Ooh.
pretty impressive. And now
Okay.
4 damage to 1.
Yep.
Orpheus got to make that run back.
Yep. I mean, if they have the Persona and everything for next turn, I think they'll be sitting pretty well. But we'll have to see.
I'm curious to see as well. I mean, I'm just surprised. Like, it's still like sinking into me that like 2 Orpheus made it to top 8.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I'm
It's
telling you, the
great.
high
This
roll's
is the
pretty
World
real.
Championship. It's
Yeah.
insane to see decks like that like just make it. I think nobody expected it to do
Yeah,
this
exactly.
well. So it's very impressive. And now we get the Persona Ride turn with a big extra power.
Exactly.
This is going to be big.
The other thing to keep in mind is that some people didn't test into Orpheus at all, so they just don't know what to
True,
expect.
yeah.
Actually, interesting when I was like, our Youthwork player here knows the matchup. Like,
Oh,
you can
okay.
definitely tell. You can tell based off just how they're taking damage and how they've been guarding and how they've been playing it out. But most people, I feel like, don't know this matchup very well because I don't think anyone's expecting this for someone to bring Orpheus.
Yeah. So definitely very exciting here. So, of course, we're going to see the first swing get guarded.
Here we go on the second swing, and choosing not to boost here because we'll be calling 2 tokens out now since we do have 4 in the order zone. Counter blasting, discarding a card, and getting that double token out. You get 1 for every 2 orders. So here we have pretty much just restanding our tokens essentially. They do get the extra power, so they're each going to be 5k more. So they're 20, and with the Persona making them 30 each, and then we also have the booster in the back. And Vanguard is swinging for 33.
All right, it's pretty big. Probably going to just take this.
Yeah.
Try to guard the one on the right
Crit.
side. Oh, the crit comes out.
Okay. Crit power.
Pushing to
Let's go.
3.
All right. That's
No
another perfect guard gone.
defensives. Yeah, that's true. No defensives either, so these are going to be pretty hard to guard. I mean, you're looking at like 35, 40k swing here from just a 1. So you need 2 15s to guard this, and then probably just try to take the last one.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even know. I think it would make sense to just take both sides. That's
Ooh.
another heal. Okay.
It whiffs.
And this one's pretty big. 30, 40, 45?
Yeah, so we got 45, I believe.
Yep.
You are correct on that one. So let's see. It would be, 2 triggers will do it.
Yep. And there we go.
You definitely want to stay on 4 here. I think it's like,
Yeah.
you want to be able to have the space to take a damage next turn with how big these swings are getting.
I will say with that drive check that we saw, that shield is a little rough. We saw an order go through and a trigger, and it's only 15k, and then there's definitely like a fake card, like a card that's just doing nothing essentially in hand. So we'll have to see. But it's still having room for damage. So we have room for damage. We're seeing PGs in hand. So it's still anyone's game.
All right, going to filter with the Youthberg here. Going to find a cutter, but now you have the CB to use it and try to build up more of a board or find more Revolve forms.
This card's insane sometimes because it's so flexible.
Oh, there's a Wayward and a Gust actually as well.
Wow. Okay.
See
Trying to
what
figure out where to
gonna
put
target.
Did we see a Persona?
No, we did not Persona this
Okay.
turn. Gonna choose to take the Gust. And I like that because I think the hand in general is really low on Nicholas' side, which is pretty uncommon for Youthberg, I want to say.
Yeah.
I guess that's how Orpheus has been winning this whole day.
I'm telling you, those numbers get massive. Like, if you can outgrind that hand, they have to say no guard. Or they have to super guard it because they don't want to go to high damage.
All right, Wayward.
So
here
we go.
Back.
Okay, we got Schneisel coming in.
Let's try to find more Youthberg. Just filter the deck out.
Yeah,
just
might as well.
Get everything that isn't a grade 3 out of the deck.
Also just a shuffle.
Yep. So they're going to whiff, but gets the shuffle. Get those triggers back up.
Exactly. And, beefy boy. Schneisel does get pretty high in power. So just getting that extra 5k matters. Especially here without no Persona.
Yeah, if you go for, Tempest here, because I'm assuming without Sequana, never mind.
I was about to say, I think we saw Sequana earlier, and I didn't see him guard with it yet. So I was expecting Sequana to drop here. I think this is going to be definitely a Youthberg into Gust.
Yeah, I'm
If I had
expecting
to
Gust
guess.
here as well. Try to just like check into your last like if there is a heal left. We haven't seen the OT yet either.
I was
so
actually just thinking, I was like, have we even seen the over trigger yet? We haven't.
I don't think we've seen it for either player.
Wow, that's insane. And that deck is small.
Oh yeah,
That's a small deck.
definitely filtered out. So let's see, 33K.
That's a big, wow, that's a lot of soul.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that Nicholas runs does not run the trigger multiplier,
Yep.
as we call it.
Yep.
The
The
Dane.
1.5.
Yep. So it's going to be 23K youth per column. It's a little bit annoying to guard. You have to kind of drop like a crate in the draw.
Might be not too terrible here to potentially take this one. Actually, maybe guard this one, take the second. I don't know. It's a hard one because you really need to worry about the rear guards. The rear guards is where it's scary.
Let's see it. Milling over that discard. Doesn't want to discard the. I think he knows he's going to have to use all 3 PGs this turn. So it's just like, it doesn't matter what I discard.
Oh, there's
the crit.
I think he's going for the double discard
Yeah,
to
yeah,
approach
yeah,
here. Which is interesting. You would think that the order would go in that case, but
Double
oh my gosh,
crit.
that's a double crit. That
All
is
lanes are
insane.
lethal.
Yup.
So now you have to take the Vanguard. Like,
Yeah, you don't have a choice because you
You
can
do
just
not
double
have a
PG
choice.
the sides and you're good to go. So I think in this situation you have to take the Vanguard, hope that another crit doesn't get ripped, and then just double PG and you're good to go. So it's gonna be
but
gonna be
that's
interesting.
The Gust. So this is
Yup.
going to be a twin drive, and there's
Yup.
still plenty of triggers in that deck.
Yup.
Potentially
And potentially an over trigger too. So
going to be game changing.
Yup.
All right.
Oh,
let's
choosing to swing with the rear guard first.
Power up that
just
Gust.
to, yup, exactly. And also to get that shield out to forcefully say no guard to Vanguard. I think that's the play here.
Yeah. I like it. All right, what will be the last discard? Because whatever you don't discard here will be what you start your turn with.
Exactly. I think they have enough soul if they're really going for the I'm going to take Vanguard and then PG the rear. I think you just keep the order in this case.
I don't know if we've seen any combined rushers in drop, but that could also be something that, like,
True.
if anything gets, like, I don't think anything's going to get cleared off the board at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
But it will give you something to call in front of that one of those markers,
Yeah.
or tokens, rather.
Okay. Choosing to do that. All right,
Keep
let's
the
go.
order in hand. All right, going to swing with the other
Oh,
one.
wow.
Force out the PG. He wants to see that. No guard
oh
on
my
Gust.
gosh. And it has, you
No
have
guard.
to no
First
guard.
check
Oh,
crit.
that crit.
We
It's
see
the
it from
crit.
Nicholas. Second check
Front
front.
trigger. Oh,
OT.
OT.
Coming out.
There it is.
Right there for Roma.
Woo.
Gonna barely hang on with 2 cards in hand.
Oh my gosh.
Combined
The crushers in
rusher.
hand.
And the order.
Damn. Wow. Imagine if he swung with Van first.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Because that
The
would have
tokens would have been gone.
Yeah,
Those swings and tokens.
that is true. That is true.
Also, the front and the crit would have still went through, so they actually was something still would have hit over.
Yeah.
If you like take off like if you take out the 100. Anyway, long story short, wow. Whew.
God. All right. He actually just
Wow.
drew into all of his combined rushers, so he's got like
That's
the
interesting.
one off the top for that turn.
Yeah, he has to keep the card in hand because he still needs to
He has the one
discard for
card in hand.
Orphist.
All right, 30K coming in. This is going to be a 35 on the other column, and basically, I mean, you have 5 orders. You can get to call 2 cards.
Yep.
And you have 2 of the grade 3 orders. So that's going to be giving the plus 10K on the side.
Yep.
So let's see it. I think both players are a little bit nervous.
Yep.
We can still
You
afford.
can feel it.
You can still afford to take 1 damage if you're Nicholas, but you got to really time it right.
Yeah.
And see what you have left in hand here too.
I mean, they did just check like a bunch of triggers, so they have like a pretty good shield in their hand here. So we'll have to see.
Oh, you went unboosted.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Knowing that there might be like a 6 damage heal or like just like a defensive
Yeah,
in general.
exactly. I think that's smart. I would do the same. Just kind of swing small, swing big. So here we
Alright.
are coming back. Orphis gets the
23.
10K. Our boosters now they get 10Ks each. Each token went up 10K. So
Very good.
it's a
2
very
triggers.
small hand
That's
actually.
2 to pass. All right, here
All
we
right,
go.
let's see.
First
Check
check.
1. Persona.
Orphist.
Second check crit.
Crit. All
Making
right.
one side lethal.
This is important. The hand left for Nicholas is very limited, I think.
And we've seen 2 PGs go to damage.
That is true. I think you might want to commit to the big column
Yep,
here and
yep.
make that unguardable.
Yep. Let's
And
see.
let's see
Do
it.
they have the perfect guard for this?
Oh, he does.
He does. Oh
The
my
PG
gosh.
comes down with 1 card left in hand. What will Roman do? We've been seeing all these players that check their OTs just like not managing to find
Yeah, somehow.
the win. He's not going to give the last CB.
Yeah, exactly. to slow down the pace at least somewhat. But what can they possibly do at this point? We've seen so much.
Ditch the crit. Check the top.
Whoa.
Oh,
I think that was an OT
that's
on
a
top.
spicy meatball. Got a spicy meatball.
Ooh, very spicy meatball.
All right.
Oh.
Let's see who will make it to the finals. This is most
Wow.
likely one of the final turns for Nicholas.
It's like final turn.
That
It's
is
been
right.
so close.
Let us see what will be the call here. What will be the play between these two players?
Yup. Very, very, very close match.
Just choosing to do like what will be the last call?
Yeah, I mean, 2 cards in hands. There's only so much you can do. Oh, that's right. I didn't even think about it. If you don't have another revolve form, you're not going for the double Vanguard anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, calling out the perfect guard. Okay. At this point, it's just I need to hit somehow. I just need to hit. 2 cards in hand. I just need to hit.
Yep. Let's see it.
Well,
Does he
6
take
damage?
it? The 6 damage.
Oh,
And the
it's a
heal!
trigger.
Oh my
What?
god.
The game just keeps going.
If we have more moments like this, my voice is not going to last in the finals. I'm losing it out here.
Let's go. Wow. So
Youthberg.
now everything's a one-up pass. Nothing hits anymore.
There's a
Nothing hits
wayward.
anymore.
And the blank.
What?
He's surviving
he's
with the
gonna
heal
survive
power.
this. He's surviving. There's no. Oh my gosh. The Orphis.
It just doesn't hit. It cannot hit the tokens.
Exactly.
It cannot hit
It
the
can't hit
tokens.
anything. And he dropped down the
And the
perfect
Persona
card.
Ride off the top.
We're about to see the 6 orders comes out. There it goes. We're about to see 3 tokens coming out. Everything's getting 15k power. This is it.
Orphist in finals?
Yes. Yes.
It's possible, but I think we haven't seen the OT yet on Nicholas's
True.
side.
No, we did.
We
In
did,
top 3. When you looked at top 3.
but not in the hand.
Went to the bottom, right?
Yes.
And it's still at the bottom.
He didn't shuffle. You're right. Oh my god.
Actually, I think it was all 3 triggers. That's why they
Combine
all went to the
rushers
bottom.
coming
Okay,
out.
let's see. That's a
Slightly
very
more
small
power.
hand. What the? Look at that order zone. This is my kind of Orphis. This is my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 orders in that order zone. 3 tokens are coming out. Combine rushers swinging in. This is the do or die moment right here. Going in.
45, no
All right.
heal. 5th
Woo.
damage coming out. This
Let's
is not
go.
it just yet. Oh, okay. We're swinging in with the Orphist first. We're going to be
Okay.
just making tokens everywhere.
Yep. Just I'm actually surprised. Maybe they're thinking about the chance of the 6 damage heal, and they want to crit on Orphist here.
So
I
wanna
think
make
that's the
those
goal.
big beefy columns here.
Yup.
Plus 15 on
Yeah.
everything.
I'm actually very surprised they did it like this. It makes sense for the potential OT, right? So,
Yep.
but honestly, they could have went, okay,
No guard.
okay,
Blank, blank. Do we
Okay.
see another heal? We do
that's
not.
game.
We're
that
going to
is
see
game.
Roman Wang
Wow.
go to finals
That was
representing
insane.
Spain
That was insane.
with Orphist
Wow.
Regis.
Wow. After a 6 damage and the heal. Oh my gosh. I think the Youthberg top 3 is what screwed it. There was
Yep.
3 triggers on top. It was
Yep.
OT and 2
OT was the
triggers.
first card.
Yes. If they just left it like that. Well, but you don't know. You were looking for a revolve form. Oh my gosh, what an insane game.
Try to find literally anything.
Yeah, that was the point. Oh my gosh.
Oh
Whew.
my god.
Wow.
Orphist in finals. Roman
Let's go.
does it.
Orphist!
I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it.
I'm so hype. I'm so hype. I'm so hype.
It's crazy. It is crazy. The finals will be Romain versus Kuan
Wow.
on the other side.
Yup. This is going to be an
This is gonna be
insane
crazy.
match. Insane match.
I
Wow.
cannot believe it.
I can. Orphis best deck. Let's go.
It truly
Let's
is the
go.
timeline. It truly is the timeline.
Man, this is it. Oh my gosh. Oh, Regis, let's go. What a great card.
This is crazy. Like for Johan and Nicholas are going to be playing for 3rd place.
Yup,
It's
yup.
going to be very exciting on the side,
Yup.
but right now both
This
Romain
finals, though.
and
This
Kuan,
finals.
they are one step away from making it all the way to becoming the world champions. And this is going to be crazy. But we've had some insane moments. There's been really crazy games, turns, like just everything. We are going to go for a very short break. None of these
Yup,
like
yup.
30-minute stuff that you've been
Yeah,
seeing
yeah, yeah.
throughout the day. There's nothing to wait for. This is just so that our voices don't
Yeah,
die before we get
just
into
take a little
finals.
break.
But we're going to go for a 5-minute break
Yep.
before we get into the final game. So make sure if you need to go to the restroom, you need to go get some snacks, some drinks, get your friends together
is the time.
in those Discord watch parties. For the crowd watching over there as well,
Yep.
to get riled up for the finals, you want to
Let's
be
go.
there.
Yeah.
It's gonna
Now's
be
the
crazy.
time.
All right.
Don't miss this one.
We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the World Finals. At long last, we are here for the final match, the one that will decide who is the best of them all, with only 2 players remaining.
Yep. This is it, guys. This is it. Right here, right now, the last round will decide the first ever overdressed standard champion for 2022 Worlds.
That's right.
This is it.
The first ever standard world champion. You know, it's been a crazy time. Like, I can't wait, honestly, to get home and, like, watch the premium and V-premium streams as well.
Really?
To see, like, how the whole thing's been going down. Because it's just been such a hype day for all Bushiroad card games.
Exactly.
Like, this has been an unforgettable day, I think, for everyone involved. And just been so crazy going into this. And I think that, you know, seeing these 2 players remaining on this final stage,
Nope.
I'm very excited to see how it's going to go down.
I just cannot wait. I don't even know who to root for.
Yeah,
I've
I
just
mean,
been so hyped.
on the 2 sides, we're going to be seeing Romain remain on the left, playing Orphis, as we've seen in the top 4. I saw people on Twitter saying it's like, this match is so crazy.
Yep.
It was absolutely insane. I mean, our voices are barely hanging on here.
Yep.
And then on the right side, we're going to see Kuan, who is going to be playing Youth. So it's the same matchup as we saw in the top 4.
Yep.
And Kuan is actually a player from Germany that is representing an actual esports organization.
Oh, wow, really?
We got esports in Vanguard over here.
Let's go.
So it's him and actually one of my teammates, Victor, that are here representing their team from Germany. And one of them made it all the way here to the finals of the World Championship.
Do this. So here we are.
Can't wait to get into it.
We're
It's
about
going
to
to be
start.
hype. And
This
it's
is it.
time
This
for
is it.
the World Final stand-up Vanguard between the 2 players.
I like that. I like that starter choice.
Yes. A little bait.
Yep. Gotta love the bait.
Ooh, Orphis going first.
Yes, and that's actually pretty big. And again, we got the technician going. We got the whole combo here. Again, do we hit though?
Ooh,
we do
actually
not
whiffs
hit.
for the first time.
I don't think we've seen a whiff yet.
That is true. All right, let's take a look at the choice. It's going to be the draw one. Going to choose to save on the counterblast.
Yep. Very smart move. All right, so here we have. So, what do you think now that Orphis is going first? Is there hope that this could be our champion?
Could this be Bushi Stonks? Could this be the
Could this be
Orphis Stonks? I want to see it. It's going to be hype. I think like nobody expected Regis to make it into top 8.
Yep.
Nobody expected it to make it top 4. Nobody expected it to make it to finals. And I can definitely say nobody expects it to win either.
But hey,
But that might be
there's
changing
always
as we
room.
speak.
Yeah, exactly.
That might be changing as we speak. All right, we're going to see Kuan go into the Youth.
Yep,
we
exactly.
have a pretty good hand in here, too. We got the Tempest,
Yeah, I see.
Sequana,
Ooh,
Schneisel.
the spicy meatballs.
Going to just swing here with the Youth and get a front off the
the
top.
front? Okay, nice little 20k shield, always useful, especially since Orphis will be going first. So they'll be kind of pushing it a little bit. So you kind of want this here. So here we have kind of a weird situation. There's only one order that I'm seeing in hand, which is going to be very risky here. We're going to want to find one more. Sitting at 1 is actually,
It's pretty unfortunate.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. You understand. So with that being said, we're hopefully we'll see some more come through. The worst thing you can see is when you see them fall into damage. So another, okay, that's a chance to search for some more. Yep. Okay. All right.
The only problem is that I think there's none in drop right now, right? Or did
I
he just
didn't
want it to
check,
start?
but I don't think so. Which is actually pretty rough because the Orphis skill will be whiffed essentially, unless the draw here. We'll see.
Yeah.
There's a chance, but
There's
it's
a
small.
chance. So
So here we are doing the skill.
For the Youth, going to check top 3. See what it's going to be. We see a Schneisel and a
very-
Gust.
Oh, very spicy top 3
that's
there.
a whole lot of good stuff
Yeah.
in there.
Whole lot of very useful revolve form stuff.
Yes.
But here it
absolutely.
matters what you choose. Like it sets the pace for the game almost. Like what you choose to pick up, because all these searching, and it's actually very important to pick up the right pieces. Since you have all these decks, all these cards searching different things, you want to pick up the pieces that will help you to search for other cards with other things.
Yeah, exactly. So for Alex here, it's going to be, trying to find. Okay, going to pick up the Gust.
Okay.
Definitely agree with that there. So you have your Revolve form for, like, even if you're going second, sometimes it's good just to dig through the deck as well. Oh, and I just took a look at his deck log name. for the Youthberg deck, it was thanks for the DSR Kalen. So fellow world competitors helping out each other to get that pretty bling in the deck.
That's really sweet.
You love to see it.
You gotta have that, just that little extra bling to it. One of my favorite part about D is ride deck. You can like bling out the ride deck, and you know you'll always see it. You'll always see it because you're riding into it.
That is right. So we have the Persona right now confirmed as well off of the Schneisel. So this hand quality for Alex is looking super good.
Yeah, I agree.
Holman, on the other hand, maybe not so good as last time.
Yeah, hands a little struggled a little bit, but at least we got some defense, some offense. You kind of, you know, have a little shield. Yeah.
I always like this. You start with the rear, you force out the guard because they cannot really guard this.
Exactly.
With this, especially with this Aquana boost too.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, this is exactly what I'm so scared of. That is precisely what you don't want to see happen. So here we have Technician. We have a little chance here to potentially find an order that might help this because right now, oh my gosh, that's triple and the Persona. Oh, that's actually, as an Orphis player, I feel that. I feel that burn. That was painful. Nothing in the drop as far as I'm aware. Only one order. You can't even call it token right now. There's actually no point to use Orphis skill here. You just actually want to swing into rear and pass probably.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
It does happen. Sometimes the brick is real. It is, at the end of the day, Orphis is very reliant on Personas and very reliant on orders. If you can't find them, this is how it happens. And it is unfortunate. But swing to the rear guard, pass turn, only so much that you can be able to do.
Gonna soul charge one, get the combined rusher in there so it can be soul blasted later down the line.
Into rear like that, exactly. You gotta slow down the pace of the game, so.
Deny the Tempest and give yourself some time, space it out.
Yep.
So go for a one to pass there. The front would be, it's 21 going into 10, so the front would still be one to pass. Gonna just allow it.
Okay.
See the crit off the top.
Oh, okay.
And the order.
Okay, at least we have an order.
Important.
At least next turn could do something. I don't know about Personas or anything like that, but yeah, with that top 5 was so painful.
Yep. We do see a Wayward in hand. That could be ditched for the ride deck here in order to just get that out onto the board immediately.
Exactly.
And then if you find some more along the way, I mean, you can just kind of use them later down the line if you go into a gust because you don't have the CB now.
Exactly.
Let's see. I think he's hovering over the Wayward.
Yep. Thinking where to kind of utilize it best. Oh, there's that DSR. There it is.
There it is.
Calling out.
Wayward comes down.
Yep. Moving up.
And let's see. Are we going to use Youthberg to filter out for a card here? And, you know, this is kind of what I predicted as well going into Worlds. I was like, we're going to see a lot of Youth. We're going to see a fair bit of it in top 8. We saw 3 out of 8, not even half. But then I was like, I'm pretty sure we'll see 1 in finals. Will it win, though?
That's yet to be seen. We're about to find out. Ooh, that was an interesting top 3 there.
Yeah, that's actually only one good target because the Blitz VGE does not get picked up.
Yep.
You can't call it out either.
All right, so here we probably could just call another rear guard here. And I don't even know. Would you even Tempest here? That'd be a point.
I mean, you're going second. You can just gust.
True.
So you got your free CB option. That's like the nice perk of going second if your opponent damage denies you. I mean, at least that's an option.
Yeah, you can still gust and just kind of push that way.
All right, well, let's see what it's going to be here. We're going to have... it's rough. I mean, you're basically seeing, like, trying to build a board with cards that you want to use a bunch of effects. And, yeah, Schneisel's going to come down, but you basically don't really get to use it right now. You get the on-attack effect. It's going to be a 23K Youthberg coming in, and then a 20K column of Schneisel that can swing in after to buff up the Gust column.
Yep, exactly.
And you're not really fishing for heals or anything because you can't. So this point is going to be a 23K swing, and we're going to see first check Carbide, second check Sequana.
Okay, a lot of normal units there. Another order going to damage. That's painful.
Just got to heal it out.
Yep.
Just got to heal it out.
Yeah, you got to heal it out. Honestly, I think you want to just see a heal here. The heal would change the pace of this at least a little bit. Kind of help out here, but it's tough. It's tough. This is that hand is not looking good.
I like how Alex also like kind of fans his hand out all the time. It's very good for us casters to be able to see like the entire hand.
Yeah.
It's very good. All right, so now do you swing Gust first? Just go with a 23 and ask them to take it. Yeah, looks like that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
Going to be a no guard. He runs the counter charge and another Wayward.
Oh,
draw. The draw is big.
That is big.
To another one. So that actually does not hit.
Which is good. You kind of want that. Actually, I think even swinging like rear guard there would have made more sense because the Schneizel would have powered up the Vanguard.
That's right. All right. So let's see it. Let's see what is going to happen here. We have the entire crowd going crazy
Yep,
for
yep.
the other formats as well.
Exactly.
So I think on the premium side, we might have actually just seen somebody taking it.
Yeah, somebody won.
So it
Don't
must
know
be an
who
exciting
yet.
time, but we are here
Yeah, we're here.
trying to crown our world champion as well.
Exactly.
Let's take a look at it. We have the Youthberg swing here for Alex. Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah,
we
we're
are
Orphis.
in,
We're Orphis.
we
It's
are
okay.
in
Oh,
Roma's turn.
that was actually a very unfortunate soul charge. We saw both the order and I believe a persona go into soul there.
Yes.
But it's okay. At least we get the token out here. So now we can just
With the extra power.
with the extra power, exactly,
The order's
because we
finally
did get a
out.
little bit of the order, and we are gonna be able to call a token out, and we do have the combo rusher. So at least Orphis is kind of starting to do some stuff here.
That's right.
But it's a little shaky still. But you know we're getting
We're
somewhere.
starting to recuperate.
Yeah, exactly. And it's still anyone's game. We've seen weirder stuff last round, so anything's possible.
In terms of like how Roma managed to come back,
Exactly.
honestly,
Yeah,
I'm like,
I'm expecting anything.
he's going to
at
go
this
double
point.
heal,
Exactly.
then OT next turn.
Yeah.
Like,
Just go back down to 2
do
damage.
not underestimate this man.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm personally not. I'm all here for this.
Yep. All right, well, Combined Rusher swinging with a 20k. Going to be a 10k guard, which is a little bit hard for Youth because you don't run draws.
Yep,
So
exactly.
going to have to drop a 5k and the intercept there.
Yep.
Orpha's going to swing in now, of course. Finally gets to
Air
make
blast.
that token.
Yep, discarding a card here.
No
Calling over the
Nuvarea,
combine.
sadly.
Yeah,
But it's going to be a big column.
it is. It is.
40K.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. Still numbers. Still good. Still got to guard it. So,
2 to
so
pass.
that's a 2 to pass. Let's see what we get here. Okay.
Nuvarea
Oh,
and a
oh.
Combined Rusher.
Woo. Dang.
Would've liked to see
these
more.
drive checks.
They're so dry. But that does mean that in future turns, we are going to be
Yeah,
seeing
we
more and more
could
and more
see
triggers.
more. Yeah, there's always hope.
All right,
Okay.
finally some damage on Alex's side.
Yep.
It's taken a while to get here, but he's
But
finally
dude,
gone away from 1 damage.
Yep, and we're going to see here the persona coming in, giving that 10k, drawing a card. Drawing a card.
There we
and
go.
then- I was like, wait for it.
Yep.
And then probably going to use skill here in a second, using Wayward to activate it like a top 3, see what kind of fancy stuff we can get up here. Okay, see
Find
the
a
Tempest.
Tempest.
Let's go, because now we can go into the Tempest turn. We can actually do stuff now. So that's what we're going to see here.
You know, sometimes it's like you start thinking out your turn, and you think a bit too far ahead
Yep.
that you like can miss a step. That was
Yeah.
like me, is like looking at like what happened in premium, and then just being like, all right, we're back into the youth book. Like, oh wait, no, it's still the Orpheus turn.
Yep, exactly.
My brain went forward.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, here we're going to see what will the field be. You can actually put down the Schneisel and get the search out.
Exactly.
Sequana behind the Vanguard, most likely. Cutterbit can also come out, but you don't want to
Yep.
overuse the CB because you need it for the Tempest. You want to get rid of, if you can hit that Combined Rusher.
Ooh,
gonna be pretty
that
big.
would be nice, yeah. Because there's 2.
A
There's
lot of
2.
great
So
twos
one,
out.
one's a drop already. So worst case scenario.
True. That is true.
But honestly, I would say either one works. But the interceptor would be nice to drop.
We haven't seen too many youths yet, so Schneisel here makes the most sense. Going to find a Persona right
Yep,
for next
exactly.
turn.
Yep.
Looking good for Alex.
Yep. And smelling the victory.
Yep.
Smelling that victory.
You can see both players are just, it really is like every decision here
It
counts
matters.
so much. It's like
Okay, no
every
skill,
card
okay.
played down will either take you one step closer or
one
further
step back.
from being the world champion.
Yep, exactly. And here we have also very, very well done, not choosing not to resolve the counterblast here because you do want to save it for Tempest. We're going in with the perfect guard here, dropping. Okay, all right. That's
Oh,
a
the
crit.
crit off the top.
Okay.
Making the lethal swings on the side.
Yep.
This is going to be huge. The Schneisel is going to be already swinging for lethal
Yep,
up next.
exactly.
And the second
Okay,
check is
blitz.
the perfect guard.
Little
All
safety there.
right.
So now we're gonna go ahead and activate the skill here, discarding.
What are we going into? Are we going to fish for more crits? Are we going into Tempest to get rid of some of the
Yep.
cards on the board and build
Okay,
up an
here we
advantage?
go.
It's going to be the Tempest.
Sequana skill going into Soul, getting the extra drive check using Tempest skill, counterblast 1, top 2. What are we gonna see there?
It's going to
And
be
then
very
give the
important.
5k to the. Yep, exactly.
All right, plus 5k to the top.
Oh,
We
there's
see a
the
great 2. Goodbye, Combined Rusher.
And it's you called that one too.
Haha. All right. We get some shield value in the hand as well. Of course, the heal going away is a little bit unfortunate, but he
Yep.
wouldn't have healed anyway.
Exactly.
So in a way,
it's okay.
it's just the card in hand.
Okay, so here we go. I'm assuming the Schneisel is gonna be the first swing here. You might as well. It stacks the Tempest and it's lethal.
That's right. And the hand is getting pretty limited for Roma. Gonna be coming in here. Gonna get PG'd,
Yep.
dropping the draw for it.
So we're now in another risky situation where you have to say no guard to Vanguard.
Yeah, you actually do.
It is one drive, so it's okay. But you do have to. There's no way. That thing's too big.
33K. You
Exactly.
gotta.
Yeah, there it goes.
Take
There it
it.
goes.
The check
Okay.
is not a crit.
Okay. We're
Wayward
still
in
in.
hand.
And
Heal.
It's back. The heal is back. The heal is back.
He's doing it. He is actually
The
doing
man is
it.
back with his heals. Man's
All
like,
right.
that fight isn't over yet until it's over.
We've seen this before.
We have.
We've seen this
An hour
before, and we know
ago.
what's happening.
Yeah. We're reliving the semifinals.
That's right. So this is a 35K Cardfight, so 15K to guard, so it's not too difficult. I think you want to stay on 4 here
Yeah, exactly.
to give that leeway to try to
to
heal
heal
back
again.
down.
Yeah. Now, if they top deck the Persona here, I think there's still one left in deck. We have hope. There is hope. But they're really thinking through this to how to guard this, because the other thing they have to think about is they're gonna have to discard for Orpheus skill here too. So the what's in hand actually matters.
God, it's so difficult.
Yep.
It's so difficult because, I mean, for Alex, it's like you got to just basically swing and see what happens. Like,
yep, exactly.
giving the CB at this point, like, obviously, it doesn't really mean too much. I think either he's going to actually swing rear.
Interesting. I would give that up instantly. Yeah. We don't need that, right?
Yeah, because if this went to Vanguard, I think this might be showing that Alex maybe does not know the matchup as much.
Yeah, exactly.
Which makes sense. I mean, realistically speaking, if you're testing for Worlds, you're like testing for Youth Mirrors.
Yep, exactly.
You're testing for Eva, Gravidia,
Exactly.
like all these other decks.
Oh, yeah.
Was that Persona right?
No, it was not Persona,
Okay.
but we got the boy, though.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be able to actually still do something, even though we only have 2 orders, which is actually very unfortunate. I feel like if there's a little bit more orders, this game would have been, like, faster, if that makes sense.
That's true. That is true.
But that's good for us because, finals.
All right, so it's going to be a 17, 32 actually coming in here. So the front will guard that with a 1 card guard.
Yeah, this is when the number gets awkward because it's a 4K.
Yeah.
So, yep. There you go.
Would have liked like one more order.
Yeah.
Would have changed that. But
Only 1 person was left in deck, The chances are slim here. Interesting. Very interesting way to do that. So again, you would think that they would swing with the token first and then call the double here. But I guess because the numbers are so small that it's risky. Exactly, it's risky. So you want to go for the 20 and then have the other side swing over a defense, because this right here will be pretty much just 18. So they're obviously probably not going to guard this because 1 defense will kind of shut this down.
Exactly. So for Homang, the Orpheus Dream trying to stay alive here.
Yep.
And there's still quite a lot of good stuff in that deck.
Yep.
Let's take
these
a look.
heals. It's a very interesting way to hold their hand. I've been watching. I don't think I've ever seen a player hold their hand like this.
Yeah, there's like no hand
fan.
shuffling happening.
Yeah, none of that, like the usual card gamer stuff.
All the info is actually out.
Yeah, it's just right there.
I like it. We're back to tradition.
Yeah.
All right, 15K is going to be just 1 to pass. You're going to have to intercept with a Karabide or something there. Wayward, I feel like you want to keep for later turns.
Yep, exactly here. They get through.
Every single decision.
There is still an over-trigger potential chance here, too, so you still got to think about that kind of stuff, There's a shot. There's the grade 3 and a crit. Okay.
Starting to get better.
Okay, yeah, we're
Starting
going back.
to get
slowly
better.
but surely.
Still 7 cards in hand for Alex.
Would it make sense to just, swing to the rear cards? What do you do? Because that hand is not looking healthy.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, you have to push at some point. I mean, you're playing an aggressive deck that's got in here by playing aggressively throughout the day.
Exactly. But at the same time, with that little amount of orders, you kind of want to survive as long as possible to potentially get into a better situation. Because with Orpheus, you can 3 to 6 pretty easily, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit rough. But for Roman, again, I cannot emphasize this enough. They can watch these games back later down the line. And literally count which cards brought them closer to victory.
Yep.
The way they shuffled, the way they passed for the cut is everything. All of those little things determine everything in card games.
Agreed.
And you can just watch back and see, which moves brought you closer to being a world champion, which we don't even know who will be yet.
Yep.
But it is a legend in the making.
Oh,
the over trigger comes out in
defense. Well, I guess now we're definitely not giving any damage. Well, look at that.
Yep. A little bit unfortunate for Alex to see the OT in that fashion.
Yep, exactly.
Well, that is out.
So now we're back in the damage now situation of what do you do now?
Yeah, that's right.
We have yet to see that I keep talking about it, but we just haven't seen it pop up. We haven't seen the counter charger being used yet. And even though it's been you can tell that it's been useful. Okay, here we have the discard, Youthberg skill, top 3. What do we get? Get another Tempest, putting two, I believe there was a PG and a trigger to the bottom. So here we have Tempest in hand, but you can't really use anything because you don't have any counter.
You might as well pull the
blasts.
Tempest out for just like
Yeah,
swinging
just
as like
an
a 23,
extra
33k column.
Exactly, just a Vanguard swing. Here we have the Wayward coming out. Probably gonna call. I would call just a Tempest or something just to make numbers at this point. Okay, that works too. That works too. So here we are.
I think I would have actually preferred the Tempest there just for the better number.
Exactly, the 13k base does matter.
Yeah, it's like
I agree.
in the end you're kind of clogged up on grade 3s in hand.
Yep.
You have 2 PGs, so I guess you're going to be dropping them anyway, but let's see it. 33k Youthberg here swinging in with the Wayward boost. Debating on the boost. Might not go for it.
Yeah, because the second attack is going to be a little smaller. So this is going to be Tempest, no Gust. So, okay.
Oh,
never mind.
no
There's
guard.
the Gust. No guard.
All
Go
right,
to 5.
the damage check is
Ooh, okay.
nothing. So we're going to see Coleman on 5 damage back against the wall.
Yep, exactly.
Debating on the revolve form. You love to see it.
Yep.
Because here, technically, if you go for the Gust, you can actually ditch the Wayward to have a huge Vanguard column that needs to be PG'd.
Exactly.
And he has it in hand, so he's going to go for it, ditching the Wayward.
Yep.
Soul Blasted one.
There it is.
Calling it behind the Vanguard here.
Yep. Going in full combo here. This is it.
This is huge. You have a 43k Vanguard column. This cannot be just passed up.
Yep.
30k Karabide coming in. Needs to be a front. He's going to check the
This
top
is-
card.
this is-
Heel
it's a
trigger
heel
off the top for
again.
6.
We are still in. We are back in the same situations as we were. How does this keep happening? How does this keep happening?
Coleman has been blessed by the cards today, blessed by the goddess of luck. And he's saying, Alex, I'm sorry, cannot let you be a world champ that easily.
Yeah, you got to work for this. But this has to be another no guard. There's no way.
It's a 43 into 23. You could. Has a PG in hand.
There is hope. Oh
So you have a 30k line on the side. You could theoretically actually PG this.
yeah,
And then
just guard the rear.
you're 23k base right now already. So
Yeah.
even if he gets like double trigger onto the cutter, but it goes to 50.
Yep.
And with your 215s.
Okay.
Okay, he's going to drop the 215s here. So
I mean,
actually
you
this
just
is.
PG the rear then.
Wait, but this is 53 against the 43. So isn't this one to pass?
So 23, 38 plus another 15, 48, 53. Yes, against what 33?
43. There's
43.
Persona.
It is a 1 pass.
Persona. Like, I think.
I think that's a 1.
Uh-oh.
That's a
I
1.
think they're just counting.
I don't know.
Let's take a look. So because the Wayward came. Oh,
Okay.
maybe he forgot that the Wayward came out. Uh-oh. Here comes the
Oh
twin
my
drive.
gosh.
First check.
Yo,
critical
that's
trigger.
a critical trigger.
We see off
That's
the
the
top
end of the game.
nothing. And Alexander Kwan is your world champion
Let's go.
for the standard format.
Woo!
Well done. Alexander representing Germany.
Yep.
And the first world champion title goes to Europe.
Yep. Wow. Woo. What a match. That double. Oh my god, the heel. That was
insane.
They were holding on.
Representing Royal Blue under the organization, one of the first ever players under an esports org in Vanguard, coming through, just 2 players in the entire event and managed to take them all the way, not just top 8, not just top 4, but become the world champion.
Amazing
Alexander
stuff.
goes and does it for the team, for the community, for Europe, for Germany, for the friends, for the local playtesting community.
Yep.
And does it with style. And Youthberg takes it.
Yep.
Youthberg wins Worlds for Standard. And everyone wanted to see it and got to see history being made here today in the Standard format.
That was indeed history. Whew, wow, that was an insane top 8. Just overall, just from top 8 to finals. That was just insane. The whole run through.
The entire run through has been absolutely incredible. I cannot have asked for a better tournament. Like, honestly, this entire day, we've had nothing but amazing games.
Yeah, all good games.
We've had Gridons, Orphis, Gravidias, all the youth, Letitias, Evas, the entire top 8 bracket, Flagberg. That's true.
Everything.
There's been so much.
Yep.
And Alexander took it. It was a beautiful showing, Roman definitely kept the dream alive. A bit of an unfortunate series of bad beats throughout those turns,
Yeah,
not
exactly.
seeing the orders, the personas.
Yeah. The low roll was sadly very much showing. We really saw kind of the weaker sides of Orphis that game, but it's okay. You know, they really held on strong. So
Yeah, absolutely. But with that, that is the end of the tournament. But that is not it just yet, because of course we will have the award ceremony.
Exactly.
You do not want to miss it. It's going to be beautiful. They got a whole gimbal. I'm gonna tell you, they got the gimbal. They're gonna get the nice little angles when they do the awards. I hope to
Can't
see
wait.
like Bushi Matt announce the winners and everything. It's going to be hyped. So you want to stay tuned for that.
Yep.
But we still have some other tournaments still going, because I think
Yep.
V Premium might have already wrapped up.
But
Premium is still going, and I'm going to go watch that. To be
Yeah,
honest.
we gotta go
Vice
see
is
what's
still
going on.
too.
Yep, exactly.
So go tune into the other Bushiroad channels. I
Yep.
believe, Premium is 4. Sorry, Vice is 4. Premium should be 3.
Yep.
So Bushiroad CH _ the number. And make sure to check
Yep,
them
yep.
out. Watch them until the end, and then come back to us
Exactly.
for that award ceremony,
Let's
because it's going to
go.
be very hyped. So
So hype.
thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Thank you for tuning in to the standard side of the stream and the tournament. Orange, thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your help on commentary. It's
Of
been
course.
a pleasure.
Yeah, you as well. You did an amazing job, Chris.
Thank you very much. Likewise, it's been a great pleasure working with you, and thank you to the production staff
Yep.
for killing it out there
Yeah,
in the
doing
back.
work.
Give some claps,
Yeah,
everyone
let's
in
go.
the chat for
Let's
production
go
as well.
production.
So of course, there's more, more where that came from. Wait for that award ceremony, and of course, go check out Premium and Vice. But we'll be back with the award ceremony, and we'll see you very soon.
Bye.
And introducing your top players for Cardfight Vanguard standard format. In third place, we have Nick Amato. In second place, we have Romain Wang. And finally, your champion, Alexandre Kwan. Congratulations, all the players. Let's have some cheers, guys. All right, you guys. And next up, we have the top players for Cardfight Vanguard V Premium format. So in fourth place, we have Deshaun McNeil. In third place, we have Antonio Tutt. In second place, Charlie Tran. And your champion for Cardfight Vanguard V Premium format, Kevin Cho. Let's hear another round of applause, guys. Let's go! Next up, we have the top players for the Cardfight Vanguard Premium format. In 4th place, Eduardo Ruiz. In 3rd place, Maxime Solon. And in 2nd place, Stephen Le. And your champion for the premium format, Dave Vecht. Another round of applause for our top players, guys. Let's go! Next up, we have your top players for the Weiß Schwarz. Right, in 4th place, we have Gordon Lai. In 3rd place, we have Matthew Mead. In 2nd place, Michael Doolittle. And your champion for Weiß Schwarz, William Tang. All right, big congratulations to all the players. Go back to the casters for the last word.
All right, and that does it. The awards ceremony. You've seen our best players. You probably heard us yelling and shouting throughout the Vanguard stages and the tables smashing on the other sides. That was hype. It's been a crazy day and so many incredible games.
Yeah.
Orange, if you had to pick one, what was your highlight for all of today?
Oh my gosh, it was probably, honestly, that double heel Orphist showdown that we saw in top 8 cut. Honestly, to be real with you, all the games were so insane. With the top 8 cut was definitely like immaculate, absolutely immaculate.
I think it might be the top 4.
Oh, sorry,
Orphist
top 4.
versus Youth?
Top 4, yeah.
Yeah, I think everyone lost it at that match.
Yeah,
like it's
it was just, you know, the OT heal into the regular heal. There's just so much going on. It was just so out of nowhere, and oh my gosh, I can go on for days about that match. I'm going to rewatch that one.
It was really, really good. For me, it's like, looking back at it, finals was so insane because seeing, you know, it's like both players were from Europe, so no matter what, we're going to have a European champion. But, you know, getting to see like Orphist versus Youth, apparently Roma actually played against Youth, top 8, top 4, and finals.
Wow.
The entire gauntlet.
Whew.
So managed to beat them the first 2 times, but sadly was not close enough on the third. But still, for Alexander, it's like super amazing that he managed to take the whole thing. For me, I really like the top 8 match as well, where we saw like the Overlord, and then with the OT, and then the restand after that, and like still not win, despite that.
Yeah, you know, you would think with that many drive checks.
Yeah.
That was an insane match.
Like, so many good games. Swiss was also very, very exciting. We had some cool mirror matches, some really nice decks show up as well. Greedon showed up from Minkyu that I think was just really awesome. A lot of the games were incredible. The players were great sports, and it was awesome to see them perform in the world stage. And honestly, I'm pretty sad that it's over.
I
like
am
this day
too.
just, it feels like we just sat down here like, you know, like 12 hours ago, and it's like I didn't think it would pass this quick.
Yeah, it did. It did. Honestly, part of it is just the amazingness of everyone here. You know, between the people there and people here, just all around. It went by so fast because of just the vibe and everything that's been coming.
Yeah.
Like between us casting and the players performing, the rounds were starting to. They were just going. They're just going.
Yeah. Absolutely. And of course, thank you to everyone that's been supporting the streams, checking it out, whether at home or here on stage. All the people that have also just been, sharing the love for the event, sharing their love for Vanguard. I know a lot of people, after having watched all those games, throughout the 3 different formats, I think for me, it's like, casting has been fun, but I just want to go down and play some Vanguard right now.
I know, right? Just get the playmat out, get the cards out.
I want to get playing so bad, but it's been an incredible day. It's been awesome to be back at the World Championship at long last after 3 long years, and I hope to see everyone back again next year.
Of course.
Maybe in Japan.
That would be insane.
Back to tradition, back to how things usually are. It would be really great, but we'll see. Maybe it would be in LA. Maybe just, to just celebrate the Europeans winning. Maybe we'll be in Europe. Who knows?
Who knows? That would be insane as well, actually. It would be very different, too.
Yeah. So we'll see how things go, but that's going to be it for us here on the standard cast of the World Finals. Orange, any closing thoughts?
Yes, just thank you to everybody that's watched the stream. Thank you to the production. Thank you to Bushiroad for having all this here and all the competitors, everyone that's been supporting us. And thank you to my co-caster here for doing an amazing job casting today.
Likewise.
So I appreciate it. But guys, that's all I have. You ready? Say goodbye?
I mean, for me as well, it's been an amazing time. Again, thank you to everyone that's been supporting the stream. Thank you to everyone that's come up and said hi throughout the events. I think, we wouldn't be here without the community's amazing support. And I think this game wouldn't be here without the community's amazing support. So I'm very, very thankful for everyone tuning in, showing the love wherever you are. So with that, we hope you enjoyed today's Worlds. We will see you again for BRO on the online stage and hopefully be back next year for the next World Finals. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. Have a great day.
Bye.